Devin was tossed about in the air by Vega, looking like the most pitiful clown in a circus. It was unbearable for him to endure Vega's humiliation, constantly considering how to escape. Vega always liked to give it a glimmer of hope, letting Devin run a distance before throwing him back to where he started. The black giant eagle circled in the sky, as if tired of playing. It perched on a tree. Its single eye, glowing with blue light, stared at Devin as if looking at prey. Finally, the demon could no longer bear this humiliation. Using Devin's body, it knelt heavily before Vega, pleading, "Great deity, please let me go. Keeping me here for your amusement serves no purpose. It's even wasting your time." Vega chirped and laughed, its voice gradually changing from shrill to deep. "Why should I let you go? What value do you have that would make me release you? No, you have none, so amusing me is your only value." Saying this, Vega grabbed one of Devin's feet and tossed him into the air, letting him free fall. Just as he was about to crash heavily onto the ground, Vega swooped down, caught him in its beak, and threw him into the air again. It was like bungee jumping without safety measures. Until Vega got bored, it gently placed Devin on the ground, stretched its neck, and said softly, "Boring, you can go now." "Really?" The demon couldn't believe it. Its spirit had already been tortured to the point of extreme suffering. Upon hearing Vega say it would let it go, it didn't think much and immediately tried to flee. But how could Vega let it go so easily? It first let Devin run 100 meters, then with a flap of its wings, Vega caught up behind Devin, using its two sharp, enormous claws to viciously tear at Devin's backside. "Run faster! Run faster!" Vega kept urging from behind Devin, who could only drag his aching body to continue running, even though his body was at its limit. Faced with the threat of the giant eagle behind him, he had no choice. After running for who knows how long, he noticed the surroundings gradually becoming familiar. "That's the tree I just passed. Now it's appearing again. This guy never intended to let me go. This is a loop." It was an illusion. He could never run out of it unless the caster actively dispelled the illusion. Devin couldn't understand how such a creature with such a twisted sense of humor could exist. God? He had never heard of any god being as annoying as this stinking crow. However, Vega seemed to see through its thoughts. With a flap of its wings, a strong gust of wind knocked Devin to the ground. Devin was too frightened to make a sound, while Vega looked at its cowering body and burst into laughter. "What are you dissatisfied with? The strong should humiliate the weak thoroughly." "Not convinced? Then go and defeat my envoy." Devin froze in place, an image flashing through its mind. Victor's figure was deeply imprinted in its mind. I was completely stunned. That human mage was actually the envoy of a deity descending to the mortal world. As if finally understanding everything, it fell to its knees with a thud, begging loudly, "Great deity, I deeply understand my offense now. Please spare me. I will never appear before you again." Even though the demon didn't know what kind of deity Vega was, it still begged incessantly out of fear. Only this could explain everything. Why was that terrifying man so powerful that he didn't seem human? "Why are you begging for mercy? You won't die anyway." As Vega spoke, a black mist gradually emerged from its body, enveloping the giant eagle. Soon, the mist dissipated. The once enormous eagle had turned into a small, cunning crow. Flapping its wings and standing in front of the prostrate demon, its words were laced with temptation. "You see, I have greed, you have greed, all beings with wisdom have greed. So, Yum, you won't die anyway. Why are you so afraid of me?" Yum was so frightened that its whole body couldn't stop trembling. The black toad crawled out of Devin's body. Due to Yum's emergence, Devin instantly fell unconscious, collapsing powerlessly to the ground with a thud. Yum trembled even more dramatically. It indeed knew everything. It even knew that it was Yum, a primal demon born of greed. "Raise your head and look at me." Yum trembled as it raised its head. Suddenly, Vega's eyes lit up with a blue glow. A piercing pain stabbed through its brain, and Yum felt its soul being locked away. Trembling and panicking, it tentatively asked Vega, "What have you done?" Vega opened its beak, patting Yum's body with its small wings, comforting it. "Don't be agitated, I just put a lock on you using your demonic transaction mechanism. From now on, your consciousness will be immortal. Even if you die, Your memories and your power won't dissipate. Yim was dumbfounded. It raised its head, looking at Vega with an expression of disbelief. Why are you helping me? Correspondingly, Yim fell into an even more fearful panic. The fact that the other party could easily do such a thing also meant that it could take away everything from Yim at any time. Moreover, transactions with demons require both parties to pay a price. So, likewise, from now on, until your life completely perishes and your memories completely dissipate, your soul will be at my disposal. Although it was just a crow, it couldn't express a smiling expression. But to Yim, it was laughing wildly, laughing very strangely, very wickedly. Yim wanted to struggle, to break free from this madman before it. But as soon as it struggled, it felt its body restrained in place by chains, feeling a pain like steel spikes piercing its heart. Seeing its uneasy body, Vega spoke. Now then, go back to the capital, back to the place that belongs to Devin Razor, where he needs to face judgment. Yim used ink to enter Devin's 7 orifices, regaining control of Devin's body. It involuntarily stood up, dragging the soulless shell, step by step walking back towards where it came from. After a long while, when its silhouette could no longer be seen, Vega pecked at its feathers. A teleportation array appeared out of thin air in front of Vega. It flapped its wings and flew back onto the newcomer's shoulder. Can you really preserve the demon's memories after death? Victor didn't look at it, just asked flatly, looking at the black trail left on the path where Devin had departed. With a wave of his hand, the black marks gradually disappeared, and the surrounding weeds stood up straight, concealing the path. Vega looked at him in surprise, ruffling its feathers. I always thought you were smart, but I didn't expect you to be as easily fooled as a demon. Victor got his answer and said no more. Vega explained a bit more. To achieve that level, let me recover at least 30% of my power. That's a primal demon, with countless avatars waiting for it to dissipate so they can take its place. Victor looked towards the jagged clouds in the sky and continued to ask. So how much has been recovered now? Less than 1%. Vega puffed out its chest proudly, as if boasting about how powerful it was in its complete form. Victor couldn't be bothered with it anymore and walked towards the dense forest in the opposite direction. Tell me Erica's location. Oh, I thought the cold Mr. Victor wouldn't care about my poor little follower anymore. Victor was completely indifferent to its sarcasm, just walking along, pushing aside the weeds around him, and responding calmly, she is my student after all. Wrong. I taught her all the magic, ... whatever you say. The trees finally couldn't resist the spring breeze's entanglement, and a cool breeze gently blew the man's coat. The crow standing on his shoulder raised its head proudly, proclaiming its hard-won victory. Several knights with silvery armor seemed to be searching for something outside the city gate. Soon, a figure in the distance caught their attention. The unconscious Devin Razor was slowly walking towards the city gate, step by step. It's Devin Razor. Quick, notify the second prince. No need, I'm already here. The second prince slowly walked out of the city gate, smiling as he spoke. Beside them, he looked at Devin Razor and gave a nod to the knight beside him. The knight drew his sword and pointed it at Devin Razor. Soon, a bolt of lightning entwined the sword. The lightning suddenly burst forth, striking Devin Razor's body. Devin Razor's body jolted violently, instantly regaining consciousness. Suddenly awakening, he looked at the circle of knights surrounding him, seemingly at a loss. The second prince walked out from among the knights. Seeing him, Devin Razor seemed to find his bearings and hurriedly called out, Your Highness. Second prince, where am I? The second prince looked at the fat pig before him and sighed inwardly. The person before him was actually his cousin. How filthy! But he didn't show it. Instead, he bent down, enduring the pungent smell and Devin's dirty body, helping him up. Cousin Devin, don't panic. I'm here to help you. Right now, everyone in the city believes you're in league with a demon. I know you've been wronged, cousin. Quickly, tell me everything that happened to you. Devin Razor's eyes reddened, as if he had found an outlet for his frustrations, and told the second prince everything. He even informed him about Victor's assistant, Heaney, being possessed by the demon. After listening to Devin's account, the second prince narrowed his eyes and smiled. So that's what happened. Cousin, by the way, is that demon still inside you? Do you know? Devin Razor was startled, hurriedly feeling his body, but found nothing unusual. After fainting and waking up, he saw the second prince, and knew nothing of what happened before that. Devin became anxious, urgently begging the second prince, "Your Highness, quick, please remove the demon from my body. I'm still a professor at the Royal Academy. I can't bear the charge of colluding with demons." The second prince nodded, agreeing to his request. "All right, cousin, I'll remove the demon from you right now. It might hurt a bit, you'll have to bear with it." Devin Razor nodded, saying firmly, "I've endured enough torture these past few days, I won't be afraid of pain." "Do it quickly." The next second, his voice stopped abruptly. He widened his eyes, looking at the second prince before him in disbelief. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head, looking at his chest. A long sword had pierced through his heart. Why? He had survived at Victor's hands. He had also survived at Heeny's hands. Even the demon hadn't killed him. Devin Razor never imagined. In the end, he would die at the hands of a relative with whom he shared blood. Devin Razor's pupils began to turn gray, losing their luster. The second prince pulled out the silver sword, flicking off the blood. Watching as he fell face first to the ground. Now, the demon has been exorcised. An ink-colored, disgusting toad crawled out from the dead Devin Razor's body. It looked very weak. All the knights looked at the demon before them, ready for a great enemy, just waiting for the second prince's order to kill it. However, the second prince bent down, picked up the disgusting toad, and placed it in his palm. The surrounding knights were confused by the second prince's behavior. One knight hurriedly called out, "Your Highness, that's a demon. You shouldn't." Whoosh! Countless black spikes suddenly emerged from the ground, piercing through the bodies of everyone except this knight. Feeling their lives rapidly slipping away, their eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, the second prince's voice rang out, "David, you've followed me for a long time. I've told you before, words that shouldn't be said, don't say them." The surviving knight, David, trembled violently, suddenly lowering his head, sweat beads from his forehead gradually hitting the dust. "I'm sorry, my lord." The second prince smiled with satisfaction. He raised the black ink toad, holding it flat in his palm, gazing at it. An abrupt voice rang out. It was a voice that didn't belong to the second prince. "Greed, you don't look so good. Want me to give you a hand?" The weakened toad opened its single eye, a glint of light flashing in its gaze. It looked the second prince up and down, that overflowing ambition, that desire filled with wicked thoughts. How delicious! Victor found Erica in a dense forest. She lay unconscious among the weeds, her body wrapped in a thin barrier, her pulse and breathing extremely weak. If not for this magical barrier, Erica's life might have already been lost in that battle. Even now, she was still in critical condition. "Too dangerous," Victor said flatly. Whether it was the volcano incident or the recent demon invasion, Erica acted like a greenhorn who had never encountered danger before. She never considered the consequences. If Victor hadn't deciphered the magic array in advance, Erica might have already been swallowed whole by him. The Duke's education method is very problematic. Erica always wanted to prove herself, constantly trying to make others see her in a new light, especially her father. However, Victor turned his gaze to the other side, to the purple-haired woman who was also covered in wounds, even more severe ones. She emitted a transparent magical glow, various magical enhancements ensuring her life was not in danger. But her body was black and blue all over, with muscle tears beneath the skin even harder to detect. Her injuries appeared even more serious than Erica's. At least she's not as cold-blooded as her father. If not for Erica, this woman would surely have died at the demon's hands. Victor stared at her intently. Her clothes were completely torn, revealing ghastly wounds. Although the bleeding had stopped, the horrifying injuries still sent chills down one's spine. Has Erica's appearance changed the timeline? Victor mused. In the game's prologue, players were told a background story about a demon invasion, and in the middle of the first chapter, Gwen would tell the player about her elder sister's cause of death, Kevladolin, killed by the minions of the greed demon boss, Yurm. This character, whom players never had the chance to meet, didn't even have a portrait in the game. She was truly an NPC outside the main plot. And now, this unconscious woman on the ground, who bore a striking resemblance to Gwen. If he wasn't mistaken, this must be Kevlar. She's a demon hunter, Vega chimed in from the side. That explains it, Victor nodded, understanding what being a demon hunter meant. In the game, demon hunter was a special profession. Players could become demon hunters by completing a transfer quest after dialoguing with NPCs who possessed the orthodox bloodline. In his past life, Victor had helped many players grind these transfer quests, so he was quite familiar with this profession. Demon hunters harbored an extreme obsession with demons. Once they discovered a demon, they would pursue it to the ends of the earth until either the demon was killed or they were killed by the demon. If this demon hunter's fanaticism were translated into game stats, demon hunters would deal an additional 50% damage to demon units. Since demons were essentially concentrations of magical power, correspondingly, demon hunters also dealt 10% increased damage to mages. Mages were already a group with low health and poor resistances. After the numerical conversion, demon hunters also became partial counters to mages. In short, mages hated demon hunters. Of course, demon hunters weren't without their drawbacks. While knights, another melee profession, could use some mana to increase their strength, demon hunters were truly a meneless profession in every sense. Good thing we came early, Victor said, bending down to check Kevlar's condition. Vega nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we had come any later, her injuries would have been almost healed. Victor, however, was unfazed. He flipped his palm, and a vial of crimson potion appeared in his hand. You're quite good at making others owe you favors, Vega mocked, watching as Victor poured the potion into Kevlar's mouth, which he swallowed smoothly. He then took out another vial and fed it to the unconscious Erica. After finishing all this, Victor dusted off his hands and said, "After all, I'm not an orthodox cleric. I can't make them fully recover." This statement left Vega speechless. Victor was putting on an act again, so it played along and asked, "I fail to understand. How did you manage this?" The state that clearly deviated from death characteristics unmistakably showcased the potion's miraculous effects. If Vega had Victor's eyes, it would surely have seen the health bars floating above the heads of the two who had taken the potion, instantly growing by a large chunk. For players, as long as there was even one drop of blood left, it didn't count as a critical state. And Victor, using an NPC template, could still take out player items, and more incredibly, he could provide them for other NPCs to use. This was already his unique ability. Other players couldn't give player items to NPCs to use. "Well then, let's wait quietly for a while," Victor said, leaning back as a chair materialized from the ground to support his body perfectly. He casually grabbed a magic book from his palm and started supplementing his knowledge that needed studying. About 10 minutes later, Kevlar was the first to open her eyes. A strong sense of weakness instantly swept over her body, making her unwilling to move. Her injuries all revealed her current precarious state. The feeling of defeat that washed over her made Kevlar contemplate suicide. She never thought she would survive after the battle with the demon. "You should thank Duke Levi. He raised a good daughter," Victor said, stopping the sound of turning pages as he put away his book. His deep black eyes stared at Kevlar. Hearing the voice, Kevlar's body froze. She struggled to prop herself up. The man before her sat in a chair, looking particularly mysterious against the backdrop of his black coat and the one-eyed crow. Extremely elegant, with her vision still slightly blurry, she didn't immediately recognize who he was. But Kevlar was a bit confused. "A chair? Where did he get a chair in this godforsaken place?" Before she could think too much, hearing his words, she forced herself through the pain in her body and quickly turned to look to the other side. Erica Duclos. Although fighting demons might make Kevlar lose her rationality, her memories didn't disappear with it. Moreover, the various enhancement effects emanating from her body were telling her what happened during the battle. The demon's technique that had stained the earth with ink in the previous battle. It was absolutely lethal damage. That's what Kevlar, with her abundant combat experience, told herself. Which meant that Erica, in her conscious state, had used magic to save both their lives. Kevlar felt a sense of desolation. If it weren't for Erica, she would have died at the hands of the demon. She hadn't expected the demon to be so powerful, and herself to be so weak. She suffered a penetrating wound to her shoulder, yet still managed to save both your lives, Victor said. That's quite remarkable. Victor's words hit Kevlar's heart hard once again. Kevlar was filled with guilt. That demon, she began. You're no match for it, but to be frank, unless the Emperor himself is willing to come personally, no one can defeat it in a fair, one-on-one fight, Victor replied. Kevlar raised her head, her brows furrowed into a knot. She couldn't understand. The demon's strength was something she, as a demon hunter, have never heard of before. It seemed like a being that shouldn't exist in this world. Kevlar had sensed it, and so she had confidently pursued it. However, it seemed the demon had never considered her an opponent. In the end, because of her pride, she had almost lost her life. However, we've already taken care of the aftermath, Victor said, standing up as the chair beneath him dissipated on its own. He walked up to Kevlar, and with a flick of his coat, 2 vials of crimson potion fell in front of her. Remember to think more before acting recklessly, he advised. Even for a demon hunter, being controlled solely by instinct doesn't necessarily yield better results. Also, remember to drink the potions, Miss Kevlar. Victor swung his coat and turned around. Kevlar stared blankly at the man before her. As her vision cleared, her eyes gained more focus, and she suddenly recognized him. Victor. Is that you? Victor didn't turn back, only leaving a parting message. Don't forget to take Erica back with you. I don't want the Duke to misunderstand me again. After a gust of black wind, leaves fluttered, blocking Kevlar's vision. When the black wind dispersed and the leaves settled, Victor's figure had vanished. In his place, only a single black crow feather remained, symbolizing his visit. The feather floated to Kevlar's front. She grasped it, her mood heavy and complex, because on the feather was written a clear message: for recovery potions, 8,000 geo. Remember to pay up. She mustered her strength and picked up the red potion thrown on the ground. Its color, as vivid as fresh blood, was completely different from any recovery potion she had ever seen. She hesitated for a moment, but still opened the cap and poured it into her mouth. An emerald light emanated from her body, and half of her injuries healed instantly. She felt a surge of power coursing through her entire body. I can stand up now. What a miraculous potion, she thought to herself. There was still 1 vial left, which if drunk, could restore even more of her combat power. However, she no longer needed to fight now. She saved the potion for Erica, cradling her in her arms, opening the vial, and pouring it into Erica's mouth. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the Duclos residence was knocked on, and Duke Levi rushed out almost immediately. He stood at the doorway, watching as Erica and Kevlar supported each other as they approached the front door. Erica, covered in dirt and grime, looked at her father and smiled happily. Father, Kevlar and I held off the demon for a long time. Aren't I amazing? Despite her physical weakness, Erica's eyes still sparkled with expectation as she mentioned this. I'm not a burden anymore. Duke Levi remained silent, not saying a word. The atmosphere seemed to grow tense for a moment. Erica shrank her neck, lowering her head, seeming a bit scared. But the next second, a solid embrace enveloped her, as warm as she had experienced in her childhood. Her father's trembling voice sounded by her ear. Erica, you will always be Dad's pride. The appearance of the demon had brought catastrophic losses to the capital. However, in the end, it was the human side that emerged victorious. The impact of this event was so significant that it spread beyond the capital without any need for media embellishment, simply through word of mouth. After all, many people had witnessed the demon's appearance with their own eyes. The demon's overwhelming power struck terror into everyone's hearts, and its wild tentacles spreading across the sky shattered the sanity of all present. Whether it was the demon's frenzied state within the academy or its cruel demeanor on the back mountain initially, both were equally chilling. The apocalyptic horror became an indelible shadow in people's minds for the rest of their lives. It was also because of this incident that Victor's image and his terrifying magical prowess were etched into everyone's hearts. The news of the Empire's youngest 4th-tier mage quietly spread beyond the Empire. 3 days later, Victor sat at his desk, still holding the same abstruse magic book he had read countless times. Vega had once mocked him, asking why he kept clinging to that book. Does this book contain some profound magic that even you need to study constantly? But Victor had never given it the answer it wanted. The damage report for the capital is out, Leah said, pushing open the door at some point and placing a paper filled with writing on Victor's desk. Victor had grown accustomed to Leah entering his study without knocking or announcing herself. He closed his book, looked up, and took the paper. It clearly listed various losses in the capital. Shops, streets, scenic sculptures. The most severe was the academy being razed to the ground. The day after the demon was eliminated, Old Man Rachel finally rushed back from the Magic City. The former academy had vanished, and as he looked at the empty land before him with a huge crater, he merely sighed softly. No one knew how complex the feelings were in the heart of this great mage who had dedicated his entire life to the academy. Although everyone knew Victor had destroyed the academy, no one blamed him. In the battle against the demon, the academy's destruction was only a matter of time. Victor's action merely hastened this result, quickly defeating the demon to ensure losses wouldn't become greater and to minimize casualties. Correspondingly, Devin Razor's crimes were also definitively established. They found Devin Razor's body outside the city gates, along with some dead knights, Leah said. It seems these knights might have found the fleeing Devin Razor, but he still had strength to resist. He injured quite a few people in his battle with the knights before they ultimately perished together. Leah waved the newspaper in her hand. At least, that's what it says here. Victor felt little stirring in his heart to him. Devin Razor's fate was inconsequential. After all, he had already been half dead. He calmly asked, "What about the punishment for the Razor family?" "That's included too." Leah reported everything to Victor methodically. The Razor family voluntarily agreed to bear all the losses in the capital, and His Majesty imposed additional punishments. They must compensate all the mages and knights who participated in this war. Of course, you're counted among the mages, so you're entitled to this compensation too. But I figured you probably don't need it, so I gave your share to Heaney, Leah said, taking matters into her own hands, which didn't surprise Victor at all. Leah was a normal woman, only forced to learn cruelty and indifference by her business dealings. No matter what identity she held behind the scenes, or how cold-blooded and cruel she could be, those were all necessary sacrifices she made for the family's sake. In reality, she was quite sentimental. The day after the battle, when he left early, he had brought the unconscious Heaney home. He explained everything to Leah, including Heaney's ordeal. Leah was deeply saddened by the story and promised Victor she would take good care of the poor child Heaney. Now, Leah narrowed her eyes, speaking suggestively, "TSK, the Razor family sure is wealthy." How many people participated in that battle? There were over 1,000 mages in the academy alone. Compensating per head, that's an enormous sum. Victor picked up his book again. Seemingly unwilling to waste a moment of reading time, he replied simply, "Spending money to avoid disaster." "You're right, so what should we use to avoid our family's disaster?" Leo asked. Victor fell silent for a moment. "Financial crisis? Did you hear that, Vega? No more meat for you from now on, only grains." The crow on the table raised its head, glaring at Victor disapprovingly, venting its discontent. "Just kidding, I'm not serious," Victor said. Seeing Victor's reaction, Leah was very satisfied. She had been wanting to dampen his arrogance lately, which had seemed a bit excessive. "The item shop has reopened. After the battle with the demon, our reputation has soared. Our daily stock is being cleared out by those mages. Some are even asking if we can sell more each day." Thinking of this, Leah couldn't help but laugh. Potions with almost zero cost could be sold for 1,000 geo each. With daily revenue of 50,000 geo, that's 1,500,000 geo a month. Even in Cravina's most profitable half-year, they barely made 5 million or so. These mage lords are indeed wealthy. I almost want to thank that demon. Goodness, I should feel sorry for such thoughts. Leah waved her hand excitedly, her eyes gleaming with the light of money. Victor listened quietly, not making any response. Leah didn't mind Victor's puppet-like attitude, as she was used to it by now, and continued, "Also, don't forget, I put in a lot of effort for this matter too. It wouldn't be right if you don't give me some reward," Leah said happily. Indeed, as Leah said, she had contributed significantly in convicting Devin Razor. Those reporters waiting for first-hand news around the academy were all arranged by Leah. She used public opinion pressure to force the Razor family to admit guilt. Even though the Razor family had preemptively cut ties with Devin, faced with strong public opinion guidance, the royal family had to impose some severe punishments on the Razor family. In short, everyone was happy except for the Razor family. Victor still didn't raise his head, calmly nodding and saying, "So, what do you want?" 50%. Leah opened her palm, gesturing the number 5 in front of him, waving it. "At least 50% of the item shop's monthly revenue should go to me." Victor. He closed his book with a bit of a headache, staring at Leah. 80%. Leah was stunned, asking confusedly, "What do you mean?" "I can give you 80% of the revenue. I need some money, otherwise, all the income from the item shop can go to you. After all, it's our family's business." Leah was slightly stunned. She stood there, looking at the indifferent Victor, opening and closing her mouth, unable to speak. Are you serious?" Victor nodded. He wasn't lying. He did need a portion of the money to learn subsequent 4th-tier magic. But there was no need to explain this to Leah. Besides, the position of the Cravina family head would eventually be handed over to Leah anyway. But what if he needs money in the future? Just ask Leah for it. After all, it's all family money. Don't look at me with those inexperienced eyes. After all, you're the one managing Cravina's territory. Leah didn't catch the implication in Victor's words. She lowered her head slightly, her expression becoming a bit coy. "I've wanted to ask for a while now, but..." "No, never mind." Leah took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm herself down. Soon, she regained her previous imposing manner, looking at Victor. "You said 80% yourself. Don't go back on your word." "Here, this is for you." Leah pulled out a money pouch from her bosom and tossed it to Victor, who caught it with one hand. He weighed it, feeling a slight warmth from the bag, with geocoins clinking inside, emitting the sound of money. "What's this money for?" Victor was a bit surprised, but heard Leah casually say, "Kevlar must have gone mad or something." She gave Gwen a big bag of money, saying it was to be passed on to you. "With so much money, did you extort Kevlar?" Victor was a bit exasperated by Leah's assumption, but he still pocketed the money. He then said to Vega beside him, "It's all right now, we have money for your meat." Not getting a proper answer from Victor, Leah muttered, "If you hadn't said you'd give me 80% of the revenue, I would have kept this money for myself. But now I don't need this small change anymore." With that, she swayed her elegant waist towards the door. As she left, she casually said, "By the way, that poor little girl still hasn't woken up. I'm a bit worried. If you have time, don't forget to check on her." With a bang, the study door was shut firmly. Vega once again showed a human-like expression, appearing somewhat angry. "What do you mean, Victor? Just because you're short on money, you're going to cut my food budget?" "I thought you wouldn't care about these things." Victor took out his book again and continued reading. "I've been asking all along, what are you trying to do by flipping through these old books over and over again? If you have any questions, why not just ask me directly?" Vega was a bit puzzled. He seemed to be trying to catch up on some progress, unwilling to relax for even a moment. "I'm now a 4th-tier mage," Victor said, just this one cryptic sentence, leaving Vega confused. "So what if you're 4th tier? Even if you go up a few more tiers, I can still answer your questions." Vega naturally didn't understand. As a player, Victor could directly spend Geo to learn magic. This meant that although he had become a 4th-tier mage, apart from the 4th-tier magic that his fire origin had comprehended on its own, he didn't know any other 4th-tier magic. And the price of 4th-tier magic was extremely expensive, so read books for 100 hours, acquired skill Heart of the Sage. As a voice sounded in his mind, Victor closed the book and said calmly, "All right, no need to read anymore." "Vega?" Victor looked at the new passive skill added to his skill list. Heart of the Sage LV1, 50% reduction in material and geo cost when learning skills. That's right, Victor was grinding for skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been reading so tediously all this time. "Let's go check on Heaney," Victor said, standing up. The crow quickly flapped its wings and perched on his shoulder. Then Victor was heard saying regretfully, "Having knowledge but unable to learn magic, what a strange constitution." As his words fell, Vega looked at Victor with great surprise. "To be honest, I thought you knew about this long ago." Now it was Victor's turn to be surprised. He turned his head to look at Vega, showing a rare expression of confusion. Then he heard Vega's voice. "Heaney, she's a succubus." "Huh?" Victor was quite surprised to hear this news, his body stiffening slightly. Seeing a hint of shock on his face for the first time, Vega also felt a bit surprised. "So, you didn't know Heaney was a succubus?" "Why would I know that?" Victor asked. Victor, of course, knew about the succubus species. They were exclusively female, enhancing their magical power by absorbing men's energy through certain indescribable acts. The more experienced the succubus, the more powerful their magic. So Heaney, who doesn't have a trace of magical power. Victor suddenly thought of a term. The shame of succubi. "I think she probably doesn't know this herself." "To be honest, I only discovered it recently," Vega said. Vega pecked at its feathers, speaking slowly. After the demon possessing Heaney left, the succubus aura within her was gradually drawn out. After all, in some aspects, succubi are a branch of demons. But the fact that Victor hadn't noticed this still surprised Vega, who had always thought Victor was aware of these little details. "But Heaney looks obviously like a normal human," Victor said. "When have you ever seen normal people with yellow pupils that glow?" "Honestly, when she opens her eyes at night, it's brighter than a light bulb," Vega retorted sarcastically. However, Heaney indeed hadn't shown any succubus characteristics, so Vega continued, "Heaney is probably a half-blood succubus, born from some creature and succubus, but should be human." Succubi can reproduce asexually, as they are only female and can't have children through intimate acts with each other. But succubi can have children with other species. Although succubi can often transform into any form a species likes, once a succubus mates with a species, the child's appearance will be fixed as that species. That's right, even if a succubus mates with a gorilla, the offspring would only be a female gorilla succubus. Victor pondered for a while. If that's the case, Heaney's background would make sense. Leah had investigated Heaney's background. She grew up in an orphanage, without parents from a young age. Succubi aren't known for their maternal instincts. After their pleasure-seeking, they would simply abandon their children somewhere and continue their pursuits. Whether the child survives or not is of no concern to them. As for the father, he was probably drained dry by the succubus long ago. So that means... Victor fell silent for a moment. "Yes. Becoming a mage through normal means is basically impossible for her," Vega said. Vega looked Victor up and down, mocking. "That's why I said, didn't you already know this?" "After all, our great Victor's magical power is quite abundant." Victor quickly accepted this fact and calmed down. "So," he said indifferently, "this doesn't help me at all." As a practical player, Victor wouldn't be interested in things that serve no purpose. After all, as a power leveler, what he wanted was efficiency, not experience. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't care whether Heaney was a succubus or not. That was just the race, and it had nothing to do with Heaney as a person. "Without magical talent, her knowledge is still valuable enough," Victor said. Hearing this, Vega smiled slyly, and no one knew what it was pondering in its heart. Heaney lay on the bed, slowly opening her eyes. Her body felt weak, as if she was carrying a stone on her back. Her spirit was also uncomfortable, and her head ached. This was normal. After all, she felt very hungry now. How long had she been unconscious? She didn't know. She could only feel that she was now lying on a soft, large bed, which was very comfortable. The spacious room was something she wouldn't dare to dream of. But why did the surroundings seem so familiar? A faint, fresh scent entered her nose. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Heaney's eyes widened. "Isn't this the guest room at Professor Victor's house?" How did she know? Because she had slept here once before. It was on the second day after meeting the professor, though it was only for a morning. it became an incredibly precious memory for Heaney. It was also because of that time that Heaney felt Victor was a very gentle professor. In her heart, Victor was like a dazzling starlight. Yes, Heaney admired him. Victor fulfilled all her fantasies about mages. Strong, calm, mysterious, and gentle. The professor. He saved me. For someone like me. All of a sudden, Heaney's face turned red with embarrassment. She bit her lower lip and buried her head in the soft blanket. As if imagining something, her fingers tightly gripped the blanket. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from outside the door. Heaney instantly came to her senses. She hurriedly lay back down on the bed, pulled up the blanket, and tightly closed her eyes. As if she was still unconscious. The door creaked open with a squeak, and someone walked in. Although she couldn't see, Heaney's intuition told her that the person seemed to be looking her over. The footsteps slowly approached, stopping by the bedside. Heaney wanted to open her eyes to see who had come, but her guilty state from earlier made her too afraid to open her eyes. For a long time, the person remained silent. Just when Heaney was about to give up, whoosh! The blanket was suddenly pulled away. Heaney felt her body cool, and she opened her eyes wide, tightly grasping a corner of the blanket. Looking up at the visitor, she saw an unchanging ice-cold face, as if they had just done something utterly ordinary. Professor. Heaney's face turned completely red with embarrassment. She quickly grabbed the blanket and covered her body. Victor's expression remained unchanged as he sat down in the chair by the bed. When did you wake up? Heaney used the blanket to cover half her face as red as a high-temperature, smoking steam engine. She only dared to peek at Victor with her eyes. Just now. Victor nodded. Then change your clothes and tidy up. Heaney became even more embarrassed, thinking that Victor had somehow sensed her earlier thoughts. But she only heard Victor say calmly, I've asked the maid to make some porridge for you. In your current state, you can eat some liquid food. Don't forget to eat to replenish your strength. Also, the academy has been destroyed. It will take a few days to rebuild. You don't need to return to the academy during this time. You can stay here for as long as you want. When you go back, I'll recommend you to the dean for the title of associate professor. After that, you'll be able to teach your own classes. Victor methodically explained various arrangements to Heaney, his tone leaving no room for refusal, not even giving Heaney time to react. Heaney lowered her hand that was gripping the blanket, revealing her face. Due to malnutrition from being unconscious for several days, her complexion was somewhat pale, which only made people want to pity her more. Even her blushing couldn't add much color to her face. She was dazed, not knowing what emotions she should feel. She wanted so much to reach out and hug him, even though she knew the distance between them was so vast and unreachable. Professor. Victor's gaze, unwavering, looked at her. As if mustering some courage for herself, she lowered her head and voiced the request she had long desired but felt was too much. Can I hug you? But as soon as she said it, she shrank back like a startled fawn, not daring to look at Victor, hurriedly adding, I'm sorry, Professor. My request is too unreasonable. Please don't take it to heart. Forget it. The next second, Heaney's eyes widened. Before she could finish speaking, a large, sturdy embrace enveloped her from the front. Heaney looked up but could only see the black lining inside his coat. The scent from his chest reached her nose, making her completely immersed, wishing to linger in it. She tried to reach out to embrace him in return, trying to hold on, trying to freeze time at this moment forever. However, the hug lasted only for an instant. Victor moved away from her before she could return the embrace. He was like an elegant gentleman, neither refusing a woman's not too excessive request, nor overstepping bounds to do anything improper. Heaney stared at Victor, but his figure gradually blurred. Nobleman. In her misty gaze, only this word remained. Elegant and mysterious, noble and extraordinary. These words were most fitting for Victor alone. If you need anything else, just ask the maid at the door. Victor left with these words, pushing open the guest room door and leaving like a gentle breeze. Heaney was startled, her face flushing red. She buried her face in the blanket again, but the image of Victor embracing her lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Somehow, a warm current surged from within, making her feel immensely happy. Feeling something wasn't quite right, Heaney crawled out of the blanket and stretched out a hand, palm facing upward in front of her. As always, she tried to construct a magic array from her hand. Normally, for someone without magical power like her, such an attempt would only lead to failure. But this time, pale green lines gradually appeared in the air, gradually forming a complete array. A weak, small whirlwind began to spin continuously from her palm. The cool breeze blew through Heaney's hair, bringing a hint of coolness. Am I a mage now? Heaney felt her cheeks becoming moist. Without realizing it, 2 clear tears had rolled down her face. Early in the morning, Victor was taking a stroll around the estate. Having unlocked the heart of the sage, he no longer needed to read books to pass the time. Level 1 of the heart of the sage was now sufficient. To upgrade to the next level would require reading for 300 hours, which seemed too torturous. Similarly, with the school blown up, he didn't need to go to work at the academy, leaving him feeling somewhat bored. Although he often slacked off at school anyway. He walked through his garden with vigor, treading on a small path covered in pink petals, heading towards the depths of the garden. As he passed by, he caught a glimpse of a familiar, petite figure from the corner of his eye. It was Heaney. Heaney was almost buried among the flowers, her head bowed beneath various blossoms, occasionally popping up like a lively and beautiful flower spirit. Focused on her task, she clearly hadn't noticed Victor. Victor didn't greet her either, just glancing at her as he passed by, ready to leave. But Vigor stopped him. Hey, don't go yet, look at her. Victor followed the crow's advice, turning his head to look carefully at Heaney. What he saw was quite extraordinary. In Heaney's palm, a small blue magic array had formed. Water flowed gently, small streams appearing out of thin air from Heaney's hand as she used magic to water the flowers. Vigor also blinked in confusion, saying something seemingly unrelated to Victor. Do you have any male servants in your house? Of course not. Victor liked peace and quiet, so he only brought a few maids from his territory. The mansion in the capital didn't even have a butler. Victor understood Vigor's implication. Succubi couldn't cultivate magical power on their own. But how could Heaney have found someone to be intimate with after just one day? More importantly, she wasn't that kind of person. Puzzled, Victor walked towards her. Heaney was still experimenting with her magic formations, small arrays forming in her hands one after another, like a child who had just received a new toy, joyfully trying out various things. What's going on? Startled by the question from behind, Heaney's magic array dissipated uncontrollably. Victor stood behind her, just in time to witness this scene. He could tell that Heaney's magical reserves were very low, like a thin film of water at the bottom of an iron bucket. Heaney, startled at first, turned to see it was Victor and became very happy. Seemingly eager to share her current joy, she quickly said, "Professor, I have magical power now. I can use magic." It was clear she was excited and wanted Victor to praise her. However, this made Victor even more confused. But Heaney kept talking. "I don't know what happened, but after you left yesterday, I felt magical power inside me." Victor fell into a strange state of contemplation. Where had he seen such a situation before? Heaney hadn't even appeared as a character in the game, so he naturally couldn't explain this anomaly. Could your judgment be wrong? This was the only thing Victor could think of, but Vigor just responded, "I absolutely cannot be wrong." The stubborn Vigor wouldn't admit to a mistake, because a deity is always right. Victor stopped considering it further. He looked down at Heaney and nodded, praising her. Very good. He instinctively reached out to pat Heaney's shoulder, but seeing her expectant gaze, he hesitated for a moment and placed his hand on her head, ruffling her hair. An intense feeling of happiness surged to her head, and Heaney once again felt a warm flow of energy from within. At this moment, Vigor stared intently at Heaney. Highly sensitive to magical power, it sensed an increase in magical energy from Heaney's body. What happened? Could Victor's touch on her head increase magical power? Why hadn't Vigor felt anything when Victor stroked its bird head every day? Vigor wanted to investigate this matter thoroughly, but Victor had already left with it. Before leaving, Heaney happily waved goodbye to Victor. After walking some distance, Vigor leaned down to Victor and said, Something's not right with her. Did you need to tell me that? Victor retorted sarcastically. From a player's perspective, when a player makes physical contact with an NPC or enters combat, they can see the other's level. Due to her lack of magical power, Heeny's level had always been 0. But today, the moment Victor touched Heeny, he saw her level was LV1. And when his hand left Heeny's head, pop, she leveled up. Victor recalled that he had hugged Heeny before leaving yesterday, which also counted as physical contact. Could Heeny's leveling up be related to his physical contact with her? Vega suggested from the side. It might be a coincidence, but I still recommend you try again next time. Try again? Imagining Heeny possibly coming to him every day for hugs and head pats in the future, and considering her succubus race. Somehow, it felt a bit strange. An innocent succubus, huh? Victor muttered, deciding not to think about it further as he left the garden. Returning to the mansion, Victor passed by Leah's room. The door was slightly ajar, and he curiously peeked inside, just in time to see Leah holding up a gown against herself. A voice suddenly sounded from the doorway. Next time you change clothes, remember to close the door. Leah, not working so you come to harass me? Are you sick, Victor? An angry shout came from the room as Leah tossed the gown onto the bed and stomped to the door, fuming. I was trying on a gown. I wasn't changing clothes yet. And why are you still wearing that old-fashioned black coat? Don't you know what we're doing today? Victor, of course, knew. To celebrate the victory in the Demon War, Emperor Oberly had set up a banquet for today. This banquet was unprecedentedly grand, only seen on important holidays or the Emperor's birthday. Nobles with titles, naturally, all had to attend. Victor didn't really want to go. He wasn't interested in banquets. Moreover, thinking about banquets reminded him of the day before he transmigrated here. Why did he confess to Erica? Was it just a coincidental misunderstanding, or was it deliberately orchestrated by someone? This remained an unsolved mystery. Of course, there was also the possibility that the original Victor was simply lecherous. So, he spoke up. Why can't you go by yourself? Don't even think about it, Victor. Let me tell you, you represent the Cravina family, Leah warned, pointing her finger at Victor's chest. Besides, you're the main character of today's banquet. How can the main character not show up? Indeed, all the nobles in the capital knew. This banquet was said to celebrate the victory in the Demon War, but in reality, it was also a signal from the royal family to court Victor, the youngest fourth-tier mage, capable of summoning a meteors from the sky, single-handedly containing the demons. This made the entire capital recognize Victor's powerful and astonishing combat ability. The Emperor would naturally notice Victor's value as well. Victor also knew that although he had declined the Emperor's reward last time, it wouldn't work this time. The Emperor's public banquet was meant to publicly reward Victor and actively convey to the outside world the image of Victor being on good terms with the royal family. There was no harm in it anyway, and getting closer to the royal family in advance could be beneficial for Victor. He knew that the old Emperor didn't have many years left, but before that, Emperor Oberly could still be useful. Hurry up and change your clothes. The banquet is at the palace. We need to go in the afternoon. Leah urged Victor, looking a bit impatient. Why go so early? The banquet doesn't start until evening. Seeing Victor still looking relaxed, Leah felt somewhat exasperated. I still need to choose a gown, put on makeup, and as your family member, I also need to have an audience with the Emperor in advance. Plus, I haven't dealt with this month's financial report from the territory. All these things were waiting for Leah to handle, while Victor didn't have to do anything, free to do as he pleased every day. In comparison, Leah felt desperate, yet she saw Victor still standing there, which made her even more frustrated. You go change your cloth. Before Leah could finish, a bright red flame ignited on Victor's coat, gradually enveloping him in a circle. As the flames dissipated, his coat transformed into a black suit. Specks of red were embedded in the black suit, with crimson patterns tracing along the seams. On his right shoulder, there were even a few light chains of red crystal, with what seemed like tiny flames floating around. Leah was stunned for a moment, seeing Victor in formal attire, and unconsciously started. "So handsome," Leah murmured. "They say clothes make the man." Victor was already good-looking, and now dressed in formal attire, he exuded an even more elegant noble aura. Victor replied without blushing or his heart racing, "Thank you for the compliment." Leah's face reddened a bit, and she rolled her eyes, defending herself. "I meant your magic. It's indeed cool and convenient." Victor thought so too. Magic that could automatically change clothes was indeed impressive. Gildan's fire origin could solidify fire elements into various forms, and this suit was naturally formed from fire elements. With the fire origin, Victor no longer had to worry about the hassle of changing clothes. Whatever he wanted to wear, he could wear. After seeing all this, Leah pushed him out of her room. All right, get out of here." "You're ready." "But I'm not done yet." With a bang, the door slammed shut, startling Vega so much that its feathers stood on end. Standing outside the door, Victor shrugged, tugged at his suit, looked himself over, and asked Vega on his shoulder, "Do I look good?" "The way you change clothes is indeed cool." In the afternoon, Victor stood in the training ground. He held an ordinary iron sword in his hand, wielding it with ease. Each stroke seemed light and graceful. If one didn't know better, they might think he was an experienced swordsman. That's right, Victor had started practicing swordsmanship. Having finished reading books and with nothing else to do, Victor decided to practice skills from other professions. As he practiced, Victor saw Leah running towards him in a hurry. "Finally found you." Leah breathed a sigh of relief, then asked with a confused look, "What are you doing with a sword? Aren't you a mage?" Victor didn't explain much, just sheathed the sword and hung it back on the wall. Turning to face Leah, "What's the matter?" Leah's expression didn't look good as she quickly said, "You'll have to go to the banquet alone. I need to return to the territory in advance." "What happened?" Victor was curious. Leah had been looking forward to this banquet. If it were just some minor issue, she wouldn't have said this. Leah bit her lip, saying with some displeasure, "There's been a problem with the business in our territory. See for yourself." As she spoke, she handed Victor this month's financial report from the territory. Victor took the document as Leah continued, "I was planning to find you in the study to sign this, but you weren't there. I had to ask around to find out you'd come to the training ground to practice swordsmanship." Although Leah had always handled the territory's management, Victor, as the head of the family, still needed to sign off on things nominally. Victor glanced over the document, about to sign it, when he noticed something odd in the grain revenue section. That part of the revenue was pitifully low. It might as well have blatantly written embezzlement on the report. He noticed the name on the right, HR. "Now you see why I need to go back?" Leah's worried expression hadn't eased at all. Victor thought about that name and asked, "Who is this person?" "The name doesn't sound like he's from the Empire." "Indeed. He's a grain merchant from the neighboring kingdom. The previous grain merchant went home to raise his children a few years ago, and he introduced this one. There weren't any problems in the past few months. I don't know why things went wrong this month." Victor had a vague recollection. This name, Victor had some impression of, but Victor wasn't sure if it was the same person, as name repetition was quite common. Although there wouldn't be NPCs with the same name in the game, he couldn't view the current situation from a game perspective. After all, he hadn't appeared in the main storyline either. He couldn't be certain that this Chur was the same as the one from the game. In his memory, Chur was a soldier belonging to the mercenary guild of the Kant Kingdom, a warrior class, considered a minor lord-level boss. As for why Victor knew about him, players would occasionally encounter him while doing some side quests. At first, he would pretend to be a down-on-his-luck soldier, hoping players would help him recover his weapon and armor. Chur appeared to be a naive, righteous soldier. But when players helped him recover his armor and silver sword, and went to the designated small island, they would discover his true nature. He would kill the player there, taking their heart to help himself practice black magic. Victor tapped on the account book, his finger emphasizing the man's name. "Can we find this person directly?" "I've already instructed our subordinates in the territory to capture him." "Hopefully, he hasn't fled yet." Hearing Leah's words, Victor nodded. As a minor lord-level boss, many players had gotten stuck on him. Victor, as a power leveling service provider, had taken many jobs related to him. This boss, he didn't know how many times he had farmed him, but the most memorable thing was an equipment that would definitely drop after his death. A evil knight. This weapon was a pitch-black shield, its patterns distorted by magic. Although it looked quite ominous, it was famously useful in player circles. That was the parry. This move could deflect an enemy's attack, allowing you to stab them in the kidney while they were regaining balance. Not only did it cause high damage, but it also greatly reduced the enemy's toughness, putting them in a staggered state. Many people fought this boss just for this equipment, because the effect was so powerful, especially in PvP ladder ranking mode. When both players equipped this round shield, it could lead to a strange scene. That is, both sides would stand still with shields raised, just waiting to parry. So the officials nerfed this equipment, eventually causing it to fall from grace. However, if it really was that guy, why would he come to the Empire at this time and infiltrate their territory as a grain merchant? Not present. Right now, it's just the two of us. Although I am your teacher, in private, I can also be your friend. Victor thought this speech should be enough to fool a child. So Aurelian gradually began to chat with him. Soon, Aurelian felt more at ease, and her words became more numerous. As a gentleman, Victor responded and hurriedly and politely, always making the princess feel comfortable and at ease. Father said you are very powerful, and I can learn a lot from you. Victor didn't deny it, only responding mildly, as long as you study diligently, you will become even stronger than me. While he coaxed her with words, he was thinking about when he could leave. Meanwhile, Erica was searching for Victor at the banquet, puzzled that she couldn't see him anywhere. How could such a big person just disappear? But when Erica turned around, she saw Victor chatting with a young girl. The girl looked about her age, but obviously younger than her. This raised a sense of alertness in Erica's heart. Who is that girl? They say Victor likes minors. Could this girl be Victor's next target? She cautiously approached, carefully examining the girl's features. Upon recognizing the familiar face, Erica was so shocked she almost cried out. She widened her eyes and quickly hid behind a pillar. That's Her Highness the Princess? ? How could Victor be associated with the princess? At this moment, Erica became hesitant. She was conflicted about whether to go and greet Victor. Counting the time, it had been almost 2 weeks since she last saw him. As she was thinking, something soft suddenly pressed against her back. Erica was startled, and an arm was already reaching towards her neck. She quickly turned her head, recognized the person, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Kevlar?" "Little sister Erica, what are you doing here?" Kevlar hugged Erica, smiling at her. "No. Nothing." Under such intimate physical contact, Erica felt a bit unnatural. As she twisted her body, Kevlar followed her line of sight. Seeing the familiar figure sitting in the corner, Kevlar was taken aback. "Oh? Why is Victor here? Isn't that her black-hearted brother-in-law Victor?" She still clearly remembered him selling her 4 potions for 8,000 geos. And beside him is the princess? The princess had rarely appeared in public, and few people had seen her face. Even for a social butterfly like Kevlar. However, the princess who had just accompanied the emperor was seen by everyone. Naturally, Kevlar had also remembered the princess's appearance. Thinking of Erica hiding here to peek, Kevlar showed an intriguing expression. She looked down at Erica and said with a smile, "Victor is a professor at your academy, right? Why don't you go say hello?" But Erica seemed to have seen someone. Her emotions recovered, and she said calmly, "I do need to greet him, but it'll have to wait a moment. Someone else is going over first." Kevlar let out another row and looked towards Victor's position. A silver-haired man was walking over with a wineglass. Kevlar showed a delighted smile. "Oh my, who do we have here? Isn't that the eldest son of the Razor family?" Jace Razor looked at Aurelian with a fake smile and greeted her. "Your Highness Aurelian." Upon seeing him, the princess seemed frightened and shrank behind Victor. Victor didn't move at all. He glanced at the princess behind him and calmly asked, "Who is he?" "Jace Razor. He's Devon's brother," the princess quietly replied, informing Victor of his relationship with Devon. Now, everyone knew that Devon had colluded with demons, and the demons were defeated by Victor. So, The intentions of the person before them seemed self-evident. Victor didn't stand up, but asked the little princess behind him one more question. Do you dislike him very much? Even though he's my cousin. The little princess shrank even more, completely looking like she didn't want to see him. I see, Victor said. Victor maintained a poker face and stood up. His not-so-broad body blocked Jace Razor. What do you want to say? Jace Razor looked at Aurelian. Even though the princess seemed scared, he continued to smile as if he hadn't noticed at all. I saw Her Highness sitting with you and was a bit worried, so I came to check. After all, she is the Emperor's most beloved daughter, and she's also underage. Victor's face showed no ripples as he said calmly, if you're just here to cause trouble, then I have no interest in continuing this conversation with you. Victor showed no mercy, his words clearly indicating his intention to drive Jace away. But Jace Razor didn't leave. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, his gaze revealing a dangerous glint. So, Lord Victor, could you explain to me why Her Highness the Princess is sitting with you? Victor heaved a heavy sigh, turned his head, and said to Aurelian behind him, now, I'll give you your first lesson. If you encounter someone you dislike, previously, you might have had to be polite to them because of their status, but now, when you have enough power and a strong background, you can directly do this to them. Aurelian looked at Victor with confusion, then saw Victor suddenly smile as he turned to face Jace Razor. Flames instantly erupted behind Victor, curling around Aurelian like a fierce fire snake, stopping right in front of Jace Razor. Get lost. In an instant, the atmosphere around them dropped to freezing point, as if swords were drawn and arrows nocked. Many guests witnessed the confrontation between Victor Cravina and Jace Razor. Victor even used magic to warn Jace. Jace Razor's face darkened, feeling humiliated by this public rebuke. But that wasn't the point. Jace desperately wanted to know what relationship Victor had with the princess, and why His Majesty would so trustingly allow the princess to be with Victor. Gwendolyn also saw this scene and was about to rush over, lifting her floor-length dress, but it was quickly held back by the onlooking Kevlar Dillon. Hey, little Gwen. Where do you think you're going? To stop those two. Don't go over there and make things worse. She successfully pulled Gwen back, and seeing Gwen's puffed-up face, she knew Gwen must be seething inside. Of course, Gwen knew about the Razor family's eldest son. When she saw him deliberately approach Victor and cause such a commotion, Gwen was already displeased. Why? The Razor family had made such a big mistake, and now he was still trying to pick a fight with Victor. What's worse, the people around them were just standing by and watching. Gwen felt indignant, but could only stop under her sister's restraint. She turned away in a huff and stomped off to drink. Erica Duclos, on the other hand, glanced at Gwen several times, curious about her angry demeanor. She tugged at Kevlar's sleeve and whispered quietly, Sister Kevlar, Lady Gwen. After their battle with the demon, Kevlar and Erica's relationship had quickly warmed up. Despite their significant age difference, they had become comrades who had been through life and death together. She looks a bit angry. That's only natural, Kevlar said with a mischievous grin. Seeing her fiancé Tilda copyright being deliberately provoked, how could she not be angry? Oh, so that's it. Erica had a sudden realization and breathed a sigh of relief. What was all this about? So he was her fiancé Tilda copyright, thankfully not her boyfriend. Eh? ? Erica blinked. Fiancé Tilda copyright? Fiancé Tilda copyright. Kevlar nodded with a grin. Seeing Kevlar's confident confirmation, Erica covered her head. Then she heard Kevlar continue, not many people know about this. After all, they're both quite low-key. But most people of your father's generation are aware of it. What's wrong? You don't look too happy, Kevlar asked with concern, gently patting Erica's head. No. Nothing. Erica's mood suddenly became subtly depressed, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. She just felt a bit irritated. Kevlar looked at her with a smile, inwardly sighing. Although Erica had been through life and death situations, strictly speaking, she was still a child. Her thoughts were too easy to read. Kevlar could tell with just one look that she admired Victor. There might even be something more mixed in. If that was the case, it would be best to nip these feelings in the bud before they could develop, before their teacher-student relationship could change. Cutting off Erika's thoughts decisively was undoubtedly the best choice. Besides, she truly approved of her own sister. Although Victor's character was quite poor, his abilities were real, and he knew how to make money. Just thinking about how he had charged her 8,000 gyros for saving her made her inexplicably unhappy. This man was simply a business genius. She could understand why so many people were hostile towards Victor. But Kevlar was just joking to herself. With such a capable brother-in-law, how could she let anyone else have him? While she was chatting idly with Erika, things were heating up again around Victor. Jace was now very upset. His face was flushed, and his emotions were running high. He began to question Victor. "Tell me to get lost." "What right do you have to tell me to get lost?" "He does indeed have that right." A voice rang out from the crowd, and the second prince, smiling, made his way through the throng. The surrounding people saw the second prince's appearance and immediately began to whisper, "Why has the second prince come?" "I don't know, he can't be here to help Victor, can he?" People speculated about the second prince's intentions, while the prince himself remained perfectly calm. He saw his sister hiding behind Victor, frowned slightly, sighed, and said to Jace Razor, "Cousin Jace, I understand your emotions, but this is not a reason for you to come and deliberately cause trouble. Your attitude has frightened my little sister." Jace Razor looked at the princess and saw Aurelian slightly shrinking her head, not daring to look at him. His brain, flushed with anger, immediately cleared of some confusion. But he still said dissatisfiedly, "If Her Highness the Princess wants me to leave, of course I can go, but what position does Victor have to tell me to get lost?" The Razor family's contributions to the royal family were not small, and the Cravina family certainly couldn't step on their heads just because of one demon battle. Jace thought to himself, but then he heard the second prince narrow his eyes, his tone becoming somewhat unfriendly. "Jace." The second prince no longer addressed him as cousin, his tone somewhat displeased. "Mr. Victor has been personally appointed by father as the magic tutor for my little sister." Whoosh! Instantly, the entire venue was in an uproar. Victor has actually become the princess's private tutor? No wonder he could accompany His Majesty. Isn't this a clear sign of cozying up to the royal family? Gwen, who was drinking alone not far away, also spat out her wine upon hearing this news. "What? Victor is the princess's private tutor?" Kevlar was also stunned after hearing this news, the smile on her face gradually freezing. This was no ordinary matter. Teachers, after all, had their ranks. If he were just a lecturer at the academy, it wouldn't cause such a shock among the nobility. But Victor was a tutor personally appointed by the emperor for the princess. Strictly speaking, this was already a master and disciple relationship. As the princess's teacher, strictly speaking, Victor could even influence the princess's future. Thus, those present had new questions. Such an important position, His Majesty had given it to Victor. Was he suitable? He was more than suitable. Not to mention that Victor was a senior professor at the Royal Magic Academy, already belonging to the Empire. The youngest fourth-tier Saint Mage, which already demonstrated his genius. Before Victor, no one would have believed that a mage could reach this level before the age of 30. Victor's reputation for genius had consistently broken the Empire's records. If he wasn't suitable, then no one would be. Originally, Father was planning to announce this to the whole city tomorrow, but I've explained it in advance to give everyone some mental preparation. So, Mr. Victor's words are essentially my little sister's words. Jace, do you understand? The second prince explained everything with a light laugh. Hearing this, Jace Razor's face turned gloomy. Unable to accept it, he gritted his teeth, glared at Victor, snorted angrily, and stormed off. He was gone, and the atmosphere around was no longer quiet. The nobles began to whisper and mutter to each other, and the entire banquet took on a completely different appearance. Everyone realized that Victor had become the princess's teacher. Victor had risen in rank again, and the Cravina family could be said to be at the height of their prosperity. The second prince had proactively appeared to defuse the situation for Victor, and then actively promoted Victor's teacher-student relationship with the princess. Among those who had become nobles and appeared at the banquet, few were fools. First accompanying His Majesty, and now receiving favor from one of the royal heirs. At this moment, Everyone felt a sense of suffocation. Leah Kravina had just come out of the restroom. She adjusted her gown and saw that the atmosphere in the banquet hall was a bit off, leaving her bewildered. What was going on? Why was the second prince by Victor's side? Of course, she hadn't seen the initial scene, and was somewhat confused. Could it be that the second prince was already planning to win Victor over? The second prince smiled and nodded slightly to Victor. "I'm very sorry about this situation, Viscount Victor." "Oh, pardon me, it should be Earl now." "I apologize for cousin Jace's rash behavior." He bowed slightly, apologized, and then hurriedly left without waiting for Victor's response. It was as if he had come purely to defuse the situation for Victor, to help him make a good impression in front of the guests. He didn't even stay to say anything more. Seeing the second prince's departure, the guests gradually dispersed, going about their business. Many young nobles looked at Victor with strange expressions. They wanted to come over and greet Victor, but remembering his attitude towards Jace earlier, no one dared to come and risk unpleasantness. In contrast, Leah became the target of many people's attempts to strike up a conversation. "Miss Leah." Hearing the source of the voice, Leah turned to see several nobles approaching her. She smiled habitually, though it was a fake smile. "I'm Hansa, and these two are Mr. Tick and Mrs. Annie." Leah responded with a kind smile, shaking hands with each of them. Leah handled these nobles with ease. As she conversed, she glanced irritably towards Victor's direction. She saw Victor sitting expressionlessly in the corner, yet no one dared to chat with him, and she suddenly felt envious. Just putting on a poker face was enough to avoid being disturbed. How nice that must be. Sigh. Thinking this, Leah heaved a heavy sigh, quickly adjusted her mood, and once again forced a smile as she chatted with the nobles. Kevla leaned against Erika's side, clicking her tongue in wonder. "I never thought Victor would get so cozy with the royal family." "The princess's teacher, huh?" "I've heard the princess is quite talented too. Wonder if that's true." As she spoke, Kevla saw Gwen on the other side, her face slightly flushed, clearly having had a bit too much to drink. She walked over helplessly and snatched the wine glass from Gwen's hand. All right, little Gwen, stop drinking. If you drink too much, there'll be no one to take care of you." Only Erika was left standing in place, staring blankly at Victor in the corner. Beside him was the princess, who didn't seem to dislike Victor, and even wore a smile while chatting with him. And Victor? He still had that poker face, showing no change at all. As if suddenly remembering something, she came to her senses and walked towards Victor. The Duke had been standing nearby the whole time. Seeing Erika's movement, he couldn't help but sigh, shake his head, and then went back to chatting with the nobles beside him. "Mr. Victor, thank you very much." Professor." As the princess and Victor were chatting, an untimely voice interjected. Both the princess and Victor looked towards the source of the voice. Erika was clenching her fists against her chest, her face slightly flushed. She seemed to have made some decision, lowered her head, and boldly said, "I want to become stronger too. I also want to become your disciple." Victor and Aurelian's gazes simultaneously turned towards Erika. The atmosphere gradually grew silent. Erika, being stared at by both of them, felt a bit shy, but her eyes remained determined. Victor remained silent for a moment, then said, "Erika, you're already my student." "That's not what I mean," Erika said anxiously. "The common knowledge taught by professors in the academy. I'll learn it sooner or later anyway." This wasn't Erika boasting. In the entire Royal Academy, even among students senior to Erika, most were only first-tier mages, with second-tier mages being rare. Erika had only been enrolled for a year, yet she had already reached the second tier. The academy had nothing left to teach her, which was why Erika sought Victor for extra lessons every evening after classes. Her talent was evident to all. But no matter how talented she was, after experiencing several life-threatening situations, she understood a crucial point. No matter how much simulation training, how much knowledge, or how much magical power one possessed, academy-trained mages were destined to be inferior to those battle-hardened mages. Recalling the several near-death experiences, Erika felt a chill of fear. She was still too weak. Victor stood up, looking down into her eyes. Seemingly intimidated by Victor's subtle cold demeanor, Erika took a small step back, but still fearlessly met Victor's gaze. She wanted to become stronger. "But I won't take you as my disciple." Victor rejected Erika's request. His quick decision stunned Erika, making her heart sink a little. Somehow, a feeling of disappointment welled up in her heart. But she didn't show it. Even with tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, she stubbornly raised her head, looking at Victor defiantly. Why? Even though she was rejected, Erika wanted a reason. At least, she wanted to understand her shortcomings. Victor spoke calmly. "Always remember, you are the Duke's only heir. Then I'll convince him." Erika's tone carried undeniable confidence. "I can definitely convince my father, I promise." Victor narrowed his eyes, letting out a light chuckle through his nose. "Is that so? Then, we'll discuss the rest later." Suddenly, his body burst into roaring flames, as if igniting half the night sky. He turned around, looking at the slightly dazed princess, and bowed slightly. "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave early." "Enjoy yourself, Your Highness." As he spoke, his body gradually solidified, turning into a statue made of ashes. A powerful wind, like a sharp blade, peeled away his body piece by piece until it completely dispersed into the air, carried away by the wind. He disappeared from the banquet hall, leaving only ashes behind. Erika stood there, slightly stunned. Did Victor agree? She wasn't sure, but at least she had a goal now. Convince her father. But just then, the princess's delicate voice rang out. "I know you, you're Erika, Erika Duclos." Erika snapped back to reality and looked at the princess, only then realizing she hadn't greeted Her Highness yet. In terms of noble etiquette, this was undoubtedly somewhat offensive. She was about to curtsy when she saw the princess staring at her intently. It seemed she wasn't very friendly towards her. "People outside say you're the youngest genius in the capital." Indeed, being able to become a second-tier mage at 17 was not common. Erika's genius was truly rare. "Your Highness, you." Erika was about to say some flattering words to appease the princess she hadn't met much before, but she heard her suddenly say, "Are you trying to steal my teacher?" Erika was stunned, then heard Orlean say in an unfriendly tone, "I won't let you succeed. You can't take him away. Under his guidance, I will become an even greater genius than you, letting everyone know who his most outstanding student is." Orlean said no more. The graceful princess stood up and turned to leave. She didn't even give Erika a chance to speak. Erika watched her gradually leave, unable to say a word herself. Outside the palace, the air suddenly burst into sparks. Crackly crackly. Soon, the sparks turned into full flames. Several flames ignited out of thin air, intertwining with each other, gradually revealing Victor's figure. Victor waved his hand, and those flames turned into a black windbreaker draping over his body. Vega stood on a pole, flapping its wings and flying to Victor's shoulder. "You're so slow. Did something interesting happen in the palace?" "The emperor asked me to be the princess's teacher." I agreed. Vega raised an eyebrow curiously. "Became a person with connections?" Victor didn't respond to it, but the crow started to complain. "In the end, you'll still rely on me. I think your academy should give me a title too." "How about the great Professor Vega?" A blue teleportation magic circle lit up under Victor's feet, and man and crow disappeared into the night. It was nearly midnight when Leah returned to the mansion by carriage. Socializing with a group of nobles was truly exhausting. Nothing but pleasantries, attempting to establish connections with the Cravina family. Dealing with all this had left her mentally and physically exhausted. She had planned to drag her aching body to find Victor and go home together, only to find that Victor had already left. After returning home and changing her clothes, she went to the training ground, where she finally found Victor. Victor was still practicing with the sword, and his every move somehow made Leah feel there was something to it. But remembering that Victor had gone home without waiting for her, Leah felt a bit annoyed and couldn't help but mock him. "What's this? Is our mage lord planning to change careers?" Victor didn't respond to her, but upon seeing Leah return, he sheathed the silver sword. This time, however, he didn't hang the long sword back on the wall. The sword disappeared in his hand, stored in the player-exclusive inventory. "You're back? Then let's prepare to depart." Leah was slightly taken aback. To be honest, she had originally planned to leave in the afternoon, expecting to arrive at the territory early the next morning. It was now too late to return to the Kravina territory by carriage. But shortly after Victor finished speaking, a blue magic circle lit up under his feet again. This time it was much larger than before, with clearly visible patterns and runes. A terrifying magical aura suddenly burst forth from the ground, and the shocking blue teleportation array rose from the ground, shooting straight into the sky. The violent wind stirred up made Victor's windbreaker flap wildly, the black coat swaying on his body, and Leah's hanging long hair stood on end from the wind. Soon, the wind gradually subsided, accompanied by blue starlight gradually enveloping both of their bodies. A blue teleportation array also gradually formed above their heads. Leah stood there stunned, asking Victor, "What is this?" Victor didn't look at her, just calmly explained, "I spent 2 hours here, constructing a two-way teleportation array with Blaiston." Blaiston was a city under the Kravina domain, the second most prosperous city after the capital. Victor's old home was there. Leah was slightly taken aback. "So you came back early just to do this?" Victor didn't speak, which was as good as an affirmation. Leah fell silent, thinking about how she had blamed Victor for not waiting for her to return earlier. She actually felt a bit guilty now. She tried standing inside the magic circle, feeling the astonishing magical power rushing towards her. Even though Leah wasn't a mage, she clearly recognized Victor's strength from this terrifying amount of magical power. "The teleportation array can be maintained for a whole day. If all goes well, we can still use this array to return tomorrow." Leah nodded, and in the next second, the two arrays gradually merged together. The two of them, along with the array, disappeared with scattered starlight, transforming into a blue light flying towards the distance. Afterwards, a return teleportation array was left at the original spot, gradually dimming and being concealed. In a dim room, a group of people wearing brown cloaks with hoods burst in. These people all covered any parts of their bodies that might have distinguishing features, only revealing their different pupils. There was nothing inside the room, as if everything that could be taken away had been looted. Now only 4 walls remained. As if they were prepared, Lian entered the room, inspecting everything, and nodded upon hearing the report from her subordinate beside her. "What about the clues? Do you know where he went?" "He might have already left the city, but calculating the time, he shouldn't have left the territory yet." Lian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, the young miss was prepared." She took out a bronze-colored disc from her waist, with no directions engraved on it. Half a pointer was pointing in one direction. The subordinate, seeing the device in Lian's hand, immediately knew what it was, a rune tracker. Lian began to explain calmly, "Miss Leah signed magical contracts with every merchant cooperating with the territory. As long as they are still within the territory, we can track them with this device." Everyone suddenly realized, their eyes, the only visible part, almost all lit up with admiring stars. As expected of Miss Leah. "It's good that Miss Leah was prepared. I envy Lady Lian. She must use this to monitor Miss Leah's location every day." The others immediately turned their gaze to the person who spoke last. Lian waved her hand indifferently, when suddenly, a light spot lit up on the edge of the rune tracker. This light spot looked somewhat special, which made the people around curious, but Lian looked at it and put the rune tracker away. She coughed lightly twice, as if nothing had happened, and gave orders to the others. "You go after him first. I need to go back for a while." After saying this, she leapt out of the window, her movements in the night sky like an agile cheetah, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Blue light gradually brightened, and Victor and Leah appeared simultaneously in the backyard of the Kravina mansion. The backyard was very spacious, much larger and more luxurious compared to the villa in the capital. In the night, the backyard even had fireflies constantly flying about, like a private starry sky above the lawn. This was Victor's old home. Although he didn't have many impressions of this place in his memory, he had only been here a few times when doing side quest investigations. One second they were in the capital, the next they were suddenly back in the territory, which made Leah marvel. Magic is really convenient. As the array gradually dissipated and hid under the lawn, Victor's voice followed. "Do you need my help?" "What? You look down on me." Leah glanced at Victor, saying nonchalantly, "If we need to use our family's mage lord to catch a small thief who embezzled, that would be giving him too much credit. You just sleep in your own room first, and wait for me to come back." "Oh right, you do remember where your room is, don't you?" Victor nodded. Since Leah didn't need help, he also believed she could handle everything well. If it really was the Chur, with the resources Leah could mobilize, it would be enough to control him. If she couldn't handle it, Victor glanced at the glove on Leah's right hand. The mage's hand would tell Victor if Leah encountered any danger she couldn't resolve. Leah didn't say anything more and hurriedly left. After she left, Victor still stood in place without moving. Vega stood on his shoulder, curiously looking around at everything, and said, "So this is where you used to live? It's really big." Victor didn't respond, which made Vega a bit confused. "What are you doing? Why are you standing still?" "Don't talk, I'm trying to remember where my room is." Victor lightly stomped his foot, and the teleportation array lit up beneath him once again. It was already late at night, and the servants in the house had all gone to bed. Victor didn't want to make a fuss and wake them up, so he simply decided to use teleportation magic to search room by room. In the depths of the night, a burly white-haired old man, hearing the noise, slowly walked up to the second floor, heading towards the room where the sound was coming from. Accompanied by the gradual dissipation of a cyan light in the room, Victor appeared in a dimly lit chamber. He looked around. This wasn't his room. It should be a guest room. Victor was about to teleport again, to continue to the next room. But the door of the room creaked open. The old man pushed open Victor's door, appearing behind him. His burly figure was like a giant bear, his presence seeming to cast a shadow over the room. Even the night light couldn't penetrate through his body. When the old man saw clearly who was in the room, he adjusted his monocle and bowed with his hand on his chest. "Master, you've returned." Victor's magic was quite conspicuous. To be able to enter the house undetected, bypassing the family knight's inspection outside, one would need to be at least a third-tier mage. Victor turned his head to look at the old man. This towering old man, standing at 3 meters tall, seemed familiar to him. Helnason, an aged bear man. He was the butler of the Cravina family. Having lived for over 100 years, he had diligently served the Cravina family, seeing off 3 generations of the Cravina family. Victor was the 3rd generation. As the guardian of the Cravina family for generations, even against a 4th-tier mage, he could hold his own. "I didn't expect to wake you, Helnason." "I'm sorry." "Not at all. I'm glad to see the master return." "How long do you plan to stay this time?" "I'll send someone to prepare your room." "No need, Helnason. Go back to rest. I'll be leaving before tomorrow." Hearing Victor's words, the butler nodded and bowed to him. "Master, remember to call me if you need anything." With that, the burly old man turned and left, not making a single footstep sound. After seeing him leave, Victor once again cast his teleportation magic. When Victor opened his eyes again, he was in another room. The room was large, with a faint floral scent in the air. The luxurious decorations around made one feel the extraordinary status of the room's owner. It looked like a woman's room, and the only woman living in the old family mansion was. "This is Leah's room," Victor confirmed. He hadn't expected to teleport into Leah's bedroom. But Victor didn't mind. Leah had sneaked into his room plenty of times, and when Victor was in his bedroom, she would enter without even knocking. The room was kept very clean and tidy, with no signs of anyone having slept in the bed. After all, Leah had been staying at their house in the capital these days. Suddenly, Victor felt an urge rise in his heart. It was an irresistible impulse originating from a player's instinct. In games, players would search every possible place in accessible rooms, to avoid missing any items. Moreover, Victor had a strong collecting habit, the type who wouldn't leave a place until he had thoroughly scavenged it. He closed his eyes, suppressing the restless desire in his heart. This wasn't right. After all, it was a girl's room. He casually glanced around, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Vega's single eye fixed on a cabinet. The cabinet was covered with a faintly yellow glowing magic array, which would be invisible unless one specifically looked for it. "Victor, over there." Victor turned back to look, and he also saw the cabinet under the desk. He quickly realized what it was: a magic lock, a magic array that seals with magical power. Without deciphering the complex runes, it's impossible to open anything under the magic lock. This magically locked bookcase, could there be something hidden inside? Want to open it and take a look? Vega was also curious, stretching out its bird neck, staring at it. Although Victor had thought that he might miss an important item if he didn't open it, he carefully considered that there might be Leah's privacy inside. "All right, it's open, Victor." The magic array quickly dissipated, the magic lock easily undone by Vega. Victor couldn't help but ask an additional question. "Don't you have any concept of respecting others' privacy, huh? Are you joking with me?" Vega gave Victor a disdainful glance, saying indifferently, "Anyone could see your desire to open the cabinet." Fair enough, Victor had to admit. Thoroughly searching every room without missing anything was a common affliction among players. He couldn't avoid it either. Victor mentally apologized, but still instinctively opened the drawer. There were no special items inside, just a few old, mended toy dolls. At the back of the drawer, there was a very old notebook, its pages already yellowed. Victor curiously took it out and casually flipped to a page. As if ancient memories were being unveiled before him without any concealment. November 6th, Father said that brother has awakened a very powerful magical talent. Our family is going to have a very powerful mage. That's great, brother will protect me for life, right? November 7th, brother seems to be studying very hard. That must be so tiring. I want to help brother become the most powerful mage. But brother only scolds me for being a nuisance. How can I help brother? November 8th, I told father about my worries. Father told me that being a mage is a profession that requires a lot of money. So, will brother be very short of money? If I could earn a lot of money, would I be able to help brother? Victor looked at the words on the page, his mood becoming somewhat complex. There was only this much on this page, so he flipped a few more pages. December 21st, it snowed heavily again today. I love snow. Mr. Helnason helped me build a very big snowman. I showed the snowman to brother, but he used magic to shatter it. Does he not like snowmen? December 22nd, I made a mistake today. I accidentally dirtied brother's magic book. It's very expensive, and brother scolded me angrily, punishing me by making me stand in the snow. I feel very cold. I'm sorry, brother. It was my fault first. December 23rd, I saw brother again today. I wanted to apologize, but he scolded me harshly again. He said he hates tears. Should I not cry? Why can't I ever satisfy brother? I'm so useless. The pages after that were filled with trivial matters. Until January 1st, there were no more diary entries. Victor put down the diary, his mood somewhat heavy. The reason behind the strained sibling relationship between Victor and Leah was never mentioned in the game. In the game, Leah's room was locked, and no player could enter it. So players have never seen the contents of this diary. Seems like you were quite a handful before, Vega said beside him, having also read the contents of the diary. Victor nodded, not refuting the other's words. He didn't close the notebook. Light glowed from his palm, and a black pen appeared in his hand. On a blank page of the diary, he drew a simple smiley face. He folded the corner of this page, closed the notebook, and put it back in the cabinet. Vega silently watched Victor do all this, then heard Victor say, "Lock the cabinet again, Vega." Vega did as told, magically locking the cabinet again. From the outside, there was no trace that it had been opened. Victor turned and walked towards the door, with Vega flapping its wings to follow him. "Where are you planning to go?" "I said earlier, I'm quite interested in that grain merchant." Victor only said this much, as a teleportation array appeared under his feet, faintly glowing. Vega quickly flew onto his shoulder. The moment it touched Victor's shoulder, man and bird disappeared. Finally caught you. A group of hooded people caught Cher outside the wilderness. Cher was burly, the type that people would instinctively avoid on the street due to his strong build. However, at this moment, he was surrounded by a group of people. Cher was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He shouted, Where is Miss Leah? I want to see Miss Leah. Why are you arresting me? The hooded people around felt something was off. Why was Cher shouting so loudly? But no one thought too much about it. A sharp female voice sounded harshly. You'll see Miss Leah after we take you back. Cher still had an unrelenting look as he said, I must see Miss Leah. I have something to explain. Oh? What do you want to explain? Leah's cold voice suddenly rang out. She had appeared out of nowhere. Beside her was Lian, only her green eyes visible. Leah crossed her arms, coldly looking at Cher. You've embezzled quite a bit of money from our family, huh? What, Cher, are you planning to escape back to the kingdom now? Cher looked at Leah, about to say something, but saw Leah wave her hand. Countless hooded people emerged from the surroundings, drawing their bows and arrows, waiting for Leah's command to turn Cher into a pincushion. I suggest you don't move. Otherwise, I'm not sure if your breakfast tomorrow might include an arrow. Cher's face darkened, as if he had fallen into a desperate situation. But suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned upward, wearing an expression of a successful conspiracy. Lian beside them quickly noticed his change and hurriedly shouted, shoot. Instantly, countless arrows flew towards Cher. Suddenly, the arrows seemed to be blocked by some kind of barrier, stopping in midair. An astonishing barrier rose sharply from the ground, and a shocking sense of weakness immediately surged through everyone except Leah. Magic disruption? Lian sensed something was wrong. Looking at her own hands. Within the range of this barrier, she couldn't use even a bit of magic power. Then they heard Cher suddenly say, how does the taste of the magic suppressing stone feel? Originally, these things were prepared for Victor, but now using them to test the effect on his sister is not bad either. Leah, on the other hand, seemed somewhat speechless. Even in this seemingly disadvantageous situation, she didn't show any panic. So what? I'm not a mage. Hearing this, Cher became anxious first and cursed. Bullshit. Do you think I don't know you're a second-tier mage? Hearing these words, Leah suddenly narrowed her eyes. She secretly tried to activate her mage's hand, but it had no effect either. I have to admit your methods are not bad. You're more suitable to be the lord of the Cravina territory than Victor. However, you'll have to stay here today. As he spoke, the barrier rippled a few times, and several warriors carrying weapons walked out of thin air. Within a barrier where magic power cannot be used, warriors who fight with blood and chi are undoubtedly the opponents you find most difficult to resist. Cher laughed maniacally, also taking out his weapon, preparing to kill everyone inside the barrier. Leah yawned somewhat boredly. Is that all? There were hundreds, if not thousands, of knights ambushed in this area. She only needed to send a slight signal. The iron cavalry of the knights would instantly tear apart these warriors in front of them. But no one knew this except her. Lian looked somewhat worried and whispered to Leah, Miss Leah, please be prepared to escape. We will risk our lives to open a path for you to leave. With that, she drew 2 daggers from her waist, ready for battle. Leah frowned. She was about to say something, but then, the mage's hand on her hand slightly heated up. Once the mage's hand is close to its magic source, it will also produce a response. So, Lian, stand still. Leah revealed a confident smile. Under the somewhat disbelieving gazes of everyone, she calmly said, someone has come to pick us up. Kuma A! A cyan magic array suddenly lit up outside the barrier, its enormous range fully enveloping the entire barrier. An astonishing magical aura leaked out. In just an instant, the array ignored the obstacle of a magic-suppressing stone, teleporting everyone inside the barrier except Cher and his subordinates away. A white light flashed, and when Leah opened her eyes again, they had been teleported to a hillside outside the barrier. Except for her, everyone was looking around, slightly dazed. They seemed to not yet understand what had just happened. Leah walked a few steps forward. She looked down at the inside of the barrier not far away. Inside, there was a familiar figure. The man wore a black windbreaker, his back to her. The glow in his hand dissipated, indicating the teleportation magic he had just cast. Victor's voice sounded from inside the barrier, the magic-suppressing stone, a specialty of the kingdom, is very effective against mages, but it also has an obvious flaw. If the mage is not within the restricted range, they can use magic from afar. affecting the inside of the magic suppressing stone's limitation. In other words, if I wanted to, just now, the magic suppressing stone barrier you set up would have been instantly shattered by my magic. Cher looked at the uninvited guest, gripping his blade tightly, carefully watching the newcomer. He questioned loudly, "Who are you?" Then, Victor elegantly bowed to him. "I am Victor." "I heard you were looking for me?" After Victor revealed his identity, Cher stared at him intently. Due to the darkness earlier and Victor's all-black windbreaker, Cher hadn't immediately noticed his appearance. But upon closer inspection, the man's features basically matched the image on the magic stone portrait. Victor Cravina, the Empire's most talented fourth-tier mage. Instinct told him that he sensed a strong feeling of crisis from this man. But Cher wasn't afraid, because this was within the range of the magic suppressing stone. No matter how strong Victor was, he was still just a mage. Even the most powerful mage, if unable to construct magic, is nothing more than a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. "I admit, you understand the magic suppressing stone well," Cher said. The magic suppressing stone was a mineral recently discovered by the kingdom, as special as the Empire's magic stones. But he hadn't expected that the man before him would understand the magic suppressing stone even better than he did. "However, you will ultimately pay the price for your arrogance, Victor." Cher couldn't help but laugh towards the sky, his expression utterly maniacal. Slaying Victor, the Empire's top genius mage. If he could achieve this feat, he would receive supreme honor upon returning to the kingdom. Knowing the effects of the magic suppressing stone, Victor still dared to stand within its range. If this wasn't arrogance, what was? Victor began trying to construct magic, but only managed to produce a few sparks of magical fire in the air. Even the fire origin is somewhat affected, Victor thought to himself. The power of the fire origin was above the limitations of the magic suppressing stone, but as a collection of elemental magic power, it was still affected by the stone. Victor carefully sensed it. If he forcibly used fire magic, he could probably exert about 1/10 of his original fire magic. If Victor wanted, he could summon a meteor much smaller than the one in the capital. Although the power would be reduced, but it would definitely be enough to instantly kill these warriors whose average level didn't exceed 30. Victor's gaze turned towards Cher. As the battle triggered, a health bar and level appeared above Cher's head. Level 32. In the future Cher quest, his level would be 35. Cher was startled when he saw the flames ignite in Victor's hand, but became arrogant again when he saw the flames rapidly extinguish. This wasn't wrong. A mage unable to cast magic posed no threat. Cher didn't waste any more words and directly shouted to the warriors beside him, "Don't waste time. Kill him quickly." Their warriors raised their swords and slowly walked towards Victor. Leah, watching everything happening inside from outside, furrowed her brow. The mage's hand on her own hand had lost its effect, so Victor, who was inside, shouldn't be able to use magic either. What exactly was Victor trying to do? Regardless of what he was planning, Leah had to be prepared to rescue him. "So," she said to Lian beside her, "prepare to save Victor. He can't die." "Yes." Receiving the order, Lian drew the wooden sword from her back, her body tensing like a cheetah. Inside the barrier, their warriors were closing in on Victor step by step. Victor stood still, not moving, just staring straight at the few warriors walking towards him, as if he didn't know how to fight without magic. Die. A kingdom warrior reached Victor's side, his long sword swiftly falling, about to slash at Victor. Almost instantly, Lian beside Leah transformed into a gust of wind, rushing towards the barrier like a streak of light. But just as she was about to touch the barrier, what happened inside the barrier made her stop in her tracks. She widened her eyes, full of disbelief. A long sword pierced through the warrior's skull, and in an instant, blood splattered everywhere. As if instantly losing consciousness, the warrior stared with wide eyes, unable to close them in death. Victor pulled out the sword in his hand, allowing the mixture of blood and brain matter to splash onto his face. He casually wiped it away, his expression unchanged. Fatal attack. In the game, except for boss units, any unit had a fatal weakness, as long as the player's own level was higher than the opponent's. Finding this spot meant they could ignore the health bar and attack, killing with one hit. and the fatal weakness of humans was the easiest to find. Although Victor was restricted in his use of magic power. But now, he was level 41. "Continue," Victor said, standing in place, his voice cold as ice. Even though Che was battle-hardened, seeing Victor's cruel killing method made him somewhat panicked. His mind was full of various doubts. Is he really a mage? Where did that sword come from? Cold sweat broke out on Che's palms, and a sense of crisis surged up again. He no longer cared about anything else. Seeing the kingdom warriors standing by around him, he immediately shouted loudly, "All of you, attack!" "Kill him!" Several warriors raised their swords, quickly surrounding Victor. One person slashed straight down at Victor, but Victor dodged it skillfully with agile footwork. But at this moment, the attack from the warrior behind him also came. Squelch! The sound of a blade piercing through a body rang out, blood spraying forth. The warrior who had intended to sneak attack looked at the long sword that had suddenly appeared in his chest, his eyes gradually dimming. "Second one," Victor counted, as if tolling the death knell for everyone. Perhaps due to fear, or perhaps due to arrogant confidence, their warriors finally went berserk. Blood wrapped around these people as they charged towards Victor like madmen. But these movements, in Victor's eyes, were as if they had been slowed down dozens of times. He seemed to move out of habit, just slightly shifting backward a few inches, easily avoiding the incoming blades. Then, he raised his hand. The long sword thrust out, aiming straight for the heart of the kingdom warrior in front of him. Clangu-A. However, this time, the blade was blocked by the sturdy armor on the opponent's chest. That warrior breathed a sigh of relief, quickly raising his sword, preparing to attack again. But suddenly, he froze in place. Feeling his life rapidly slipping away, he widened his eyes. A gush of hot blood burst from his chest, and the sword in his hand clattered to the ground. "Pity, I made a small mistake." "But you didn't manage to seize the opportunity of my mistake." Victor's chilling voice rang out as he pulled out his sword, letting the dead warrior crash to the ground. Che widened his eyes, this time seeing clearly. At the moment the warrior raised his sword, Victor's silver sword had somehow slipped into the gap between the armor plates. The slightly curved silver sword had pierced that warrior's heart. Every strike, fatal. The remaining few began to fear. They all swung at Victor together, but their movements still seemed incredibly slow in Victor's eyes. He seemed to have found his rhythm, his movements becoming incredibly fluid. He slightly bent down to avoid several swords that swept through the air, then sidestepped to dodge the slash from another side. In the intervals between these warriors' attacks, the long sword thrust towards their weak points. Without exception, hitting precisely. Blood completely dyed Victor's silver sword red. The last warrior took a deep breath, gripping his sword tightly, and thrust towards Victor. Victor skillfully sidestepped the sword, his blade extending. One sword, one life. Precise and elegant. Lian stood just outside the barrier, watching Victor's entire performance. She stood there, dumbfounded. Victor's swordsmanship, compared to swordsmen who had trained for years, could definitely not be called exquisite. But after watching this one-sided slaughter, Lian could only describe Victor with one phrase: clean, efficient. Only this evaluation was worthy of the current Victor. Like a battle-hardened warrior, he gave the impression that he could dodge their attacks even with his eyes closed, precisely finding the weak points on the enemy's body in the intervals between their attacks, delivering a fatal blow with each strike. He wore a black windbreaker, wielding a blood-soaked longsword. At his feet lay corpses oozing fresh blood. Under the moonlight, he was as elegant as a dancer in a requiem. "How is this possible?" Lian murmured, her body involuntarily shuddering. He was supposed to be just a mage, yet he was so outstanding in close combat. A genius? Number. He was a monster. Monster. You're not a mage. You're not Victor. You absolutely cannot be Victor. Che was shocked by this scene. Blood flowed to his feet, his subordinates falling one by one as if they were vegetables being chopped. His mind went blank, left with only one thought. The person before him was a monster. Victor shook the blood off his sword. Under the moonlight, the blade's gleam seemed particularly dazzling. Except for the blood that had splattered on his face at the beginning, the rest of the people weren't even worthy of having their blood touch him. "I like traditional bosses like you," Victor suddenly explained, his tone full of cold mockery. "First, you let your subordinates come to die. After watching most of them get killed, you jump out for the final battle." Cliche tilde copyright, but I like it. Victor snapped his fingers, and endless flames spread, burning all the dead bodies on the ground to ashes, gradually dispersing with a gentle breeze. Cher finally panicked. Victor could use magic. He could actually use magic. Damn it. How is this possible? From beginning to end, the advantage you thought you had was what I wanted you to believe. Victor gripped his silver sword, slowly walking towards Cher. Seeing the monster continuously approaching him, Cher's forehead was covered in sweat. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. The sword in his hand fell heavily into the mud. Cher no longer had the strength to pick it up. Your arrogance, your inflated ego, led you step by step into the abyss of despair. But don't worry, I won't let you die before I get useful information from you. Victor raised his sword, pointing the tip at Cher, lifting his head slightly to signal him. Pick up your weapon. Let's continue. Cher was pushed to the brink, his anger reaching a boiling point as blood rushed to his head. He abruptly stood up, grasping the long sword beside him once again. Tangible chi enveloped Cher's body, and a layer of white patterns appeared on his sword. A warrior's battle technique. Unlike magic, this was a skill that only warriors could use with their chi. As if breaking through the wind, Cher charged rapidly towards him. Victor instinctively raised his silver sword to protect himself, forcefully blocking Cher's heavy strike. In an instant, the soil behind Victor erupted, and the intense air pressure tore through trees dozens of meters away. Victor's hands went numb, and he stepped back a few paces. As expected, my strength is inferior to that of a traditional warrior, Victor muttered to himself, lowering his head slightly. Cher swung his sword, passing over Victor's head. The timing was just right. Victor countered by striking Cher's waist with the hilt of his sword. However, this had little effect. The sturdy Cher merely retreated a few steps. Cher violently slammed his patterned long sword into the ground, sending a powerful shockwave through the earth. Victor, seizing the moment, leapt back a step, easily avoiding the ground's tremors. But Cher refused to give up, raising his blade from the ground towards the sky. A blade of wind burst forth instantly, rushing straight at Victor. Once, twice, 3 times. Cher repeatedly attempted to attack Victor with his wind blades, only to see his opponent dodge all of his attacks with agile movements. His eyes narrowed as he thrust his sword into the ground beneath his feet with a bang. A powerful wind pressure began to swirl around, expanding outwards. Victor's gaze remained calm as he aimed for a gap in the barrier and thrust his sword in. The astonishing wind barrier was easily broken with just this one strike. Any move Cher made seemed to have a solution in Victor's eyes. He stepped forward, taking advantage of the delay after Cher's skill, and lunged towards Cher's body. However, Cher suddenly pulled out a round shield from his waist, blocking Victor's attack head-on. His expression gradually turned incredibly cruel. If he could just deflect Victor's attack, just once, a stunned Victor would instantly be cut to pieces by him. But before he could succeed, Victor suddenly revealed a smile. How naive! Boom! His body suddenly transformed into a ball of flame, bypassing the round shield and enveloping Cher within. The astonishing flame seemed to want to burn Cher to ashes, and his agonized screams could be heard from within the barrier. The fire burst forth, as if illuminating half the sky. As the flames dissipated, Victor's figure reappeared in his original spot. He flicked his long sword, the epitome of elegance. Cher, however, was covered in burn marks, panting heavily, using his weapon to support himself on the ground. Why? Why? Cher's eyes widened, unable to accept this moment. In his domain of close combat, he was even inferior to a mage. And this mage could even cast magic within the range of the magic suppressing stone. This wasn't fair. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. Why was it that his every move was completely seen through by his opponent? Even his secret weapon, which he had prepared long ago, in Victor's eyes, it seemed not even worthy of being called a secret. At this moment, Cher exploded with rage. Dense red chi coiled around his body, like a terrifying bloodlight. In his anger, Cher completely lost his reason. He shed the armor on his body and suddenly touched his long sword to his own blood. The blood, as if guided, gradually climbed up the sword. This beast-like madness made countless hearts tremble. Even Victor seemed stunned, standing motionless in place. Che raised the blood-red giant blade, leaping towards Victor, fiercely slashing out. The powerful sword chi, accompanied by the blood color, instantly formed an area. Even Victor was surrounded within it. Seeing Che's madness, Leah's subordinate anxiously asked, "Miss Leah, shouldn't we support him now?" "No need," Leah said, watching the battle inside without any hint of worry. The moment she saw Victor could use magic, she knew Che had absolutely no chance of winning this fight. If he wants to play, let him play. After the battle is over, we'll handle the aftermath. Leah spoke calmly, but her words were full of confidence in Victor. After all, he was the youngest genius in the imperial capital. How could he possibly lose to a warrior from the kingdom? Whishaw! The powerful blood chi burst out towards the surroundings, carrying wind and chaos. The chi flow was like a series of sharp blades, cutting through the air, rushing towards Victor. Victor moved unhurriedly, as if taking a leisurely stroll, constantly weaving between the gaps of the air blades. The blades sliced through empty air, merely cutting the surrounding trees into thousands of pieces, trees falling with crackling sounds. Che's eyes were bloodshot, constantly watching Victor's movements within this wind barrier. Just once, even if he could attack him just once. But, well, you should have had enough fun by now. A calm voice drifted into his ears. When Che looked at Victor again, his hands were engulfed in raging flames. "I suggest you don't forget one thing," Victor said, stepping on the edge of the blood formation, planting his silver sword within it, pronouncing the final death sentence on his opponent. "I'm a mage." Flames suddenly coated the blade. A gust of wind struck the sharp edge of the silver sword, and Victor twisted it, causing the flame-coated long sword to completely entwine the entire chi field along the airflow. What was originally Che's attack had, in this moment, become his fiery prison. The temperature rose sharply, soaring. It seemed as if it would set the entire wilderness ablaze. As if it could no longer support itself, the entire chi field collapsed with a boom. Boom! An explosion as intense as a raging fire engulfed the wilderness. The others could only see a black figure being blasted out of the smoke and dust, crashing heavily to the ground. It was Che. At the very last moment, he had burnt his blood chi, releasing his final battle technique. However, it was still of no use. His skill was once again easily countered by Victor. It was even used by his opponent as the final attack against him. Penetrating wounds from the backlash of the sword chi fell on Che's limbs. He lay on the ground, barely breathing. The barrier he had set up shattered along with his fall, and a deep, pitch-black stone rolled to Victor's feet. Victor walked to his side, looking down at him with a calm expression. The moment the barrier dissipated, Victor felt his magic power restore. Che raised his head to look at Victor, wanting to see some injuries on him. However, apart from a few tears in his clothes, he couldn't even see a drop of blood on Victor's body. With a flicker of flame, even the damage to his clothes was restored to its original state. Che gave up, his eyes dim and lifeless. After seeing this, even his last hope was completely shattered. He looked at the sky and suddenly, contrary to his usual behavior, burst into laughter. "Long live the kingdom!" As soon as these words were spoken, Lian's face changed nearby, and she hurriedly shouted a warning. "He's trying to take poison." Che bit down on his molar tooth, and the poison inside took effect instantly. At this moment, he only felt his life rapidly slipping away. However, Victor, quick as lightning, flicked open his coat and forcefully poured several vials of crimson potion into Che's mouth. Che's eyes widened. In this instant, he suddenly felt his life force beginning to recover. The states of life draining and recovering appeared simultaneously in his body. This feeling caused him pain as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. Victor looked at the suffering Che, and gradually, a devilish smile appeared on his face. "I told you," he said. "As long as I don't let you die, you won't be able to die." Everyone stood frozen, watching Che writhing on the ground in excruciating pain. What had happened to Che? Why did he suddenly look like he was on the brink of death? However, Leah noticed the crimson potion in Victor's hand and quickly realized what Victor had done. "Is it that miraculous potion again?" she thought. Looking at the strangely contorting chair on the ground, Leah made some guesses. If the color corresponded to the effect, and blue potions restored magic power, then the red potion should restore life. Leah's guess wasn't wrong. At this moment, in Victor's view, Chair's health bar was constantly fluctuating. Whenever Chair's health bar was about to reach zero due to the poison, Victor would forcefully pour a fresh restoration potion down his throat. Victor was deliberately keeping Chair in a state between life and death. Chair's current sensation was very strange. In one moment, he felt his soul becoming very light, as if it was about to ascend to the legendary heaven. The next second, his consciousness would return to his body. Constantly feeling his body endure pain of thousands of ants gnawing at his heart, his limbs were stiff and straight, unable to make any movements to alleviate the pain. He couldn't even commit suicide. Foaming at the mouth, his eyes bloodshot, drooling, he shouted angrily at Victor, kill me now." Victor silently watched him, waiting for Chair to fall into another painful near-death state. Time and again, his consciousness blurred, his life flashing before his eyes. Chair's memories kept appearing, only to be shattered by Victor's hand. Chair knew he probably wouldn't die, and could only wait for the poison to consume his body, before being given a new dose of suffering by the man before him. After a while, the poison's effect finally disappeared. Victor had used several bottles of potion to forcibly bring Chair back from the brink of death. Chair felt his body gradually regaining sensation, the pain slowly dissipating. Is it finally over? Swoosh! Before he could catch his breath, he felt a blade instantly pierce through his forelimbs. The pain returned, unbearably intense. His newly recovered limbs were once again rendered useless, causing Chair to completely lose his composure. "Demon, you're a demon!" Squelch! Victor drove his blade through Chair's palm, pinning it to the soil. The crimson blood merged with the earth. He no longer looked at the painfully howling Chair, but bent down to pick up the magic suppressing stone and the round shield from the ground. As he picked up the two items, Victor saw their respective attributes in his vision. Item name, Evil Knight. Effect, plus 100 health, plus 30 physical defense. Skill, parry, instantly deflect an enemy's attack. Successful parry causes up to 1 second of stun. Item name, Magic Suppressing Stone. Description, can block magic flow within a certain range. Evil Knight was the last trap Chair had prepared for him. If someone didn't know about the parry skill and rashly attacked this shield, they would be stunned for 1 second. For Chair, as a boss, this 1 second of stun could easily take half of a player's life. This was why many players found it difficult to defeat Chair when they first encountered him. Even later on, without the overwhelming advantage of levels and equipment, Chair's unique shield was enough to catch many players off guard. Getting parried by a boss and then stabbed in the kidney was no laughing matter. Fortunately, any of Chair's actions were as transparent as glass in Victor's eyes. Moreover, the current Chair wasn't as formidable as his future boss version. Even if Victor were given a level 10 warrior account, he could defeat Chair without taking damage through his superior skills. It would just take a bit longer. Victor put away the shield and turned his gaze to the magic suppressing stone. The magic suppressing stone's effect was as straightforward as its name suggested. Even in the kingdom, such items were extremely rare. Why did Victor know about this thing? Naturally, because he had used a magic suppressing stone before. As an item, it was practically a divine tool for tricking mages. Imagine a mage player discovering a wild boss in the wilderness, defeating it and about to divide the spoils. Then a passing player runs out, throws down a magic suppressing stone, snatches up the loot, and runs away. That scene. Recalling this, Victor let out a faint smile. Yes, that wild passing player was him. Seeing Victor leave Chair's side, Leah revealed a slight smile. It was as if she had always believed Victor couldn't possibly lose. "Go ahead, it's our turn to clean up." Leah's subordinates reacted, quickly approaching to control Chair. Victor walked towards Leah. As he passed by Lian, he deliberately gave her a glance. Although Victor was inside the barrier, he had noticed when Lian tried to come to his rescue. Her agile speed left a deep impression on Victor, and now seeing her familiar attire and green eyes, Victor felt a sense of familiarity. He remembered that among Leah's subordinates, Victor was an extremely agile elf. Her speed was as fast as lightning, infiltrating enemy camps at night as if entering unguarded territory. She had once assassinated 17 imperial nobles in a single night, earning her the title of the Empire's top and most mysterious assassin. "So," he softly spoke, as if testing, "Lian?" Hearing his voice, Lian's body suddenly trembled. She looked at Victor, involuntarily taking a few steps back. How did Victor know her name? Impossible. Miss Leah wouldn't have revealed her identity. She tried to maintain her composure, not making any response. But Victor had seen her momentary reaction, which only confirmed his suspicion. His eyes scanned Lian up and down, completely disregarding whether it was polite or not. Lian felt a chill run down her spine. Victor's gaze seemed to see right through her. Then, Victor withdrew his gaze. His cold face revealed a faint smile as he nodded to her. He passed by her side without stopping. Lian quickly turned her head to look, but Victor was already standing beside Leah. "I didn't arrive too late, did I?" "I could have handled it even if you hadn't come." Leah turned her head and shrugged. She wouldn't have been cornered by a mere magic-suppressing stone. However, Victor's timely arrival to save her did warm her heart. She secretly glanced at Victor. Indeed, at some point, Victor had started to change. At some unknown moment, the crow flew down from the sky and perched on Victor's shoulder. Seeing the crow, Leah was puzzled. "Why didn't I see it earlier?" Victor only gave Leah an seemingly unrelated response. "Because I never fight an unprepared battle." Leah scratched her head, feeling confused. What did that have to do with her question? Of course, she didn't know. If Victor inside the magic-suppressing stone's range truly couldn't defeat Che, then Vigo outside would have instantly dealt with the magic-suppressing stone's barrier. Although the possibility of Victor losing to Che was merely 1%, Victor wanted to completely eliminate even that 1%. He wanted to achieve perfect victory, becoming a victor who would never fail. "I'll leave the remaining interrogation phase to you," Victor said calmly to Leah. Leah also became serious, responding to Victor, "Of course, I will thoroughly investigate the parasites within our family through him." Leah spoke coldly. A stranger from the kingdom infiltrating their family's territory, she naturally had been prepared for this. In fact, Che had been using an alias and had forged an identity in the Empire from the beginning. Leah had known about all of this long ago. After all, the person who had forged Che's identity was a subordinate of the Kravina family. Che's seemingly flawless disguise had actually been under Leah's nose the entire time. Leah suddenly turned to Victor and said, "Give me a few bottles of that potion of yours." Victor looked at Leah, her surface smile hiding who knows what cruel thoughts. Though she was smiling, her voice came out cold and eerie. "I wouldn't want this guy to accidentally die during the interrogation." Victor shook out 5 bottles of potion from his coat. 10,000 geo. "Don't forget to transfer the money." Leah raised her head and glared at Victor, taking the 5 bottles of potion and leaving directly. Without looking back, her voice rang out. "Take it yourself when you get back." After she left, Vega looked at Victor. "How come you're even charging your sister?" "It's for your snack money." "Nice. You should charge more." A teleportation magic circle appeared under Victor's feet, and he instantly disappeared. Victor wasn't particularly interested in interrogation, nor was he especially skilled at it. It was better to leave it to professionals like Leah. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the appearance of a blue magic circle, Victor returned to the family's entrance. The family knights on night duty had been waiting for a long time. When Victor returned last night, Helnison had already informed the family knights on night duty that Master Victor had returned. The knights were naturally prepared. The moment they saw Victor, they bowed respectfully. Victor nodded and walked into the mansion. Although it was the middle of the night, Victor didn't feel sleepy at all. He played with the round shield in his hand, like a child who had just gotten a new toy and wanted to try out its effect. He welcomed any method that could make him stronger. Thinking about it, he remembered Helnison. This powerful bearman warrior would be more than sufficient as Victor's sparring partner. Sufficient to the point where he might even kill Victor with one punch. Realizing this, Victor promptly cancelled the idea of using Helnison as a sparring partner. Indeed, lacking in stats could be compensated for with skill. but skill wasn't omnipotent. When the stat difference was so high that you couldn't even break through the opponent's defense, no amount of skill would be of any use. Helnison wasn't a suitable sparring partner. So, who else could practice close combat with him? Suddenly, a silver figure flashed through his mind. He opened his mouth, murmuring her name. Gwendolyn. The sky began to lighten, and the sun rose as usual. Leah returned home yawning, and the family night at the door opened it for her. Dealing with matters all night had made her somewhat drowsy, but she couldn't sleep yet. Tired, she walked to Victor's room and pushed the door open without hesitation. "Victor, I have something to." However, the room was empty. She couldn't even see Victor's shadow. This puzzled Leah. What's going on? Did Victor leave her behind and return by himself? Closing the door with confusion, Leah suddenly thought of a possibility. Hurrying to the training ground, Leah saw Victor repeatedly swinging his sword with the same motion. She remembered that not long ago, he used to enjoy reading books. "When did you start practicing swordsmanship? Who taught you?" Leah looked at Victor suspiciously, then added in disbelief, "It couldn't be Gwen, could it?" Victor didn't even look at her, nor did he respond. He simply put the sword back on the wall. Vega took this opportunity to fly onto his shoulder and perch there. Leah, however, took this as confirmation and was bewildered. When did these two become close enough to practice swordsmanship together? Besides, wasn't Victor a mage? Was he really planning to change his class? How did it go? Victor's voice sounded, and Leah finally remembered the main issue. She spread her hands and shook her head helplessly. Sigh, he confessed everything. How to put it? It was a bit boring. Perhaps the shadow Victor cast on him was too severe. Leah hadn't even used half of the methods she had prepared. Cher just took one look at that red potion used for recovery and spilled everything. Simply put, the kingdom got scared. Leah began to recount Cher's confession. In fact, the kingdom had been paying attention to Victor for a long time. When Victor became a third-tier mage at the age of 20, the kingdom was already considering whether to secretly eliminate such a potentially threatening existence. But Victor was a strange person. He was so odd that he never communicated with any nobles, always did things his own way, and equally looked down on every noble. This led to his extremely poor reputation, to the point where he was despised by everyone. So the kingdom believed Victor posed no threat, and if necessary, they might even be able to recruit him. It was in the first half of this year that the kingdom found an opportunity and sent Cher to secretly infiltrate the Kravina family as a grain merchant. They sought to find an opportunity, preferably to cause a direct conflict between Victor and the Empire's upper echelons. The result was you inexplicably acting up, going to confess to the Duke's daughter at her banquet. At this point, Leah glanced at Victor disdainfully and mocked. "Not even knowing you had a fiancé tilde copyright he." Victor remained silent. He knew that if he responded, Leah would use more words to shut him up. Soon, Leah continued. It was this incident that made the kingdom see an opportunity. They set about using this incident to try to create hostility between the Duke and Victor, forcing the Kravina family to split from the Empire. Unfortunately, the kingdom didn't anticipate that the Duke was a daughter-doting father. Ever since the volcano incident, Erika's admiration for Victor had grown to an extreme. Even if the Duke wanted to, he couldn't antagonize Victor because of his daughter. Then, while the kingdom was still looking for an opportunity to approach Victor, the demon arrived. Victor demonstrated his powerful fourth-tier strength, beating the demon. The royal family learned of this, and Victor gained their favor. The youngest fourth-tier mage had finally become an enemy of the kingdom. The kingdom didn't expect that you had been hiding your strength for these 9 years, suddenly becoming a fourth-tier mage. This threw the kingdom's decision-making into error. Leah shook her head and sighed. She also hadn't anticipated Victor's hidden strength. The radical faction in the kingdom believed your existence had already become a threat. You're too young. If not quickly eliminated, they feared you might become the ultimate threat to the kingdom's downfall by the Empire in the future. So they provided Cher with the magic-suppressing stone and left loopholes in our territory's finances. Their goal was to lure you and me there and forcibly eliminate us. Even if the mission failed, Cher could commit suicide by poison, allowing the kingdom to easily escape responsibility. At this point, Leah sneered. Who could have imagined that Victor would possess such miraculous little potion bottles? Poison? Even poison couldn't take your life. I guess Cha thought he had it in the bag at that time, but who could have imagined? Leah looked at Victor, covering her mouth, as she laughed. You turned out to be a mage who can engage in close combat. Even battle mages who train their bodies and use magical items simultaneously wouldn't choose to engage in close combat with warriors. Yet Victor, a traditional mage, not only dared to do so, but he actually won. It was truly too dreamlike. Victor didn't respond because he could see that Leah still had more to say. After she finished laughing, she raised her alluring eyes to look at Victor. Actually, Cha's infiltration into our territory is also related to you. Victor furrowed his brows, somewhat puzzled. Related to him? Do you remember that grain merchant from before? His name was Parson. Leah looked up at Victor's expression, which was exactly as she had expected, completely indifferent, as if he had no recollection at all. I knew it. How could our mage lord remember such an insignificant person? Leah clicked her tongue twice and spread her hands. Parson had a wife. They lived in Lambados, but Parson was away from home for nearly half the year. Lambado was a village under the Cravena domain. Our mage lord, at some unknown time, had a whim to inspect the territory. As a result, he was offended by Parson's wife, just because you accidentally bumped into her when getting off the carriage. Leah's voice was somewhat cold. The story that followed was quite outrageous. Parson's wife apologized fearfully, but Victor didn't accept it. With a casual remark, he sent this pregnant woman to work in the mines. Such intense labor was naturally unbearable for a pregnant woman. During work, the woman miscarried and was on the brink of death. Although she was later discovered and saved, she was left with lasting health issues and could no longer bear children. Leah narrated the past events, and Victor listened silently. Although these were things the former Victor had done. The grain merchant returned home to find his once beautiful wife no longer smiling. So he resigned from this job that could have supported him for a lifetime, and driven by revenge, he made contact with the kingdom's soldiers, namely Cha. Parson used his established connections in the territory to forge an identity for Cha and introduced him here. What happened after that doesn't need to be retold. After hearing the whole story, Victor remained silent. In summary, all of this was the former Victor's own doing. Strictly speaking, the former Victor was truly a detestable existence. He disregarded the lives of every commoner and noble alike, and in his heart, there was only himself. No one could enter his heart. He equally despised everyone. Except for himself, everyone else was just a speck of dust and an insect in the world. Among the nobles, his reputation was extremely poor. When others became third-tier mages, although they might be envied, they would also receive sincere congratulations from friends. Only Victor, expecting nobles to greet him, they'd be doing well not to spit on him. Even among players, Victor's reputation was nothing but looks and strength, with no other redeeming qualities. So he had no friends, and even his only relative eventually ended up on the opposite side. In the future, there was a plot about Victor that was recorded and passed down among players. A fallen noble, with no one to help him, wandering the streets. Victor saw him and said, "If you exchange your most precious possession with me, I will help you regain everything you once had." The noble, hearing Victor's words, gave him his most precious family heirloom. As a result, Victor took the heirloom but then told him, "You violated our deal. The most precious possession is never your material belongings." He forcibly took the fallen noble's family into his mansion, sent them to work in the territory, and told them that their family member had sold them, left the empire, and gone to another country to live a life of luxury as a rich man. This poor noble was eventually exiled by Victor, and from then on, players never saw his trace again. To this day, he still remembered Victor's famous saying, "Why weren't your family members your most precious possession?" Many players tried to dig deeper meaning from Victor's words, but the game developers never wrote about the past of these in-game NPCs. However, Victor's despicable actions were enough to be remembered for a lifetime. Leah was still talking. "There's something I didn't tell you before. Our item shop was vandalized on the day it opened. And I suddenly remembered, just a few days before that, you gave me this." Leah raised her hand, the crystal gem on her fingerless glove particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Victor listened silently as Leah continued, I was quite curious before, because during that time, the only one who had a grudge against you was the Duke. But when I sent people to catch those who vandalized the shop and questioned them thoroughly, I found out it wasn't like that at all. Now it seems that grain merchant had been prepared for a long time. Leah's voice was somewhat cold. After Victor gave her the mage's hand, she had only used it once when the merchant convoy was attacked. Only the people in the convoy at that time saw her use magic. But when she went to catch Cho today, Cho used a magic suppressing stone on her. He even thought she was a second-tier mage. From the very beginning, when the convoy was attacked, the kingdom's people had set their sights on Victor through Parson. Everything was connected. She naturally knew her brother's reputation was poor, but she didn't expect even the people from the neighboring kingdom had their eyes on him. His talent made the neighboring kingdom feel threatened. At this moment, she heard Victor suddenly say, "Go send some consolation money to that grain merchant's wife." Leah was stunned. She looked up at Victor, not quite understanding his meaning. Consolation money had two meanings, one for injury compensation, and the other for "Then, find that grain merchant and bury him." Victor's expression didn't change. He just spoke plainly. But in his indifferent tone, there was full of cruelty. Leah paused slightly. For a moment, she felt as if the former Victor, the one everyone disliked, had returned. But he didn't go to extremes, which made Leah slightly understand that he was still the current Victor. This Victor that she didn't quite dislike. However, she still asked, "Why do this?" "You deserved what happened to you." Victor narrowed his eyes, as if the newly risen sun was a bit dazzling. But his emotionless voice still sounded as usual. "When he prepared to kill you, this person could only be sentenced to death." Leah was stunned and took 2 small steps back. She lowered her head, not wanting Victor to see her current expression. Her voice remained as normal as ever. "You think I don't hold grudges?" "Don't worry, I've already sent people to do it." Victor nodded. He hadn't noticed Leah's current state and just continued speaking indifferently. "So, are you going back? You go back first. I have some things to deal with, and I also need to find a new grain merchant." Sigh. "So many things are pressing on me. I'll be back in the capital in a few days. Remember to have the servants clean my room every day." Victor nodded, left to take care, and the hidden teleportation array under his feet instantly rose. Under the sweep of the air currents, his body turned into a blue light and disappeared. As the last drop of indigo light dissipated, Leah still stood there motionlessly, head lowered, as if trying hard to control something. Victor was gone, and no one could see the emotions on her face anymore. She finally didn't have to hold back, as if the dam of her emotions had been opened. A tear rolled down Leah's cheek, through the dry air, falling to the ground, splashing dust. After the silence, only a self-talking voice sounded E1/4s. "Leah, you're really useless." Capital City, Cravena Mansion, training ground. It was already early morning. A blue light slowly descended on the training ground, accompanied by the gradual brightening of the magic array. Victor stood up from within the array. He looked around at the familiar scene. The maids had already started their work early, and seeing Victor appear on the training ground, they all nodded respectfully from afar. Victor acknowledged each one in return. No one knew that Victor had been gone all night. After Victor left, several maids gathered together, secretly discussing, "Don't you think the master is so handsome and young?" Yes, and the master's skin is really good too." They chattered away, their faces inevitably flushing red. "And Victor is now a count." "I think that was yesterday's news. I just heard about it too." Everyone cared about Victor's promotion, and even these maids felt proud to be serving in a count's household. The status of a count was quite different from that of a viscount. Now Victor could even recruit his own private army. Although there were some in the Cravena territory, those were mainly for protecting the safety of the domain. Victor now had the right to recruit a group of family knights directly at his mansion in the capital. If he wasn't worried about affecting Helnason's work, he would have brought Helnason to the capital. Such a powerful subordinate would make anyone envious. But there were many things in the territory that needed Helnason. After all, He was the steward of Kravina. Coming to manage this small patch in the capital would be beneath him. Vega yawned on Victor's shoulder. It hadn't slept all night either and was very tired. I say, where did that inexplicable combat experience of yours come from? Vega knew that the soul in Victor's body had changed, but his familiarity with spells made him always believe that Victor must have been an incredibly powerful mage in his previous life. As a result, Victor once again broke his guess. How could he explain this exquisite close combat skill? Victor didn't respond to Vega. If conditions allowed, he could even demonstrate to Vega how to play all classes. Victor walked to the door, where a waiting maid, seeing him, hurriedly came forward and respectfully presented a letter with both hands. "Master, your letter." The letter had obvious magical energy. Victor glanced at it, took the letter, and nodded. He took the letter back to his study first, closed the door, and only then carefully read it. The complexity of this magic and its power level were both very sophisticated. Even if an ordinary third-tier mage could solve the puzzle of this magic, without enough magical power, they wouldn't be able to open this letter. This was a magical puzzle set by a genuine fourth-tier old mage. Vega. Hearing Victor called him, Vega rolled his eyes. "Really, don't you know I'm very tired?" Despite complaining, Vega still pointed out the flaws in the letter for Victor. "See this rune? Yes, it's missing some fragments. Complete it. And this line, the direction and path are completely wrong. Change it." And here, under Vega's repeated guidance, this difficult magical puzzle was quickly solved. When Victor inserted the last rune, the letter lit up with a blue fluorescence. Correspondingly, Victor's magical power suddenly dropped by more than half. It almost drained him completely. Victor didn't pay much attention to this and opened the letter, taking out a white paper from inside. He examined it back and forth, but there was nothing written on it. When Victor was about to activate it with magic, a virtual image appeared from the white paper and spoke. "I'm truly surprised, Lord Victor. Your magical attainment impresses me immensely." This magical puzzle was jointly set by many fourth-tier mages of the council. "You've proven that your strength is well deserved." Despite saying this, there was an almost imperceptible shock in the virtual mage's tone. They could imagine Victor solving this magical puzzle, but they definitely couldn't have imagined Victor solving it in less than 5 minutes. According to their expectations, even if Rachel Azure came, it would take half a day to work on this problem. "Enough." Victor listened to the other's compliments and interrupted him in advance, saying coldly, "Get to the point." The mage in the virtual image was suddenly embarrassed, perhaps not expecting Victor to be so impolite. He coughed lightly twice. No wonder many people said Victor had a bad reputation. The old mage in the virtual image slowly opened his mouth and explained his purpose. "I'm here on behalf of the Mage Council to invite you, Lord Victor, to join us. As a fourth-tier mage, you deserve our personal invitation." Victor's fingers tapped on the table, completely ignoring the other's invitation, and asked indifferently, "What are the benefits?" "Naturally, you will receive any benefits equal to those of a fourth-tier mage." The virtual image smiled in response, but received a cold laugh from Victor. "Empty promises." The other side seemed a bit embarrassed, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Then Victor put forward his own requirements. "I want access to the magic library." The virtual image clearly paused for a moment, as if shocked by Victor's unexpected words. He felt extremely curious. Why would Victor know about the existence of the magic library? However, Victor's demands were just the beginning. "I want a staff made from a unicorn's horn, a fourth-tier magic dragon's tail, and a 100-year-old locust tree branch. Fourth-tier golden jade dragon scales, a robe made from ominous spider web and magic stone powder." The mage was speechless upon hearing Victor's demands. All these equipments were top-grade treasures. Not only were they expensive, but the materials were also difficult to obtain. Dragon species weren't common goods. Although the virtual image had no face, Victor could still see the other's confusion and difficulty in his pause. "Lord Victor, forgive me for saying, but these things you want. If you don't agree, then I have no need to join the Mage Council." After saying this, Victor ignited a flame in his hand. The virtual mage felt surprised. He stared at the flame in Victor's hand and continued to speak. "This letter has been specially treated. Ordinary flames cannot burn it." But soon, Victor showed him what a surprise really was. One side of the letter suddenly caught fire, gradually spreading upwards. Seeing the letter ignite with what seemed to be intense flames, the virtual mage was stunned. He could only stare blankly, listening to Victor's voice fall again. "1 day's time, give me an answer. Remember, my demands remain the same." Soon, the letter was completely burned to ashes, and the virtual image's voice abruptly stopped. After the annoying voice disappeared, Victor sat calmly in his chair. Vega, seeing him so relaxed, asked the question in its heart. What kind of place is the City of Mages? This name, it had first heard in Rachel's Sea of Knowledge. At that time, it had intended to ask about it, always feeling that place seemed to be very interesting. Hearing Vega's words, Victor recalled his memories. The City of Mages, also known as the Sky City Endymion. This was the paradise that all mage players dreamed of going to. There was a huge magic library there, with an unknown area, but the labyrinth-like library was filled with all kinds of magic. Only mage players with enough contribution points could learn truly powerful spells that ordinary mages couldn't access. Even magic above the 5th tier had a chance to be learned. Endymion didn't belong to any country. It was a mage's land independent of all countries. Here, one could see powerful mages from various places, various races, and various ages. Any mage who could enter the City of Mages might be one of the best somewhere. Of course, although there was no state control, Endymion had clear legal regulations. If you only followed the law and ignored morality, you could still live well in Endymion. But when you left Endymion, that was another story. It wasn't uncommon for such disgusting scum to be collectively erased by mages. Therefore, Endymion was also known as the final place of morality. By the way, only mages above the 3rd tier could enter the City of Mages, and they needed to be recognized by the Mage Council. The former Victor, although strong enough, had such a bad reputation that he couldn't get in. But now, the public achievement of defeating a demon was enough for the Mage Council to ignore his morality and actively invite him. As for his demands, would they agree? They certainly would. These old mages wouldn't miss out on a young and powerful new blood. After the recollection, Victor briefly explained to Vega. It's a city floating in the air. Vega's eyes lit up. It sounded very interesting. But it was very sleepy now. Vega yawned, just wanting to sleep. Feeling that it could hardly lift its eyelids, it weakly complained to Victor, "I'm serious. Do you know how important it is for a crow to get supplementary sleep?" Victor gave Vega an extra look and lightly mocked. "The great evil god finally admits its species is a crow?" Vega didn't want to respond to him, flying to his shoulder, apparently ready to fall asleep directly. Seeing this, Victor slowly stood up and took out his pocket watch. It was still early, indeed time to catch up on some sleep. He slowly walked towards his room. Passing by Heeny's room, Victor even took a special look. His eyes flashed with the yellow light. Victor didn't sense any biological presence in Heeny's room. Already awake? He didn't pay much more attention and went straight back to his own room with Vega. Victor's room was very large, so large that an ordinary person living alone in such a spacious room might feel scared at night. Some plants climbed onto the ground, yet there was still a large space. Vega saw the perch it had been longing for, quickly flew up, and started to doze off. But just before falling asleep, it suddenly sensed something, looked at Victor's bed, and the whole bird became alert. Its eyes were full of mischief as it said to Victor, "Why aren't you sleeping, Victor?" Victor was silent for a moment. He looked at the bulge in the blanket on his bed, reached out his hand, and tugged at the blanket. A soft succubus rolled out from under the blanket, still sweetly asleep. Occasionally, she would mumble in her sleep, Victor, Professor. Heeny?" Victor stood by the bed, casually tossing the blanket in his hand to the floor, staring at Heeny for a good while. Only then did Heeny stretch lazily, rubbing her eyes and mumbling groggily. She opened her slightly blurry eyes and saw Victor standing by the bed, but showed no signs of alarm. Instead, she grinned at Victor with a silly smile, squinting her eyes, and crawled onto Victor, hanging on him like a koala, continuing to sleep. Victor. Victor felt his sanity was about to collapse. Vega, perched on its stand, watched the two of them, chirping with laughter. Sensing Victor's cold gaze, Vega stopped laughing, flapped its wings, and flew out. Before leaving, it didn't forget to add, "Well then, I won't disturb your lovely time." After leaving, it even remembered to close the door. Although he didn't know what unhealthy thoughts this damned crow was having, the current situation made Victor somewhat afraid to move. Heaney was wearing only a thin nightgown, revealing large patches of pristine skin, a sudden burst of allure, incredibly tempting. He tried to remove Heaney from his body, but didn't know where to start. The problem was significant. The seductive aura unique to succubi reached Victor's nose, teasing him. No matter how you look at it, Victor was only human. Under the provocation of this seductive aura, he breathed heavily, almost unable to calm down. He leaned down, placing Heaney, who was hanging on him, onto the bed. If someone were to see this posture, it would appear as if Victor was pressing down on Heaney, as if the next second, some kind of unmentionable act would occur. But after doing all this, Victor just softly called out the girl's name. Heaney. As if by some magic, hearing someone call her name, Heaney blinked groggily. This time, she truly woke up. She opened her eyes and immediately saw Victor in front of her. "Eh, Professor?" Her face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she couldn't help but cry out, "What's going on here?" Despite her words, she made no move to let go of Victor. Perhaps because Victor's appearance was too sudden, she forgot that she was clinging to Victor like an octopus. Victor's face was terrifyingly gloomy as he calmly said to Heaney, "This is my room." Heaney zipped under the covers in a flash, hiding in the corner of the bed, shivering, with only her head peeking out. Whether out of fear or confusion, she kept apologizing to Victor. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know why I fell asleep in your room. I originally came to report something to you." She stole a glance at Victor sitting in the chair, her cheeks flushed. She had thought she was dreaming about Professor Victor, but it turns out that wasn't a dream just now. Although her heart was filled with a sense of happiness, Heaney was still a bit afraid that Professor Victor might be angry because of this. It seemed that Professor Victor's expression wasn't very good. "So, you planned to come find me dressed like this?" At this, Heaney was so frightened that she quickly tucked her head under the covers too, not daring to look at Victor, repeatedly saying "I'm sorry" from under there. "When I wake up too early, I get a bit confused, so I forgot to put on my outer clothes." Heaney's voice grew smaller and smaller, finally becoming as faint as a mosquito buzzing in the air, barely audible. Listening to her explanation, Victor's face remained dark. Succubi were truly dangerous creatures. He had almost lost control earlier. Succubi possess a unique charm and sweet aura, which they use to attract men. After gaining magical power, her succubus traits were constantly revealing themselves. Perhaps Heaney herself didn't know she had such abilities, but it was like a succubus's instinct. Even unconscious behaviors, the seduction unique to succubi would still affect Victor. Paired with her thin nightgown, it was enough to make one feel lightheaded. Victor had to use self-suggestion 3 times in a row before he could calm down a bit. In the game, he had seen succubi before, and even personally killed several. But in the game, when succubi cast charm on players, it would only give players a 50% damage reduction debuff. After all, players in the game couldn't even take off their underwear, so naturally, there wouldn't be any other effects that would make one's blood boil. But now, Victor was a human with feelings. He had to lecture Heaney more, at least to prevent her from continuing like this. Otherwise, he might really do something against the girl's will. Helplessly, Victor's words could only contain more intimidation. "Remember, no one can endure you forever, Heaney. If there's a next time, I'm not sure if I can refrain from doing something inappropriate." Hearing these words, Heaney suddenly poked her head out, looking at Victor carefully. Really? Her tone seemed to carry a hint of anticipation. "Victor, wait, this isn't right, is it? If it's Professor, I can." Heaney looked at Victor somewhat shyly, the blanket seemingly unconsciously slipping down to reveal her pristine shoulders, her eyes alluring. Victor closed his eyes. This is impossible to suppress. A pure and beautiful girl, with eyes full of you, is truly hard to refuse. But he reopened his eyes, stood up, his gaze returning to complete clarity. Heaney. Yes. She looked up at Victor like a panicked little deer, seemingly a bit flustered, yet with a hint of expectation. At least for now, I won't accept you. As the words fell, the light in Heaney's eyes gradually dimmed a bit. Although Heaney had always known, she had never had any expectations. She clearly knew the gap between herself and the professor, so she only needed to secretly like him. Heaney liked the professor, but she wouldn't let the professor be troubled because of her. Even if she just secretly liked him like this, liked him for a lifetime. Even she herself wouldn't know, since when could a succubus be so faithful? Wait a minute. Heaney's eyes regained some light. Didn't Professor Victor just say, at least for now? She looked up at Victor somewhat disbelievingly, but could only see his usual indifference. You're very weak. You can't even be called a mage right now. At least reach a level where you can barely keep up with me. She stared blankly at Victor, but the next second, a black robe fell on her face, burying her. With her vision completely blocked, Heaney could no longer see Victor's figure. She wanted to pull the robe away, but only heard Victor's voice, "Put on your clothes properly, don't forget you still have something to report to me." After leaving these words, there was only the sound of a door opening and closing. When Heaney managed to pull the robe away, Victor had already left the room. But a sense of happiness intertwined in Heaney's heart, her memory seemingly still retaining Victor's words. Catch up to Professor Victor. As the most renowned genius mage, Victor had already reached the 4th tier level at a young age. Could she do it? However, after the intertwining of happiness, the magic power inside her began to surge like seawater. This gradually strengthening magic power seemed to prove something to Heaney. Catching up to Victor was not an impossible task. Heaney hugged the robe, cheering herself on. In fact, Victor didn't know that succubi had another major characteristic that players would never discover. That is, once a succubus has set her sights on someone, she will never give up. She will always chase this target, catch him, and never let go even in death, until this body withers away. I can definitely do it, definitely. When Victor walked out the door, the crow was dozing off on the handrail at the top of the stairs. Victor said nothing, walking up to Viga. He grabbed its neck in one swift motion. The crow woke up instantly, its one eye bulging as if suffocating. Let go, Victor. Let go. Are you trying to suffocate me? Just kidding. Viga revealed a teasing look, easily breaking free from Victor's grasp. It flew to Victor's shoulder, somewhat disgruntled as it preened its feathers, so it said its feathers were very beautiful. Well, it's hard to understand a crow's aesthetics. Soon, after tidying its feathers, Viga mocked Victor in a very annoying tone. What's the matter? Our great Victor finished so quickly. Even without counting the time to undress, you only took 5 minutes. Isn't that a bit? Viga looked Victor up and down, its eyes full of mockery. Sometimes I really want to tear that bird beak of yours apart. Victor calmly responded to Viga, walking straight towards the study. Hearing this, Viga didn't shut its beak. Instead, it laughed even more uncontrollably, holding its stomach with both wings and chirping with laughter. No way, between being a beast and being less than a beast, you actually chose the latter? Are you perhaps not up to it? Victor still ignored it, continuing to walk on his own. Viga got more and more excited as it spoke, giggling towards the end. Hey, she's a succubus, you know. There will always be a day when she can't hold on anymore. You can't believe that a succubus will never. Right? Victor stopped in his tracks and looked down at Viga. Since she is Heaney, she will only obey my orders. A succubus that's too weak cannot withstand the magic power of a 4th tier mage. Acting on impulse would only harm her. So, she needs to become stronger. Viga listened, somewhat bewildered. Soon, it understood Victor's meaning, and a dense cunning appeared in its eyes. You can even utilize the admiration of those close to you. Should I say you're cold-hearted or praise you for your foresight? Victor no longer paid attention to it, leaving only Viga's voice echoing in his ears. I hope that when the time comes, You won't include me in your schemes as well. Victor sat quietly in the study when he heard a knock on the door. A gentle breeze passed by, and the study door opened automatically. Hini stood at the doorway, cautiously walking into the study. She approached Victor with her head lowered, like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to face Victor directly. She could only occasionally raise her gaze to steal a glance at him. Victor's gaze freely examined Hini. A black robe covered her body, also concealing Hini's succubus allure. Who could have imagined that this usually unremarkable girl had such high specifications? Hini should be the most well-endowed that Victor had seen so far. Victor shook his head, moving his gaze away from Hini, and spoke. What's the matter? Hini, with her head lowered, reported to him in a faint voice. Some families want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Victor was a bit confused, not quite understanding what Hini was saying. Seeing this, Hini explained, last night, many nobles sent messages to your item shop, mostly wanting to discuss cooperation regarding the magic potions. Victor tapped his fingers on the desk. As expected, people had started to pay attention to this aspect. Although the price of magic potions was very expensive, the effect was equally remarkable. Mages who truly needed them generally wouldn't lack money to purchase these powerful items. Some people were planning to get a piece of the pie. Victor had always been unclear about the item shop's affairs because Leah was in charge of handling them. As for Hini, Victor remembered that after she woke up, she kept telling Leah how embarrassed she was to be taken care of like this, saying she wanted to help out around the house. Afterwards, Leah seemed to have taken Hini under her wing, letting her temporarily be her little assistant. Originally, Hini's job at the academy was a teaching assistant, so she could also double as an assistant here. It just so happened that yesterday, while he and Leah went to attend the banquet, Hini stayed at the item shop for a day. But things weren't quite as Victor had imagined. Hini continued, they want me to ask if you have more stock of your magic potions. Oh? Victor was puzzled and gestured for Hini to continue. They said they hope you can let them purchase these magic potions in bulk. They will buy at a price 100 geos higher than the cost price. Then they will sell your magic potions in their family shops and other cities, sharing the profit at the original cost price with you at a 30-70 split, with 70% being yours. Victor pondered, these families, wanting to do charity now? Actually, after calculating the returns, these families weren't exactly being charitable. Even if the profit was only 100, they would still make money. But this didn't account for miscellaneous expenses like shop management and manual transportation. For Victor, who knew the truth, these people were just coming to give him money. These people had somehow heard rumors that the actual cost of these magic potions was only 300 geos. Victor thought this might be information deliberately spread by Leah. And the real cost? Just some fruit worth less than a few coins. Even if Leah sold them at what they believed to be the cost price, and then set a standard price of 1,000 geos for other shops to sell, the 700 profit gained would still be a huge sum. And 70% of that 700 geos would go to Victor. Their bulk purchase price was even higher than the cost price. They would earn even less. It sounded good, but Victor narrowed his eyes. Having dealt with players a lot, Victor always understood clearly. When making deals, always approach with malicious intent to scrutinize the trader. After all, you never know what traps might be behind the sweetness offered by the other party. Indeed, some people might want to curry favor with Victor. After all, he was now the princess's teacher, rising in rank and favor. Even the second prince had to please him. He was clearly at the peak of his career. But if the deal content was as Hini said, after they get the goods, they only need to give Victor 70% of the sales profit. They could choose to hoard the goods without selling. As long as they don't sell, they don't need to send money to Victor. So, these people could buy large quantities of magic potions that originally cost 1,000 geos from Victor at what they believed to be the cost price, but instead of selling, they hoard them or use them themselves. This not only breaks the market price of the potions but also breaks the Clavina family's sales rules. One person, 2 bottles per day. Victor wouldn't mind making more money. After all, he was very short on cash, but he wouldn't fall for such an obvious trap. These old hands were just trying to take advantage of Heeny's lack of understanding in these matters. Victor glanced at Heeny. The little succubus was indeed amazing in magical knowledge, but she was clearly clueless about these business matters. Put this matter on hold for now. We'll deal with it when Leah returns. Let the professionals handle professional matters. He believed that if these guys really intended to dig a pit for their family business, Leah would definitely be able to tear a layer of skin off these nobles. As for you, Victor stood up and walked straight towards Heeny. Heeny thought she had done something wrong and hurriedly lowered her head, biting her lip, seeming almost unable to stand steady. Victor reached out a hand and patted Heeny's head. Heeny was stunned, a sense of happiness welling up in her heart, raising her head to look at Victor in a daze. Victor's face was expressionless as he spoke flatly. Go work at the item shop later. You just need to focus on selling goods. Don't delay your progress in learning magic. Heeny nodded repeatedly. Listening to Victor's instructions made her feel incredibly happy. A warm current once again rose from her heart, rushing to her head. I will definitely catch up to you, Professor. When that time comes, I will. Towards the end, Heeny seemed to think of something, her face turning bright red like a steam engine, unable to squeeze out another word. No one knew what this shy succubus was thinking in her head. Victor withdrew his hand and walked towards the door, Vega flapping its wings to land on his shoulder. Before leaving, Victor said to Heeny, who was still in a daze and blushing behind him, remember to close the door. Heeny came back to her senses, but Victor had already left the mansion. She felt a bit gloomy and lost, but for the first time felt that her life had a goal. Heeny placed her palm on her chest, murmuring softly, I need to become more powerful. Victor sat in the speeding carriage, passing over the dusty path, heading straight for a luxurious courtyard mansion. The Dillon mansion. Victor got off the carriage, and the servants at the entrance of the mansion bowed slightly upon seeing Victor. Mr. Victor, please wait a moment, I'll inform Miss Gwen right away. Since the Demon War affair had ended, Gwen had been at home on vacation these past few days, resting and recuperating. Victor nodded to them and continued to wait, leaning against the carriage. Creaker. As the main door opened, a woman walked out. Her purple long hair first caught Victor's eyes, and as he looked at her face, Victor frowned slightly. The person who came out was not Gwen, but her sister. Kevlar. Yahoo, if it isn't Victor. Kevlar squinted her eyes and smiled lightly, raising one hand in a claw-like gesture and scratching at the air. A very peculiar way of greeting. At this moment, looking at Kevlar who was greeting him so energetically, Victor felt a sense of copyright vu. After all, this character who had never appeared in the game before had survived. If players were to really appear in the future, then how would Gwen's elder sister join the plot, and in what capacity? Victor wasn't sure. He hadn't considered these things before. After all, his primary goal was still to survive. To survive, Victor needed to become stronger, even stronger. If he still couldn't avoid the death ending, then he would become even more powerful enough to ignore everyone. His momentary daze was mistaken by Kevlar as ignoring her. Kevlar blinked, her voice carrying a hint of annoyance. What? You're not happy that your sister-in-law came to greet you? You only want Gwen to come out and welcome you, right? Coming back to his senses, Victor nodded, not giving Kevlar any face at all. Yes, Kevlar. She shrugged her shoulders, feeling quite helpless, faced with this poker-faced brother-in-law. She really had nothing to say. Forget it, don't get angry. After all, he did save her life, although she also paid for it. But in Kevlar's heart, life was always greater than money. When she was near death, if it weren't for the priceless recovery potions Victor brought, she might not be standing here talking to Victor now. Just this point alone was enough to improve her impression of Victor. Kevlar let out a breath, calming her emotions, and folded her arms across her chest. So, what business do you have with little Gwen? I'll tell you up front, if you're not here to date her, then don't bother her, she's very busy. Gwen, who was wiping sweat with a towel and carrying a knight's long sword, walked out looking puzzled. Sister? Who are you talking to? Victor? Victor looked down at Kevlar, his eyes carrying a hint of mocking ridicule. "Is this what you call very busy?" Kevlar covered her face with one hand, not wanting to face Victor. At this moment, she absolutely didn't want to see her stupid sister who had just slapped her own face. Gwen, who had arrived at the entrance, saw Victor and her tone became somewhat displeased. "Why are you here?" Hearing her tone, Victor cupped his chin, thinking about his previous actions, wondering if he had offended her somehow, but after much thought, he still couldn't understand. So Victor decided to get straight to the point. He looked at the knight's silver sword in Gwen's hand, thought for a moment, and said in a tone very familiar to Gwen, "Want to practice?" Vega stood on a nearby pole, witnessing a mage and a knight drawing swords, preparing for close combat. Gwen wore standard protective gear covering various parts of her body. In contrast, Victor was wrapped in armor beneath his coat, effectively packaged like a knight. These were forcibly put on Victor by Gwen. Although Victor had always emphasized that his coat provided sufficient defense, Gwen never believed it. What defense could this shabby coat offer? Apart from looking cool, it was useless. Victor admitted he liked hearing that. So, at Gwen's insistence, he finally agreed to wear the protective gear. As he fastened the helmet, Victor stood there, holding a long sword, wearing armor with his coat over it, creating a rather incongruous image. Kevra sat not far from the training ground, watching everything with a puzzled expression. She had come to observe the match and, if necessary, to rescue Victor if Gwen got too rough. However, she was still confused. What were these two up to? When she heard Victor suddenly wanted to practice with Gwen, Kevra thought he had finally come to his senses and knew to maintain their relationship. But Victor made an unexpected request: no magic, just pure close combat practice. Kevra was dumbfounded. "Wait, you're a mage wanting to fight a knight in close combat?" She was about to tug at Gwen's clothes, intending to secretly ask her to refuse. After all, she knew Gwen's nature. Once the fight started, she would definitely take it seriously. It wasn't so much about getting hurt, but more about Victor losing face. If he lost, that would affect their marital relationship, which wouldn't be good. But Gwen accepted as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Kevra stood at a distance, utterly bewildered, watching the two on the training ground. "I hope my brother-in-law won't be beaten too badly," Kevra silently prayed, hoping their relationship wouldn't be damaged. "Little Gwen, go easy on Victor when necessary." Gwen asked, "Are you ready?" Victor, holding the sword with one hand, nodded. Although Gwen didn't understand why Victor was holding the sword with one hand, she had seen him handle her sword before. He had casually played with her silver sword. This indicated that Victor must have practiced, and if she underestimated him, she might actually be in for a surprise. Combined with that inexplicable irritation in her heart that made her want to beat Victor, Gwen went all out from the start. Gwen charged forward fiercely, swinging her sword, like a ferocious beast howling as it approached. Victor instinctively raised his sword to block. Clang! Victor's movement was very smooth, successfully blocking Gwen's first attack, but the powerful force still pushed him back several steps. He felt his sword arm go numb and couldn't help but grumble internally. This strength, it's really something. Although the current Gwen was far from her future strength, she was still a battle-hardened knight. As the battle triggered, Gwen's level and health bar lit up. Level 31. Converted. This meant she was a knight who had just entered the third-tier realm. About the same level as Cher, Victor thought, probing Gwen's strength. But Gwen was naturally stronger than Cher, both in strength and technique. Victor tested Gwen's abilities, silently contemplating. Kevra on the side covered her eyes, not daring to look. She didn't want to see her little brother-in-law knocked down by Gwen in one move. That would be too embarrassing. Her body had already started to bristle unnaturally, her mind in turmoil. Oh no, this is too embarrassing. Just as Kevra finished this thought, she heard a series of clanging metal collisions. She peeked through a gap between her fingers. And then, how could Victor be trading blows evenly with Gwen? Although Victor was clearly at a disadvantage, being pressured by Gwen, the one-sided situation she had imagined didn't materialize. Wait, is Victor really a mage? Gwen planted her foot firmly, extended her sword, and suddenly stomped towards Victor. The ground instantly erupted with flying sand and stones. With this powerful thrust, Gwen pierced through the air at an astonishing speed, instantly appearing before Victor. Gwen swung a slash towards Victor's lower body. Victor instinctively leapt into the air, avoiding the strike. He adjusted his posture in midair, but before he could land the next second, Gwen's attack followed closely. Victor adjusted his stance, bringing his sword up in front of him, barely managing to block. But under the dense barrage of sword strikes, Victor's armor still suffered several scratches. Victor seized this opportunity to swing his sword at Gwen. Gwen's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting Victor to be able to counterattack amidst such an intense assault. She quickly retreated a small step, dodging that sudden strike. At this point, Gwen was incredulous about Victor's skill level. Although she knew Victor could use a sword, she hadn't expected him to be so adept. The fact that he could fight her to this extent was only because Victor, as a mage, lacked physical strength. If Victor had greater strength, would she be the one being pressured instead? However, Gwen didn't relax because of this. Instead, she once again raised her sword and brought it down vertically towards Victor. Victor landed on the ground, closely watching the approaching sword. He was waiting for the sword to fall. Just as Gwen's sword was about to strike his face, in an instant, Victor's previously empty hand produced a round shield. Clang! Exclamation mark. The crisp sound reached Victor's ears. He saw Gwen stumble back a few steps, looking dazed. He had succeeded in successfully parrying Gwen's attack. Victor was satisfied. The effect of Evil Knight pleased him. This way, even when facing opponents with close combat abilities far superior to his own, he could easily engage them in battle. Gwen recovered quickly. The dizziness didn't affect her much. However, the mage's physical limits had been nearly reached, and he no longer had the energy to continue such intense confrontations. Victor was panting heavily. Without magic enhancements, engaging in close combat with a knight like Gwen was indeed somewhat strenuous. So he signaled Gwen to pause. "Let's take a break." Victor now felt somewhat emotional. This was the first time since coming to this world that he felt so exhilarated. The soreness in his muscles, the feeling of utter satisfaction, the battle with Gwen, it all made him rediscover a sense of reality. Gwen also stopped. She didn't feel tired, but now seemed somewhat silent. Victor had truly surprised her. Gwen could see that Victor was very proficient in close combat. His combat techniques, experience, and his extremely strong reaction ability all indicated to Gwen that he was a battle-hardened expert. But his physical attributes truly couldn't match his combat experience. Also, what was that round shield in his hand all about? As the two stopped fighting, Kevra quickly ran over with water and towels for Victor. Victor accepted them, muttering a faint thanks. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and was about to open the water bottle when Gwen's words came, tinged with hostility. "Drinking water immediately after intense exercise isn't good for your body." Victor put down the water bottle. He couldn't help it. He suddenly remembered that these were words he had once said to Gwen. She really held a grudge. After resting for a while, until the sweat had subsided, Victor finally took a sip of water. Then Kevra suddenly pointed at herself, grinning. "Victor, I see you're quite skilled. Want to practice with your big sister?" Victor remained silent for a moment, picked up the sword from the ground, and patted Kevra's body. Kevra was startled. Soon, Victor's gaze caught sight of Kevra's level above her head. Level 39. Victor ignored Kevra, stood up after resting enough, and looked towards Gwen, nodding slightly. "Let's continue." Several hours later, Victor, having removed his protective gear, sat on the ground unceremoniously, drenched in sweat. Gwen sheathed her sword and said with a hint of satisfaction, "Not bad. Although I don't know why you suddenly wanted to start practicing swordsmanship. If you need it next time, Suddenly, Gwen paused slightly, her voice becoming a bit hesitant. For morning practice, I have time." After blurting this out, Gwen felt a bit dejected. Would saying this make Victor misunderstand something? It was her own fault for speaking too quickly. Victor hadn't asked, why did she volunteer such information? But Victor replied, "Thank you, I do indeed need it. He had rested enough and used a cleaning spell to remove the sweat from his body. Gwen watched as Victor suddenly became dry and clean, feeling a bit envious. Victor nodded to her and said, I have to leave now, Gwen. Today I still need to be the princess's teacher. Gwen knew he had official business, so she just nodded without much response. Victor suddenly asked her, does your family have any extra refined steel that could be sold to me? Refined steel was something a knight family like the Dillons wouldn't lack. After all, both weapons and armor required large amounts of refined steel to make. Gwen nodded, but she was still puzzled. What do you need refined steel for? She didn't think Victor was considering changing professions. Perhaps after being promoted to count, he was planning to recruit some family knights for his own family. Prepare some for me. I need it. Take this. Victor took out a golden parchment and handed it to Gwen. What's this? Gwen asked curiously as she took the parchment. After you've prepared the refined steel, you can use this to find my location directly. With that said, Victor turned to leave. Gwen nodded dazedly, standing in place and watching Victor leave. The crow somehow perched on his shoulder. Even after Victor had walked far away and out of sight, Gwen still stood there in a daze. Seeing this, Kevra nudged Gwen with her elbow. Hey, still looking? He's long gone. Only then did Gwen snap out of it, hurriedly explaining, I was just about to ask if he had breakfast. Hearing this, Kevra started teasing her again. Oh? Is my little Gwen not angry anymore? Gwen turned her head away, explaining as if in a huff, I was never angry in the first place. Kevra looked at Gwen teasingly, asking in a low voice, really not angry? Seeing no reaction from Gwen, she sighed beside her. Victor really is something. At the banquet the other day, our little Gwen dressed up so beautifully, but he didn't even come over to look. Gwen puffed up her cheeks, defending herself to Kevra. I really wasn't angry. Hearing Gwen's stubborn response, Kevra covered her mouth and laughed, comforting her. Okay, not angry, not angry. However, after the teasing, Kevra's expression became somewhat serious, and she asked Gwen, so, did you test Victor? Did your heart of justice really fail? Hearing Kevra's question, Gwen remained silent. It seemed that after Victor's audience with His Majesty, Gwen's heart of justice had become intermittent, gradually losing its effectiveness. Although Gwen could still occasionally use the heart of justice to probe others' words, its effect was far from what it used to be. For instance, she could still sometimes detect when others were lying. But the sometimes effective, sometimes ineffective heart of justice seemed to be constantly telling her something. Could it be that just because she couldn't stand the way those mages targeted Victor, and the one lie she told in front of His Majesty for Victor's sake, the heart of justice no longer considered her righteous? Gwen looked pained, her expression as if she was about to cry. This might be for the best, Kevra said, patting Gwen's head and comforting her with a smile. Such a useless ability, it's fine if it disappears. She looked at Gwen, her eyes filled with sympathy. Gwen was a child who couldn't adapt, perhaps due to the heart of justice that had existed since her childhood. Gwen had an extremely strong sense of justice. She couldn't stand any bullying behavior. However, in this era, people were divided into different classes. Commoners, as the lowest class, were meant to be oppressed by nobles like leeks to be harvested. But Gwen, with such a strong sense of justice, was born a noble. Her actions were misunderstood by everyone, and she was treated as an oddity. So Gwen had no friends, because no one liked her since childhood. Not even her own family. Perhaps due to the heart of justice, she not only couldn't lie but would also straightforwardly point out everyone's lies. This sense of justice was indeed admirable, but, as mentioned before, Gwen was a noble. Among the hypocritical nobles, Gwen's behavior was considered wrong. Even when nobles were engaged in hypocritical conversations, she would point out whether the other party was lying. This wasn't a good thing among nobles, especially since her father held significant military power. Because of this, her father didn't like Gwen. He greatly disliked Gwen's inability to lie, or perhaps he disliked the absolute sense of justice that had existed in her heart since childhood, rather than her own interests. He needed an obedient, sensible child, and in this aspect, Kevra's brother did very well. Gwen, possessing this ability, was like an annoying fly in the house. Adults would always avoid her in their conversations, fearing her presence. Even the servants had to be cautious when chatting around Gwen. Only Kevra, as the eldest sister in the family, loved and protected her. As time passed, Gwen grew older. The family didn't need useless children, and Gwen's absolute justice couldn't bring more benefits to the family. So, Gwen was sent by her father to train as a knight. As a girl who could have lived a beautiful life, she instead became a knight. It was also because of this that Gwen was betrothed to Victor. At that time, the former head of the Clavina family and her father had a very good relationship, and he often brought his children to visit her father. It was also then that Kevra first met Victor. As a child, Victor was very arrogant, always wearing a cold, sullen face, not speaking a word to anyone. So, her father arranged Gwen's betrothal to Victor as a family alliance. This was Gwen's childhood experience. Therefore, the experiences brought by the Heart of Justice weren't particularly good for Gwen. Kevra felt that if this ability disappeared, it might actually be better for Gwen. She wouldn't have to constantly pay attention to others' hypocrisy anymore. Kevra comforted Gwen, but Gwen could only respond with prolonged silence, lost in her thoughts. Victor sat in the carriage, feeling the bumps as it traveled over the cobblestone road, passing by shop after shop. He just stared blankly. Viga was napping on Victor's leg, too tired and constantly looking for opportunities to catch up on sleep. "We're here," Victor reminded. Viga perked up and looked out the window. This was the Imperial Palace. A servant opened the carriage door, and Victor placed Viga on his shoulder before getting out. As soon as he alighted, Victor saw a group of servants standing in front of the carriage. The palace servants had already come to welcome him. Victor nodded to them and walked into the crowd. The servants calmly led Victor into the palace, stopping in front of door to a private room and nodding to him. "Lord Victor, please go in. His Majesty is waiting for you." Victor turned the golden handle on the door and slowly pushed open the golden door of the cabin. "Come here, Victor," Emperor Aubrey said with a smile, gesturing for him to come to his side as he saw Victor enter. Victor walked to the Emperor's side and bowed deeply. Behind the Emperor stood Aurelian. "Today is your first day on the job, Victor. Don't disappoint me," Victor responded calmly, with his head lowered. "Rest assured, Your Majesty." Seeing Victor, Aurelian also peeked out from behind Emperor Aubrey, giving Victor a slight smile, like a little fairy in the early morning. After yesterday's interaction at the banquet, their relationship had grown closer, and Aurelian was no longer so timid when facing Victor. Under the guidance of servants and guards, Victor was led to the princess's private palace. Looking at the golden walls inlaid with various gemstones, and the crystal-like pendants hanging from the beams below, surrounding them were luxurious silk and silver silkworm silk-woven curtains. Viga looked at the princess's palace in amazement. "So this is royalty? They're really rich." "Victor, I'm serious. You should consider marrying this princess. Then we'll definitely never lack money." Victor completely ignored Viga's thoughts and entered the palace with Aurelian. Guards stood ready at the door, and servants also waited quietly nearby. After all, the Emperor naturally wouldn't let Victor and the princess be alone in a room. "Teacher," Aurelian looked at Victor, calling him teacher for the first time. "What are you planning to teach me?" Victor looked down at her, reading endless anticipation in her eyes. Indeed, Aurelian was also looking forward to seeing if this youngest genius of the Empire could bring her some courses different from other mediocre mages, courses that could make her eyes light up. Victor bowed to the princess and extended a hand to her, saying, "Your Highness, please give me your hand." Aurelian was a bit puzzled, but she still raised her arm and placed her hand on Victor's palm. At this moment, one of her personal female guards looked alertly at Victor. When Victor held Aurelian's small hand, a soft, tender feeling transmitted from his fingertips. This scene was caught by the female guard, who became extremely agitated, even placing her hand on the hilt of her sword. Teaching is teaching. Why is he touching her hand? She had heard that Victor liked minors, but she didn't expect him to dare flirt with the princess. But before she could open her mouth to warn him, Victor had already let go of her hand. Touching an NPC allowed Victor to see their level, and Aurelian's level was a level 15. Very low, extremely low. If Victor didn't know what would happen in the future, he could never have associated this princess, who was like a vase, with the future eternal witch. Moreover, this level seemed to only allow learning first-tier magic. Victor didn't say anything, but with a flip of his hand, a grey magic formation slowly appeared in his palm. It didn't have many complex patterns or obscure runes. This was just a relatively simple spell. A cloud of black smoke suddenly appeared in the air, enveloping the surroundings. Victor waved his hand, dispersing the grey smoke that had hallucinogenic properties. "How about it? Can you imitate this?" Orlean tilted her head, thinking, "It's a novel spell. My previous teachers haven't taught me this." But she also extended a hand, trying hard to draw the magic formation based on her recent memory. After a while, the formation in her hand lit up with a grey, misty feeling, and a small cloud of black mist was released from her hand out of thin air. Vega glanced at Orlean's spell casting. Her method was like directly copying it. Interesting. It was certain that Orlean didn't know this spell at first, as the awkwardness of casting a spell for the first time couldn't be faked. Although the speed of spell casting was not at all comparable to Victor's, being able to cast a spell after just one look was impressive. Could she really be a genius? Victor understood in his heart and once again changed to a slightly more complex spell in his hand. This time, 2 layers of formations appeared in Victor's hand, with patterns intertwining, more complex, but Victor only added 1 or 2 more runes to the formation. Second-tier magic, meteor fragment. A purple rock fragment gradually rose from the air, wished out, and violently pierced into the palace floor. The surrounding space was instantly distorted slightly, merely sucking the surrounding silver curtains into the center, pinned to the ground by the fragment. After watching, the princess gradually began to imitate Victor's construction of the formation. But this time, it was much slower than before. She tried very hard to construct it, and finally, she built the same magic as Victor had cast in her hand. The moment the purple meteor came out, the experienced Vega narrowed its eyes. A first-tier mage can use second-tier magic? There's something wrong with her mana quantity. There's nothing strange about it, Victor responded to Vega in his heart. The talent of the Eternal Witch had already taken shape at this moment. In the game, she would perfectly copy magic used by others, and because of her own strong mana, the magic would become even more powerful. Moreover, the reason she was called the Eternal Witch was because Orlean had an incredibly overpowered innate passive ability, Eternal Furnace. The mana she consumed when casting spells would recover 80% of her health. If her health was full, the excess would turn back into mana recovery. Similarly, after being injured, 80% of her lost health would recover mana. If her mana was full, the excess would turn into health recovery. This was a passive ability that could be seen as Orlean only needing to consume 20% of the mana other mages would use to cast spells when she was at full health. This overpowered talent made Orlean extremely tough and terrifyingly regenerative in battle. Not only that, but the power of her magic was also frightening. In gaming terms, she was tanky while also dealing high damage. Although her mana was still scarce now, being able to cast second-tier magic with a first-tier body was already quite outrageous. But it wasn't hard to see that the Emperor's words were correct. Orlean was indeed a terrifying genius, and the reason those mages couldn't teach her after 3 days was also obvious. It was too outrageous they couldn't teach anymore. Learning magic after just one look, if they continued teaching, even their most secret spells would be learned. Victor applauded. And unlike other mages who would be afraid to continue teaching due to Orlean's terrifying talent, Victor quite liked such an effortless student. He didn't even need to have Vega explain the principles of magic and then relay it to her. Victor asked, "Orlean, how many spells do you know?" Orlean thought carefully, and quickly gave Victor an answer, Probably countless. Over the years, there had been quite a few mages who became Orlean's teachers, and basically all the spells they taught had been copied by Orlean. Victor nodded. "Then, in terms of magic, I have nothing more to teach you." Orlean was somewhat surprised. She looked up at Victor, unable to believe it. "But, Father said you were the youngest genius mage in the Empire. If even you can't teach me. Aurelian didn't continue the rest of her words. Whenever she thought of those mages looking at her, that incredulous look, as if saying she was a monster, Aurelian would feel very sad. And now, Victor also didn't plan to teach her. She felt a slight tightness in her chest. But then, Victor's voice sounded, "Next, we'll switch directly to practical combat." Aurelian looked up in confusion, seemingly not yet understanding Victor's meaning. But before she could think too much, a blue magic formation had already formed under her feet without her noticing. The terrifying magical power shook the surrounding air, making it tremble frantically. Gusts of wind filled the entire palace. Pendants and curtains were blown about wildly, as if in a frenzied dance. The strong wind pressure naturally also blew Aurelian's beautiful hair, and the guard beside Aurelian was blown out of the magic formation by a gust of wind, slamming heavily against the golden wall. "Princess!" Just as she shouted these words, the magic formation instantly lit up, enveloping everything. The next second, whoosh! After the light dissipated, the guards and servants stood up and looked around, but there was no trace of the two within the palace. "What the hell? Where's the princess?" "The princess? She's been kidnapped by Victor." A blue magic formation descended from the sky onto the mountainside. With a flash of light, two figures appeared, landing steadily on the ground. Aurelian turned around, taking in the surrounding scenery. It was a vast mountain path, surrounded by lush, tall wild grass and colorful wildflowers. The trees were robust and thriving, standing tall like clouds. She gazed at the naturally beautiful landscape on the mountain path, her eyes filled with amazement. Since her birth, this was Aurelian's first time leaving the capital, and on her first trip out, she found herself in such a wild environment. Everything was new and exciting, filling Aurelian with joy. But before she could fully enjoy the moment, Victor's calm voice sounded beside her. "This is the Maya-Loot Plains." In the game, this area was a monster spawning ground outside the safe zone. The monsters appearing in the Maya-Loot Plains were not weak, generally ranging between levels 20 and 30. And Victor's purpose for bringing Aurelian here. "This is today's lesson content. Learn to fight." As his words fell, his form transformed into a flame, disappearing from Aurelian's sight like scattering ashes. Victor's vague instructions left her momentarily confused. His sudden disappearance filled Aurelian with panic. The surroundings became terrifyingly quiet. "Teacher?" she called out nervously, trying to get a response from Victor. However, only the rustling sound of wind through grass leaves answered her. With Victor's disappearance, Aurelian's panic multiplied. Unable to sense anyone around, not even a trace of Victor's presence, she felt a painful sense of abandonment. Soon, the first unnatural sound of the dangerous wilderness reached her ears. A monster, sensing the presence of an outsider, slowly approached Aurelian, its body making creaking joint noises. It was a tree spirit emanating black energy, humanoid in shape with two branches for arms and roots for feet. The purple leaves on its body looked like tree parts corrupted by dark energy. The monster's large frame seemed to cast a shadow over Aurelian's head. As if her mind had crashed, her brain instantly went blank. With no actual combat experience, just encountering such a monster made her forget how to use magic. "This is a corrupted tree spirit. Use magic to attack its upper branches." Victor's guiding voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Aurelian immediately snapped back to reality, realizing the monster before her was real. She had almost made a grave mistake. Wild monsters wouldn't spare you just because you're distracted. They'd only become more ferocious. Aurelian's anxious heart calmed a bit as she frantically searched her mind for the magic she had learned. Quickly, as she regained composure, she began to construct a spell. Raising her hand, a formation instantly began to form, with simple patterns intertwining. A weak flame burst forth, first-tier magic, spark. Fortunately, she hadn't forgotten about elemental advantages. When the monster was hit by the flame, some fire ignited on its body, but it shook itself, and the flames gradually extinguished. Looking at the corrupted tree spirit again, it seemed to have suffered little damage. Seeing the tree spirit barely harmed, Aurelian felt a surge of panic. A fearful expression appeared on her face, as if the corrupting energy would engulf her the next second. "No, don't come closer." She closed her eyes in fear, retreating while continuously constructing fire magic in her hands. Fireballs hit the corrupted tree spirit one after another without pause. Although the effect wasn't great, quantity could lead to quality change. Under Orlean's relentless magical assault, the tree spirit, ignited by numerous small flames, soon burst into the roaring fire that completely consumed it. As the flames dissipated, the monster's sounds abruptly ceased. Orlean opened her eyes nervously, finding the monster before her reduced to ashes. "Is it dead?" Orlean could hardly believe it. She looked down at her own hands. Due to continuously casting spells, her palms felt hot. But had she really killed this monster with her own hands? Orlean couldn't believe it, yet everything before her was so real. This feeling made her feel extremely exhilarated. It was completely different from what those mages had taught her before. "Not bad. At least you didn't fail on your first try." Victor had reappeared beside Orlean at some point. While giving Orlean a slight compliment, he picked up the crystals and corrupted branches left by the dead monster. He stored them in his player inventory. After doing all this, his gaze returned to Orlean. "Orlean, walking through this mountain path is your lesson and homework for today. By the way, if you want to give up, just tell me, and I'll end our lesson." Orlean nodded hesitantly. Although defeating her first monster had given her some confidence, making her realize she could fight too, she still hoped for some reassurance, and couldn't help asking Victor, "You'll always be by my side to protect me, right?" Victor didn't speak, only transforming into a flame and disappearing with a whoosh once again. But this time, Orlean felt more at ease. She knew her teacher was always by her side, and her teacher was very strong. Her first battle in the wild gave her a sense of liberation. A feeling of freedom and novelty filled her mind. Soon, 3 more corrupted tree spirits stumbled out of the forest. This time, Orlean was prepared. The second-tier magic she had readied was released in an instant. Second-tier magic, flame bullet. Fireballs, more powerful than before, simultaneously struck the 3 corrupted tree spirits. Although her level was lower than these monsters, the power of second-tier magic still dealt significant damage. Flames suddenly erupted on their bodies, causing branches to crackle and fall. One of them instantly perished. But the remaining 2 tree spirits were more resilient. Even with their arms burned to charcoal, they still charged at Orlean with gaping mouths. Orlean conjured a simple spell, a black formation beginning to form in her hand. It was the hallucinogenic magic Victor had demonstrated to her. First-tier magic, gray mist. A cloud of smoke enveloped the 2 damaged tree spirits. They paused for a second, then collided with each other. Under the strong impact, their last health bars emptied, and their bodies gradually turned to dust, scattering in the wind. Orlean walked forward. These monsters didn't leave corpses after death, but rather weathered away completely. This spared Orlean from any discomfort she might have felt seeing dead bodies after killing monsters. She picked up the dropped materials from the ground, then heard several growls behind her. She turned around nervously. This time, 5 monsters came at once, one of which was distinctly different from the 4 tree spirits. It was a monster formed from intertwined flowers, its body enormous, at least twice the size of the tree spirits. From time to time, it emitted various hallucinogenic fragrances. Beneath its body, it wielded thorny vines. Seeing this scene, Orlean's heart pounded wildly. This time, she had no time to prepare second-tier magic. She could only use simple first-tier fire magic to quickly dispatch 2 tree spirits, but the constantly emitting pollen made Orlean's consciousness less clear. Even simple first-tier magic seemed to become complex. A vine suddenly shot out from the grass near Orlean's feet with a whoosh, wrapping around her ankle and dragging her towards the flower monster. The moment she was tripped to the ground, Orlean's mind instantly cleared. Danger had arrived. But just then, boom! Terrifying flames that seemed impossible to extinguish erupted, burning through the vine behind her. As soon as she could move, Orlean quickly looked back. The remaining 3 monsters had been completely engulfed by raging flames. Victor stood bathed in fire, yet not a single flame touched his body amidst the inferno. In the flames, He collected the green crystals left behind by the monsters. After doing this, Victor walked out, and the intense burning flames dissipated right after him. You failed. Under Victor's cold gaze, Orlean, still shaken, trembled slightly. If this were a real encounter, you would be dead. In the wild, there's no opportunity for carelessness. Humans who lose consciousness only become food for monsters. Orlean felt somewhat dejected, but she indeed hadn't reacted in time. She wanted to say something in her defense, but then heard Victor say, "But with me, don't fear failure. If you fail once, just start over." As he spoke, Victor's body once again turned into flames and dissipated. Once more, 5 monsters reappeared before Orlean. As if coordinated, they attacked just like last time. This time, Orlean was prepared. She maneuvered around the tree spirits while avoiding vines and pollen. Under constant attrition, those tree spirits were burned to ashes. When a vine suddenly shot out from the grass to ambush Orlean, this time, it missed. Orlean dodged backward, her first deer magic instantly producing flames, which she threw into the flower monster's mouth. In an instant, the pollen became a highly flammable and explosive medium. The dust explosion blew the monster to pieces. Orlean breathed a sigh of relief, but this time, she didn't forget to remain vigilant of her surroundings. Only when she was certain no more sounds came from nearby did she finally relax, plopping down on the ground. The burn marks around her and the monster remains all testified to what had just transpired. I really did it. An indescribable sense of achievement surged through her heart, giving Orlean an unprecedented feeling of satisfaction. This fresh experience was a first for her. It left her excited and exhilarated. She rested for a while, feeling her internal mana recover to a decent level, then stood up and continued along the mountain path. Her lesson wasn't over yet. Meanwhile, throughout the palace, those who knew about the princess being taken away were in a state of panic. Guards and servants alike were all thrown into a frenzy. Confusion, bewilderment, despair, and anxiety filled the air. Where was the princess? She had been taken away by Victor. At this point, they didn't even dare to report this news to the emperor. Who would dare tell the emperor? The princess had been snatched right under their noses. If the emperor got even slightly angry, their heads might roll the next second. As things stood, they had to find the princess before the emperor learned of this. But how to find her? Where to look? That was a 4th-tier mage's teleportation magic, with a vast coverage area. Victor could have appeared in any corner of the capital. Or even worse, he might have taken the princess out of the capital altogether. Suddenly, Orlean's personal female guard thought of something and hurriedly said, "Knight Commander Gwen." She's Victor's fiancée tilde copyrightee. Perhaps she knows where Victor is. At this point, this seemed to be the only option left. She put on a black cloak and said to the panicking servants, "Don't panic, keep the news contained." "What if Knight Commander Gwen doesn't know where Victor is?" one of the servants asked anxiously. A flicker of despair passed through the female guard's eyes. "Then, immediately inform His Majesty of this matter. The princess absolutely cannot come to harm." At the Dillon mansion, Gwen stood at the door, looking bewildered at the royal guard. She blinked, listening to the news brought by the royal guard. Her Highness the princess had been taken away by Victor? What was wrong with Victor now? Was he uncomfortable if he didn't cause trouble for a day? The situation is urgent. We request Knight Commander Gwen to immediately set out to find Victor. Seeing the guard's request before her, Gwen was also at a loss. She had no idea where Victor would take the princess, or how to find Victor. But Gwen was also troubled. Where could she go to find Victor now? Kevlar beside her, poked Gwen's waist with her finger. Gwen's body shuddered, giving Kevlar a somewhat resentful look. But Kevlar said with a grin, "Of course you can find Victor, he left something for you." "Something?" Gwen was stunned, suddenly remembering. Victor had indeed left something for her. She hurriedly took out a piece of golden parchment from her waist, which still had faint traces of magic on it. That was the magic Victor had left behind. He had requested a batch of fine steel and specifically left this parchment to tell her. This parchment could locate his position. Instantly, a sense of confusion arose in Gwen's heart. What exactly does Victor want to do? If he wanted to take away the princess, Why would he give her something in advance that could locate his position? Was it an oversight? Impossible. Victor was definitely not that careless. Seeing the hesitation and confusion on Gwen's face, Kevlar suggested, "Since you can find Victor, why not bring more people along?" Gwen was perplexed, but Kevlar seemed to already know something, saying, "Maybe Victor deliberately wants others to find him." A broken bar. By now, Orlean had already covered most of her journey. She encountered another monster ambush on the way, this time with one more flower monster. But Orlean remained incredibly calm this time. She calmly cast spells continuously, attacking the monsters' weak points. Terrifying flames engulfed the monsters, leaving not even ashes behind. Even though the monsters were dead, she still felt a bit scared. It was like bungee jumping. Even though there were safety measures, the repeated near-death tension kept tugging at her nerves. But this time, she wouldn't lose. The next second, several monsters reappeared, pouncing towards Orlean. She continuously cast spells, gradually depleting her mana. Under Orlean's surprisingly talented abilities, her mana wasn't consumed much, and these common tree spirits were swept away by her. Increasingly skilled attacks on weak points made her more adept at handling these monsters. Orlean was slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed with fatigue. Walking to the side of the corpses, she didn't forget to pick up materials like Victor had done earlier. She had been walking this mountain path for almost 2 hours. During this time, she had died no less than 20 times. Every time she was near death, Teacher Victor's flames would spread to all the monsters. But this also meant that she needed to start over. The monsters seemed to be deliberately drawn back, and she repeatedly challenged this path more than 20 times. She could clearly feel her combat experience increasing. Countless spell casts made her feel increasingly skilled and at ease, and even second-tier magic no longer felt as taxing as before. Orlean continued walking forward. The forest grew denser, gradually blocking out the sunlight that could no longer penetrate through the leaves. Darkness gradually engulfed the remaining mountain path ahead. White mist slowly rose, shrouding the last part of the mountain path ahead. Her instincts told her that there was danger within the white mist before her. It felt as if once she stepped in, she would be unable to turn back, like entering an abyss. Orlean reached out a hand, touching the white mist before her. There was no unusual sensation, but she still steeled herself, entering with a nervous heart. Walking into the mist, almost instantly, everything before her became extraordinarily open. Before her lay a spacious plain. Surrounded by dense trees, it looked like a deliberately left open space, appearing quite eerie. As soon as Orlean entered, the path behind her was sealed by a wall of white mist. Startled, she quickly stepped back. But no matter how she touched or patted it, this layer of mist seemed to have turned into a solid wall, showing no reaction. She was trapped here. Soon, rustling sounds came continuously from the dense forest, and the ground no longer remained still. Accompanied by a shocking tremor of the earth, a huge creature broke through the intertwined underground, appearing before Orlean. Its body was completely wrapped in green leaves, vines, and fur, covering its face, making it impossible to see its true appearance. Only a pair of glowing red eyes could be seen under the darkness. Roar! A powerful roar struck Orlean's eardrums, and a damp, stuffy breath entered her nostrils, as if gripping the vitality of her heart. She widened her eyes, utterly unable to believe the horrifying creature before her. A broken bar. Forest demon. This was the Lord-level boss at the end of the Mylute path, a type of wild boss. It respawned roughly once a week, and after death, had a chance to drop an item, a demon's heart, a material that could be used to craft equipment. Victor compared Orlean's and the forest demon's life values. This was a level 20 forest demon. It wasn't particularly strong, but due to its boss stats, its thick health and high defense undoubtedly posed a great challenge for the level 15 Orlean. Orlean looked at the monster before her, feeling its breath like a large drum being constantly beaten, the heavy sound pounding on Orlean's heart. Under the opponent's strong pressure, she stepped back slightly. When she touched the white mist wall, she realized that now, she had nowhere to retreat. Isn't this a bit too intense? Orlean, who had never had any close combat experience, couldn't possibly defeat it by any means other than magic. But this thing, would it really give her a chance to attack remotely with magic? A boss would never give people time to wait. In the moment Orlean hesitated, the forest demon broke free from countless vines, dragging broken vines as it charged towards Orlean. Thump, thump, thump. Each of its steps seemed to vent its anger at the intruder, as if it couldn't believe someone had dared to intrude into its territory. Just by suddenly raising its giant arm, the shadow had completely covered Orlean. Boom! As a palm came down, in her stupor, Orlean couldn't even react in time. She seemed to have already seen her own death. But just as the forest demon was about to hit her, the next second, a white magic formation gradually lit up from the entire forest, and light engulfed everything. When Orlean opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in the original spot. The forest demon had also returned to its original starting point, entangled in heavy vines. Orlean looked at her intact body, but in her memory, it was as if she had already died once. She touched her neck. Her head was still on her shoulders. On the ground where she stood, a number had appeared. 1. This was a record of her failure, or rather, died once. Huh? Orlean raised her head to look at the monster again, seeming as if this beast was also very confused about why it was trapped in heavy vines again. But it didn't care about these things, it only needed to charge forward again. Killing the fragile human in front of it was enough. Orlean finally understood that she couldn't hesitate anymore, and she attempted to start her first resistance. She couldn't use teleportation magic, but she still had ways to escape the opponent's lock-on. Like the black mist magic Victor had her learn today, she constructed the formation with both hands. Due to her previous experiences, this construction became extremely proficient and swift. The forest demon broke free from the vines again, charging towards Orlean. Before it could reach Orlean, vast black mist suddenly enveloped the demon. The demon let out a screech, starting to attack the surrounding trees in a frenzy. Orlean knew this was the effect of the hallucinogenic magic. So, she tried to launch an attack from the side. Countless sparks flew towards the demon, but they extinguished upon merely touching the demon, under its frenzied attacks. Whether due to the heavy leaves, the damp air, or the monster's enormous body, Orlean's attacks became very weak. The demon had barely taken any damage, and instead was enraged again by Orlean's attack. She was incredibly surprised that her magic had no effect at all, staring wide-eyed and frozen in place, not knowing what to do. How is this, boss? Before she could finish speaking, the demon kicked up a huge dead tree from the forest, sending it flying towards Orlean. In an instant, Orlean's vision went black, accompanied by the indication of death. After a white light dissipated, she and the monster returned to their original positions once again. A green glow appeared on the forest demon's body. That was a healing spell. Orlean lit up with a blue light, her previously lost magic fully restored. Her body was also restored to its original state. As if foretelling something, the number on the ground gained another stroke. 2. Recovering from death, Orlean felt mentally drained. Although she hadn't actually died, for some reason, every time she was teleported back to the starting point, she felt as if she had died once. It was as if mocking her failure. Orlean didn't want to fail. She began to quietly contemplate. Each time after dying, everything would start over. Her condition would be restored, and the monster before her would also have its strength replenished by the teacher. It was as if telling her, you must defeat it in one go. This was a test. Orlean told herself this. She rallied once more, drawing magic formations from her body, casting various weak enhancement spells on herself while the demon was restrained. The moment the demon charged, she released the black mist again. Victor, concealed in the sky, watched all of this. Whenever the boss was about to deal a potentially fatal blow to Orlean, he would use teleportation magic to send them both back to the starting point, incidentally restoring the forest demon and Orlean to full health. He never tired of this. Vega looked down at the scene below. When the blue light flashed, Orlean and the forest demon were once again teleported back to their original positions. It couldn't help but comment, do you have a grudge against her? You're torturing her like this, although it's quite interesting. After all, Vega had never seen such a novel battle scene before. The powerful monster could never kill the enemy, while the enemy repeatedly revived, challenging it over and over again. It was like a playful game. But Vega didn't think this approach was useful. Strong individuals are forged through constant battles with equals. The gap between this monster and the princess was simply too great. Orlean could never kill it, unless she could reach Victor's level of abnormality. Thinking of how Victor had battled Calamity for 3 days and nights, only getting injured once, Vega found it hard to comprehend. If even Calamity could be completely understood by him, what couldn't Victor do? Victor, as if seeing through its thoughts, spoke in a detached tone. You asked me before why, as a mage, I still have such exquisite close combat skills. Vega was slightly stunned, looking at Victor. Though his expression remained coldly impassive, there was an indescribable nostalgia in his eyes. I, too, engaged in endless combat in an environment similar to this. Once, twice, dozens of times, hundreds of times, even thousands of times. Fail once, start over from the beginning. Victor's gaze gradually became intense. In his words, Vega seemed to see an epic scene. A sky-obscuring giant dragon floated in the air above. Victor could only look at the mighty beast, embodying both power and pressure. Its left claw held a thunder spear, its right claw gripped a wheel ring, and its other 2 giant claws cradled a massive thunder drum. It was an apocalyptic scene. Beneath the floating, shattered islands was a dark, surging sea of corruption, constantly forming all-consuming whirlpools. The sky above was devoid of any rosy glow, a stifling, oppressive atmosphere filling Victor's lungs. In his hand, he held only a silver blade, the pure light sword left behind by the previous hero who had slain tens of thousands of magical beasts. But beneath that giant dragon, its feeble light seemed so small, so fragile. All around were endless flames spontaneously ignited by lightning striking the rocks, capable of completely annihilating Victor with just one hit. Once failed, start over from the beginning. Die, stand up, die, stand up. Endless repetition. Finally, he stood atop the giant beast's head, severing its head with his blade. He won, but at a terrible cost. Vega couldn't understand. In such a lopsided battle, why would anyone keep repeating it? Even with only a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory, they still charged forward like moths to a flame. Don't you get tired? Countless deaths, countless falls, all for one hard-earned victory. What was the point of doing this? Tired? Victor suddenly smiled. It was the first time he had shown such a smile, as if it was a relief, or as if he had found his long-lost self in such a scene. You only need to win once, that's all. Suddenly, Vega's eye caught sight of Orlean below. A red light glowed in her hand, a wispy red flame appearing on her palm. Almost pressed against the boss's body, Orlean struck hard on the monster's form. For the first time, the forest demon let out a painful howl. It angrily lashed out with a chain entwined with thick vines, sweeping Orlean away with one hit. Orlean seemed prepared, one hand glowing with intense light to block this attack. I did it. She had just shown joy at her success, but the demon's giant claw came swooping towards her body. Whoosh! A blue light flashed, and she and the monster were back at the starting point. Orlean was dazed, looking at the number on the ground. 11. The 11th failure made Orlean feel somewhat defeated. She had become complacent after landing just one hit on the opponent. This shouldn't be. Feeling her body's magic recover, the monster's injuries also fully healed. Another round of battle began. She stubbornly bit her lip, assuming a fighting stance. Continue. 12. Continue. 20. Inu. 30. 40. 50. Who knows how much time had passed. The number kept updating, death scene after death scene, yet it left Vega somewhat shocked. Why? She was still persisting, as if she absolutely had to defeat the opponent. From barely lasting 10 seconds at the start, to now lasting longer and longer each time. It was as if she was constantly getting used to the opponent's attack patterns and methods. On the 60th attempt, the forest demon's injuries became more and more apparent. It was panting heavily, with a hint of retreat in its eyes. Even though the opponent was as weak as a worm, Why couldn't it kill her? The demon's intelligence wasn't capable of higher-level thinking. Is she going to win? Viga's voice held a hint of surprise. However, Victor calmly said, the closer you get to the end, the more you can't relax. Sure enough, from Victor's perspective, the demon's health was nearly depleted. Just 2 more effective hits were needed. The forest demon would die. But the demon's inclination to retreat made Orlean sense an opportunity. In her eagerness, she rushed forward, completely forgetting that the forest demon was always faster than her. Its lunge missed Orlean, but the spiked chain in its hand was already poised to strike. One thrust, and Orlean died again. But as long as Victor was there, it was destined never to kill Orlean. Once more, a teleportation spell swapped their positions, magic mutually restoring their health. 61. This time, Orlean's mood was near collapse. She had been so close, yet the enemy seemed forever unbeatable. Her body's injuries had healed, but mentally, she was almost at her limit. Suddenly, Orlean remembered what Victor had said at the beginning. Should I give up? The stubborn Orlean never wanted to give up. She raised her hand. As the forest demon lunged at her, a magic formation lit up. The enraged demon pounced on her, crushing countless tree branches, but when it looked up, it had only caught empty air. There was just some fine ice dust on the withered branches. First-tier magic, ice clone. It was an almost perfectly timed dodge, followed immediately by her fire magic. In the sky, Viga watched the scene below. For the first time, it sensed uneven much in Orlean's battle. Though she hadn't become much more agile, it was as if she had completely adapted to the opponent's attack patterns. Her steps were steady, anticipating the boss's moves. Dodge, then strike. One hit and done, never greedy, quickly retreating. Perfect battle rhythm. Finally, under Orlean's magic harassment that was like a pesky fly, the demon completely lost its reason. It flipped over onto the dense forest and began to roll and jump continuously. Orlean was forced to retreat, waiting for an opportunity. Under the demon's indiscriminate rolling, it kept moving towards the direction Orlean had retreated. Orlean knew this was the best moment. Second-tier magic, fire scatter shot. In an instant, red formations began to form continuously in the air. Although this was second-tier magic, it required simultaneously constructing many fire bullets in the air to concentrate the attack and achieve extra effectiveness. For Orlean, this was the most effective way to strike. But its preparation time was also excruciatingly long. Soon, countless patterns began to intertwine, the patterns between several formations starting to connect. The moment the formation was complete, countless fire bullets flew towards the demon. Boom! Instantly, dust and smoke rose. The demon also stopped its useless rolling, continuously throwing rocks and deadwood at Orlean, its giant chain also constantly swinging towards her. These attacks, all seen many times before, were easily dodged by Orlean, countering each move. At this moment, it was the 20th minute of their fierce battle. This is the longest she has persisted, Viga said in surprise. But suddenly, a series of footsteps outside the barrier caught Viga's attention. Looking through the white mist, it saw the royal knights, with Gwen at the forefront. And the princess's royal guard was there too. How did they find their way here? Could it be? Viga suddenly had a guess. Countless people rushed through the white mist, and at this moment, everyone saw the scene before them. The huge monster broke through the thick smoke, carrying fine ice crystals, its body burning with fierce flames. Like a giant flaming meteor, it rushed towards Orlean. Princess! Everyone was stunned in place at this distance. They couldn't possibly save the princess in time. Gwen dismounted and drew her sword, ready to rush in front of the princess to protect her with her body. But then, Orlean raised her hand, a magic formation covering her left arm. First-tier magic, repulsion. A slight repulsive force made the monster's arm pause momentarily, but its strength was too great, and it still struck Orlean's left arm. In that instant, an overwhelming pain filled her left arm, making Orlean feel as if it was about to be crippled. But, having experienced so many deaths, this level of pain was nothing. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, her gaze becoming fierce and dangerous. Her right hand transformed into a blade of light, aimed at the demon's barely visible chin. Stab! The erupting blade pierced through the forest demon's vulnerable jaw, completely impaling its head. Blood spurted, staining her clothes and body red. Boom! With a thunderous sound, kicking up a dust cloud several meters high, the demon's enormous body finally fell to the ground, collapsing in front of Orlean. She looked at the demon's now lifeless eyes, panting heavily. As if not fully recovered from the battle, the power from using magic was slowly healing the injury on her left arm. But the countless people who witnessed this scene were almost simultaneously stunned in place, including Gwen, who had tried to save Orlean. The number on the ground was frozen at 61, gradually fading away. Vega widened its single eye. With such a huge disparity, how could she win? Suddenly, Vega's voice trailed off. Yes, the gap was so vast. How, then, could Victor defeat a calamity that was like a natural disaster? Victor didn't respond to Vega. This was the environment he had prepared for Orlean. You can defeat me countless times, but I only need to win against you once. At this moment, Victor saw the level next to Orlean's health bar. The number that had been fixed at LV15 increased LV16. Seeing this, Victor nodded slightly. Well then, the experiment was successful. About 2 minutes passed, and Orlean stood motionless in the pool of blood. She stared at her trembling hands, unable to believe it. The monster before her, capable of crushing her repeatedly, was now dead. It was the first time she had seen so much blood, killing a monster in such a cruel manner. But she didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Instead, she experienced a novel sensation she had never felt before. Her mind, tensed to the extreme, began to relax. Her whole body trembled, unable to conceal her inner excitement. Exhilarating, because she had personally defeated an enemy she thought was completely unbeatable. Through repeated failures and deaths, Orlean was left with only one thought. She had to defeat it. Then, kill it. It seemed only this could vent the emotions from her repeated deaths. Only this could prove she wasn't just a weak ornament. Orlean completely relaxed, sitting ungracefully on the grass, letting the foul-smelling blood stain her entire body. This was her trophy, proof of her victory. The royal knights stood far away, lowering their weapons, each knight's eyes filled with shock. What had they just witnessed? The 15-year-old princess personally killed a forest demon? The knights were very familiar with this type of magical beast. Every week, knights were assigned to patrol around the royal capital, clearing out surrounding monsters to prevent them from rapidly proliferating and becoming a disaster. The forest demon before them was the most troublesome existence for the knights. Each time they cleared one, it took at least a dozen knights to subdue it steadily. They never imagined that the little-known princess would possess such ridiculous strength. Most importantly, she was only 15 years old. The female guard also rushed forward amidst everyone's shock, hurriedly helping the princess up. "Princess, are you all right?" In fact, when she first entered and saw the monster pouncing towards the princess, she was almost scared witless. She had even thought about where her future grave should be buried. But then she witnessed a scene that instantly lifted her from rock bottom to the peak. Princess Orlean had actually killed that monster in retaliation? Having protected the princess for so long, she naturally knew the princess's capabilities. Although her magical talent was indeed unparalleled, able to learn spells taught by teachers with just a glance. But talent doesn't equate to combat ability. Everyone in the palace knew that the princess, who had never had any real combat experience, would still be just an ornamental princess even after learning magic. But now, Orlean had slapped them all in the face. Whose ornament could defeat a forest demon single-handedly at 15 years old? Perhaps even Erica, hailed as the current youngest genius in the royal capital, would struggle to achieve this. Orlean shook her head after being helped up by the guard, saying, "I'm fine." She hadn't expected her guards to find her along with the night order. A flame appeared out of thin air, and Victor slowly emerged into people's view. The female guard was furious at first sight of Victor. If it weren't for Victor taking the princess away without any explanation, she would have already prepared for her head to be separated from her body. How could she not be angry? Victor had nearly gotten everyone killed. Victor, abducting the princess is already an unforgivable crime. How dare you bring the princess to such a dangerous place? You! Victor remained unmoved. But the princess frowned first, stopping her next words. "Cecilia, you're being too disrespectful to my teacher." Hearing the princess's words, the guard called Cecilia began to stammer, "But, princess," before she could finish, as if struck by a repulsive force, she was forced to step back involuntarily. Cecilia looked up to see a light glowing at Victor's fingertips. First-tier magic, repulsion. After doing this, Victor nodded to the princess, praising, the final repulsion magic was used well. Orlean was overjoyed at Victor's praise. It meant her efforts hadn't been in vain. A beam of light fell, sweeping over the princess's clothes, cleaning the blood stains. The materials from the corpse on the ground were also collected by Victor. However, Victor left the body in place, as it was Orlean's trophy after all. He looked at their demon's heart he had just picked up, then glanced back at Orlean. Although it was his student's trophy, still. Victor put the demon's heart into his bag and looked back at Orlean. "Well, today's lesson is over. Tomorrow, you can take a day off." As he spoke, he nodded to Gwen, who was approaching from afar. A blue formation rose beneath his feet, dissipating into points of light. Gwen watched Victor leave and gestured to the Night Order. "Temporarily seal off my loot path. No one is allowed in or out." The princess finally returned safely to the palace under the escort of her guards, bringing her trophy, a forest demon. Emperor Aubrey was very pleased, shouting in front of everyone about rewarding Orlean. Soon, the news of Orlean single-handedly killing a forest demon spread through every noble circle in the royal capital. Some nobles believed this was a signal released by the royal family, that this little-known princess was finally going to step forward as a genius under the royal family's groundwork. To increase the royal family's control, the remaining nobles became interested in Victor's teaching. Under the royal announcement, everyone knew Victor had become the princess's private tutor. However, today's lesson shocked them. Having a student kill a forest demon was actually Victor's lesson. What was Victor thinking? Erica had been troubled recently. Ever since she blurted out "Take me as your disciple" to the professor yesterday due to sudden brain overload, she had been thinking about how to persuade her father, Duke Levi. Just as Victor said, she was her father's only heir. How could he possibly agree to her continuing to do anything dangerous? But thinking of what Orlean had said at the banquet made her uncomfortable. "Are you trying to steal my teacher? I won't let you succeed." Erica quickly shook her head, trying to shake off those unpleasant thoughts in her mind. The sound of the door opening came from outside, followed by a servant's voice. "Duke, father was back." Hearing Duke Levi's voice, Erica pushed open the door, only to see Duke Levi's face looking somewhat gloomy. Erica suppressed the words she had just prepared. After all, father was in a bad mood now, and she indeed shouldn't talk to him about other things at this time. But hadn't father gone to the palace? Could it be that someone had offended him while he was there? Erica asked curiously, "Father, what's wrong?" "It's too inappropriate." Duke Levi glanced at Erica, sighed, and said, "Victor took the position as the princess's teacher, but he used large-scale teleportation magic inside the palace to take the princess out of the palace. When the Royal Night Order found the princess, she was facing a forest demon." Erica covered her mouth, extremely surprised. Forest demon. The well-informed Erica had naturally heard of it. This kind of monster seemed to be a lord-level creature appearing in dense forests, ferocious and difficult to kill. Logically, such monsters were usually dealt with by the Night Order, or some passing adventurers who killed them. The dead bodies could even be brought to the royal capital for rewards. Why would the princess face such a thing alone? But what shocked Erica even more was yet to come. Duke Levi continued, "Even though she defeated that monster, it's still too inappropriate to let the princess take such risks." There was some anger in Duke Levi's voice, naturally directed at Victor's bold teaching. "The princess is His Majesty's daughter, and His Majesty dotes on her greatly. If something really happened because of Victor, how could Victor still stand in the empire? Everything he had accumulated would collapse in an instant. Does he really not understand these things?" The Duke didn't notice that Erica, upon hearing this, stepped back in shock. What? The princess actually defeated that kind of monster? Alone? By herself? She suddenly remembered what the princess had said. Surpass her. become an even greater genius than her. Now, what Aurelian had accomplished was deeply imprinted in her heart. Genius? Duke Levi paused, looking at his daughter. For some reason, Erica was now lowering her head, making it difficult to see her expression. Erica, darling, what's wrong? No. It's nothing. Erica sighed softly. At this moment, she suddenly understood some things. Staying by Victor's side seemed. It wouldn't create any substantial gap between her and the princess. Instead, it would make the distance between the princess and her grow shorter and shorter. Moreover, since she already understood that her father would definitely not agree, why should she continue to make unreasonable demands? Erica, you should grow up too, she said to herself. So, Erica took a deep breath and made a request to Duke Levi. Father, there will be a 2-month vacation during the academy's recruitment period. I want. Duke Levi looked at his daughter, seeing her determined gaze, but with a different kind of confidence in her eyes. I want to train with your Magus cow for a while. Duke Levi stared at his daughter in astonishment. Dull and boring magic learning is destined not to improve me much, so I need an opportunity to train. Moreover, the Magus Corps is under your command. I won't put you in a difficult position. Between admiration and understanding, Erica chose the latter. It wasn't that her admiration for Victor had diminished. On the contrary, the closer she got to Victor, the more she could feel the charm of his personality beneath his cold exterior. She found that her previous self had been ridiculously wrong. Trying to catch up to someone by becoming their disciple would only make the gap between them grow larger and larger. Erica wanted to shine, wanted everyone to look at her with new eyes. Unfortunately, Victor's light was too bright, making everyone close their eyes, making everyone seem so dim and lackluster. It also almost made her forget the strongest genius under 20 in the royal capital could only be her. A flash of gratification passed through Duke Levi's deep eyes, and he slowly said, I have an old friend far in the northern part of the empire. He is a powerful magus. If you can endure the cold of the north, then, in a while, go train with my Magus Corps there for a period of time. The sky began to show the first light of dawn as Heaney hurriedly rushed towards the training ground. Professor Victor, Professor Victor. Victor, who was practicing swordsmanship, heard Heaney's voice and put down his sword. With a thud, the sword pierced into the ground. Professor Victor, the batch of fine steel you ordered has arrived. Hearing that his ordered fine steel had arrived, Victor nodded to Heaney, sheathed his sword, and hung it back on the wall. Let's go. Victor led Heaney towards the mansion's main gate. Seeing a cart full of fine steel outside the gate, Victor merely lifted the cover to take a quick look, then called for the servants to receive it. Professor, don't we need to weigh these fine steel bars specifically? There's no need for that. This batch of fine steel was of superior quality from the Dillon family. Gwen paid great attention to this, so naturally, there wouldn't be any shortages. The money had been paid in advance. The driver cracked his whip, and the cart gradually departed. Victor turned and led Vega back to the mansion, while Heaney remained in place, tilting her head as she watched him, muttering, "Why is the professor so busy every day?" She shook her head and skipped towards the flower patch. With a creak, Vega smelled a damp, metallic odor. This was the basement of Victor's mansion, and also Victor's laboratory. Vega knew that once Victor appeared here, it meant he was going to tinker with his strange little toys again. Victor laid some fine steel on the table, his gaze fixed on the player's crafting book. To ensure a constant supply for the item shop, he would make 200 bottles of magic potions in the basement every day, and always kept 100 health potions on hand for emergencies. As a power leveler, the habit of stockpiling potions was ingrained in his soul. Because of this, his crafting proficiency had already risen to LV3. He could now start making some level 3 crafted items. Victor took out a pile of various colored crystals from the player's inventory. Oh? These are the leftovers from what Gwen brought back from the volcano, and these are what the little princess helped you collect yesterday, right? Vega looked curiously at the crystals in Victor's hand. But Victor just kept his hand under his chin, frowning, staring at the air in front of him. Seeing him like this, Vega understood that Victor definitely wouldn't respond to it. so it didn't ask any more questions. After searching through the crafting list for a while, Victor finally found an item that satisfied him. According to the materials needed on the item list, Victor weighed and prepared the crystals and fine steel. The weight was just right, without even a gram of difference. Soon, the table was filled with red and green crystals, with 3 uneven pieces of fine steel placed on top. Victor gradually built a formation on the synthesis table, with triangular patterns as the core and square circles as auxiliaries, inlaying runes on top. Instantly, a burst of strong light erupted from the crafting table. Vega stared at this strong light, which immediately illuminated its fur like a white bird. In fact, it had never been able to understand Victor's crafting technique that only required materials, and could only attribute it to a 1 in a million creation magic. As the light gradually faded, Vega widened its eye, looking at Victor's final product. There were 2 small, exquisite iron cards, glinting coldly, extremely sharp. The patterns on them were also different, with one card covered in green patterns and the other in red patterns. Victor looked at the pair of cards before him, knowing he had succeeded not only in crafting a level 3 item but also in infusing it with wooden fire elements. "What's the use of these things?" Vega asked curiously, looking at the iron flying cards, unable to understand. No matter how powerful or sharp these things were, they were just flying cards after all. It would be great if flying cards could kill enemies, but such fragile iron cards might be easily dodged, and the 2 cards would completely lose their effect. Victor didn't answer it, just silently repeated the previous steps. Bursts of strong light kept flashing from the basement. After who knows how long, Vega felt its eye was about to be dazzled. Victor also stopped. Numerous iron cards filled the entire crafting table. 1, 2, 3, 20, 73, 108. You made 2 decks of poker cards. Want to draw a few out as jokers? Poker cards existed in this world, as one of the few pleasures for gamblers. Back when he was power leveling, Victor's favorite thing to do in his spare time was to run to the casino and have an exciting gambling session with one gambler after another, always winning more. So, how to identify if an NPC is a gambler in the game? It's simple, just ask if they want to play a game of cards. To some extent, NPC's gambling addiction is even greater than players. But Vega was very confused. If he wanted to make weapons, why not make wands, or at least daggers for close combat? Unexpectedly, Victor made a bunch of these things. Victor put a deck of cards of the same color in a magic array. This time, the array had 54 small circles, with a position for each card, and the largest circle in the middle. Soon, another burst of strong light flashed. Vega's vision went white, and it suddenly felt dizzy. It could only hear a harsh metallic collision sound in front of it, as if something was forcibly compressed together. As the light gradually dissipated, Vega only saw 2 iron cards, but compared to before, they were a bit thicker. How did you do that? They merged together. Victor ignored it and just picked up one of the flying cards and threw it at the wooden dummy. The moment the red flying card flew out, one card instantly turned into a deck of cards. 52 iron cards pinned onto the wooden dummy, bursting into roaring flames. As soon as the flames ignited, the cards returned, and a white mist like steam instantly rose, cooling down the temperature of the cards. They hovered around Victor, the card bodies emitting a faint red glow, like loyal guards. Vega blinked, watching the numerous flying cards spinning around Victor. Victor calmly explained, "It can compensate for my shortcomings in close combat." Vega pondered his words. Shortcomings in close combat? That's not what you say when you're fighting warriors and knights in close combat. Vega thought Victor just wanted to show off, but it had no evidence. At least it hadn't seen anyone who could get close enough to Victor to threaten him. Not even Calamity could do that. So, do these cool poker cards of yours have a name? I've never seen this kind of weapon before. Victor narrowed his eyes, his consciousness slightly moved, and the flying cards stopped spinning, recombining into a deck, attaching to Victor's waist. I call it Fate, Vega said very supportively. What a perfect name. Victor put away Fate and walked out of the basement. As soon as he came out, He saw the little succubus running over very anxiously. Professor. She was a bit out of breath as she handed Victor a letter. Victor frowned in confusion. Delivering letters was usually done by servants. Heaney rested for a moment and then explained. Professor, I was about to go to the item shop when this letter flew into the mailbox at the door, addressed to you for signing. So I brought it to you. Heaney smiled happily, as if helping Victor made her especially happy. Victor nodded, no longer confused, but saw that Heaney was still standing there, fidgeting, with a look of expectation in her eyes. Victor? As he was wondering if he had forgotten something, Heaney spoke up somewhat embarrassedly. Professor, you haven't patted my head today yet. All right, daily pat. He put his hand on Heaney's head and rubbed it. Filled with a sense of happiness on her head, Heaney was very satisfied. After Victor withdrew his hand, she seemed a bit reluctant to part, but then suddenly seemed to realize what an outrageous request she had just made, and her cheeks turned bright red. Professor, I'm going to work now. Saying this, Heaney ran away covering her blushing face. Victor's hand hung in the air. Just now, he had seen Heaney's level. LV7. Wasn't this succubus leveling up a bit too fast? Vega stood by, its gaze thoughtful. What are you thinking about? Victor asked the crow, and Vega slowly said, I suddenly thought, primal demons are magical aggregates that induce emotions. They don't have substantial physical bodies or souls. I'm guessing a possibility that when you blasted Yurm, part of its qualities didn't completely leave Heaney's body, so Heaney gained part of the power of greed. In conclusion, the reason this little succubus keeps getting stronger might be because you've been satisfying her greed. Victor pondered for a moment. This was quite bizarre. He had never seen such a situation before. But Vega's words made sense, or rather, it was currently the only explanation for how a succubus could increase her magical power without going through certain special sexual acts. If that's the case, then Heaney's greed is really too easy to satisfy. Towards the end, even Vega didn't quite believe it. Could it really be considered greed if all it took was a daily head pat and hug to self-satisfy? Victor quietly listened to Vega's words, weighing the letter in his hand. It's not harmful anyway. You're right. So, has the Mage Council sent you another letter? The magical residue on the envelope was still very powerful, but this time there was no magical puzzle on it. Victor took Vega back to the study and opened the envelope with magic. The illusory mage appeared on the letter once again. We meet again, Lord Victor. Victor still looked at him coldly and said flatly, if the council hadn't agreed to my request, they wouldn't have replied to me, but agreeing to all my demands doesn't seem like your style. Tell me, what matter is worth you inviting me at all costs? The mage shook his head and smiled bitterly. There's really nothing to hide from you, Professor Victor. He straightened his posture, and a serious voice came out. In fact, we of the Mage Council do need your help. According to the prophecy, soon, Endymion will suffer a calamity. The city of magic will face a calamity. Victor took the words of the Phantom Mage to heart. He pondered briefly, or more accurately, he was recalling the game's storyline. In the future, the City of Mages had once suffered a severe attack. It was an exclusive special mission for mage players. Players of other classes couldn't join. The reason was that a powerful sealed magical beast was about to break through its seal in the City of Mages and reappear in the world. The Dark Archmage Exodia. He was originally a mage, but due to his obsession with pursuing power, he injected powerful magic into every meridian of his body to make his physiology transcend human limits. Exodia did indeed become stronger, but the consequences were also obvious. Due to the magical backlash, he eventually lost his sanity. His body also transformed into a giant with 3 heads. With 3 heads, he had 3 consciousnesses. His thoughts constantly clashed, and his mind was in utter chaos. The endless magic gushing from his body naturally led to countless disasters. This was why he was sealed in the City of Mages. The seal of the Dark Mage was gradually loosening. According to observations from the City of Mages, his target was the city's primary source of magic, Hyjal. It was Endymion's first source of magic, also the foundation of Endymion, storing enough magic to flood the world. It was said to be the first great tree planted by the gods. Its vast magical power was what kept the Sky City floating in the air, and also made Endymion warm as spring all year round, with a pleasant climate. If Hyjal were attacked and destroyed, the entire island's magic supply would be completely lost, and the floating island would rapidly fall to the ground. This would be a devastating blow to any country. If it fell into the ocean, it would raise 1,000-foot waves, swallowing half the countries. That would truly be a catastrophe for all living beings. Victor thought for a moment, then leaned back in his chair. He appeared very calm, even confident. "You're talking about Hyjal?" The mage in the phantom was stunned for a moment, taking a while to recover before saying with a bitter smile, "Lord Victor, how much do you actually know?" Victor's tone was full of strategic confidence as he slowly said, "Not much, but enough." "So, you must have heard about the demon war and decided to come find me, Mr. Heim." Victor was also very clear about the man appearing in the envelope before him. Heim Horn, rumored to be a phantom mage on the continent, as a member of the Magic Council, he didn't belong to any country, nor did he have any political stance. He was merely a fourth-tier powerhouse managing the city of mages. Phantom mage, as the name suggests, specialized in illusions and teleportation, but what was most envied was his unique phantom magic, a phantom clone. The phantoms could copy Heim's movements, and naturally, they could also copy Heim's magic. However, each time a phantom appeared, it would weaken the magic released by the original body. But when each bullet becomes a dense forest, it can instantly penetrate a building. Heim immediately became serious and slowly said to Victor, "To recognize my identity just from the magic, Lord Victor, you continue to surprise me." His identity wasn't something that needed to be hidden. In fact, he was quite famous as a council member in the City of Mages. What surprised him was that Victor recognized him just by seeing the magic, something even some well-experienced mages would find difficult to notice. Before he could say anything more, Victor clasped his hands together. "So, why should I agree to help you? I don't have any sense of belonging to Endymion." Heim Horn immediately became anxious. He didn't care if he would reveal more of Endymion's secrets and quickly explained to Victor, "Hyjal is Endymion's last line of defense. If Endymion falls, it will lead to the destruction of the country and the collapse of the continent." Victor finished for him. At this, Heim Horn swallowed hard. He only saw Victor smiling mischievously. "What does that have to do with me?" Heim fell completely silent at this. He thoroughly remembered what kind of existence the person in front of him was. He wouldn't be morally bound by some grand cause. "Lord Victor, we, the Mage Council, have agreed to your request." "That was the payment for inviting me to join the council," Victor said coldly. "These were what he deserved, and if you want my help—" "What you're talking about, that's a separate price." The old mage felt thoroughly angry at Victor's attempt to exploit the situation. "Victor, what makes you so greedy?" He placed his hands on the table, tapping lightly. "I have a sister. She's a merchant. I don't care how difficult your situation is, but if you want my help, bring me my benefits." The old mage was silent for a long time, finally giving up. He sighed heavily. "Victor, what do you want?" "A position as a council member." The old mage's angry voice rang out. "That's impossible. There can only be 12 council members at most. Your qualifications are not enough to become a member of the Mage Council." As soon as he finished speaking, a raging fire suddenly ignited behind Victor. The heat made even the air begin to tremble. The flames were like an angry male lion, instantly climbing onto Victor's body. The warning voice from its mouth was incredibly deep. Vega stood on his shoulder, and no one noticed that its eyes had gained a tinge of azure, even though he was on the other side of the envelope. Heim Horn felt a vast sea-like magical power, as if it would completely engulf him. The scorching flames even made him feel a burning sensation. Such a level of magical intensity made Heim's heart suddenly tremble. He hadn't misjudged this person. At this moment, Victor's voice gradually rose. "Mr. Heim, remember, in this negotiation, you are the one asking for my help." "No position available for a council member?" "I don't mind killing a fourth-tier mage." Victor smiled, a somewhat creepy smile. Heim Horn was once again silent for a long time, He began to wonder if inviting Victor into the Mage Council was really the right choice. But since he had thrown out the bait to lure Tiger, it was too late to persuade the Tiger to go back. He could only say with a stiff upper lip, "The council member position, I can't decide alone." "Victor, your aggressiveness gives me reason to suspect that you are declaring war on the Mage Council." The lowest standard for a member of the Mage Council was to be among the best of the fourth-tier mages, and to be a person of high prestige in a region. If it really came to a fight, he didn't believe Victor alone could challenge the Mage Council. "I'm sorry, Mr. Heim, I might have frightened you." "Well then, tomorrow, I will visit the council. We can discuss the details then." Victor pulled out the invitation from the envelope, which contained the coordinates of Endymion. He tapped the table with his finger, and the flames rose again, burning the letter to ashes. The dust flew out the window with the breeze, also incinerating Heim's phantom. Vega took this opportunity to disconnect from Victor, asking very puzzledly, "I don't quite understand. Weren't you chatting quite pleasantly before? I thought this matter was going to be settled through peaceful negotiations. Why suddenly make it seem like you're going to war with them?" Vega didn't understand. Even if Victor was confident, he had never been so reckless before. And this time, it was as if he deliberately wanted to provoke the other party. He even specifically asked it to build a magic link midway. Victor flipped through the invitation in his hand. The coordinates clearly recorded Endymion's current location. As a floating sky city, Endymion was constantly moving in the sky, changing position at any time. He began to explain. "Those who can become council members usually have high moral standards, like Rachel Azure." This old principal was one of the council members. As a person of the Empire, without a noble status, he built a magic academy with his own efforts, selflessly serving the country. He dedicated his life's work to his academy. Although this morality had some ambiguities, and Rachel Azure couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any corrupt elements among the teachers and students in his academy, but at least he could say he had a clear conscience about his own morals. "So, no matter how fiercely I rant, the Mage Council won't go to war with me, because the power I've displayed will make them need me very much." The Mage Council was an organization full of a sense of justice. If it could be classified as an alignment, it would definitely be lawful good. Chaotic individuals like Victor naturally wouldn't qualify to join the council. So in the two negotiations, Victor consecutively demonstrated his value. Moreover, those words he just said were merely talk. As long as Victor didn't take action first, these mages had no reason to attack him. "Can't a person even rant a bit?" "You still haven't answered my question. Why deliberately provoke them?" Vega was still puzzled, and then heard Victor explain calmly. "To make them think I really need that council member position. They would think that Victor wanted to become a council member by any means necessary. This way, the Mage Council would believe they could restrain Victor, because in their eyes, Victor now had a need. And with a need, all negotiations would be easier. These mages could very well sacrifice a council member position to Victor. This way, in their eyes, Victor, who became a council member, would need to maintain this position and thus obey the Mage Council. Perhaps these old mages are secretly rejoicing, thinking they can exchange just one council member position for a disaster-level mage who can defeat both calamities and demons, right? Victor smiled, his laughter full of calculation. "I still don't understand. What benefit is there for you in becoming a council member?" "Although becoming a council member is already a good benefit, as you think, I indeed didn't take this position seriously." Victor shrugged, saying calmly, "There, Hygel, of the City of Mages is what I need. Only council members have the right to access that core of the Magic City, and only Victor knew what it really was. Strictly speaking, it was indeed a great tree planted by the gods. However, it was stolen by the mages of the past. The source core of the wood calamity, Drua. As dawn broke over the royal capital, the first rays of sunlight began to peek through. Orlean had been waiting early in front of the Cravina mansion, with a small army of guards standing behind her. Clad in cold armor and wielding heavy blades, each guard had an oddly shaped shield in front of them, seemingly inconvenient to carry due to its length. Having received the Emperor's orders early in the morning, they had been assigned to protect Orlean. Naturally, The royal visit couldn't be taken lightly. A maid hurriedly ran towards the mansion. "Your Highness, I'll go notify the master of the house right away." "No need," Orlean suddenly said to her. The maid, who was about to leave, stopped in her tracks upon hearing this. "It's not proper for a student to wait for her teacher to receive her. I'll go in and find my teacher myself." Although somewhat reluctant, the maid slowly opened the mansion gates, the royal title carrying too much weight to refuse. Orlean glanced at the guard beside her and said, "Celia." "Yes, Your Highness." "If you want to come in with me, you must not be disrespectful to my teacher like last time when we meet him." Celia nodded and responded with a yes. The two entered the Cravina mansion one after the other. "Your Highness, at this time, Mr. Victor should be reading in his study," the maid informed. Orlean nodded and followed the maid's lead to Victor's study. As she climbed to the second floor, full of anticipation, she was still pondering how to greet her teacher when she saw him. But the scene she witnessed in front of the study door left her dumbfounded. A girl was standing in front of Victor. Although her loose robe concealed some of her charm, it was still evident that she was beautiful, with a natural air that made people want to cherish her. Who was she? The next second, Orlean's eyes widened. The girl, as if expecting something, watched as Victor reached out a hand and patted her on the head. She looked utterly satisfied, giggling foolishly, then, as if suddenly realizing something, blushed furiously and hurriedly bowed to Victor. "Thank you, Professor. I'm off to work now." Then she ran towards the staircase in a fluster. As she passed by Orlean, she nearly tripped, and upon seeing Orlean, she politely gave a slight bow. Orlean stood there slightly stiff, even forgetting to return their courtesy. By the time she turned to look again, the girl had already run down the stairs and left. "Orlean!" Victor's cold, emotionless voice rang out from where he stood. Orlean snapped back to reality and instinctively looked towards Victor. "Teacher." Victor stood at the study door, gave her a bland look, and then walked back into the study. The door wasn't closed, and Orlean knew this was an invitation to enter. Orlean walked over, somewhat timidly. After entering the study, Celia closed the door for Orlean. Victor sat in his chair, with the crow on the table dozing off nonchalantly. Orlean stood in front of Victor, feeling a bit nervous. She thought Victor might be angry at her unexpected visit, but it didn't seem to be the case. After she entered, Victor barely moved. He held a book in his hand, occasionally turning a page, seemingly engrossed in reading. As if suddenly remembering something, Victor, without raising his head, simply extended a hand. A chair materialized behind Orlean. "Sit." A simple, imposing word, carrying an irresistible command. Orlean clasped her hands behind her back, her icy fingers gliding along her long skirt. She gracefully sat down on the chair, as elegant as a noble swan folding its wings. Orlean had wanted to ask about the girl she had just seen, but before she could speak, a book fell from the air out of nowhere. Orlean quickly caught it. The book had no cover, not even an author's name. But it was thick, and Orlean curiously opened it. Inside were records of various magical beasts, their categories, habits, and weaknesses. What shocked Orlean most was that some of the creatures she had encountered were described in even more detail than in other books, down to the habits and intervals of their attacks. Orlean took Victor's lessons very seriously. After the battle the day before yesterday, she had started wanting to learn more about wild magical beasts to reduce the number of times she would die in future lessons, saving her teacher some trouble. So, she had spent a long time in the library yesterday, just to learn more about those creatures. As expected of the royal library, the books and illustrations there contained records of a large number of magical beasts. But now, looking at this notebook Victor had given her, Orlean realized that those resources paled in comparison to what was recorded here. This notebook could be considered an encyclopedia. Orlean was puzzled. Had her teacher prepared this specially for her? "Remember to read it thoroughly and take notes. It will be helpful in the future," Victor's voice said flatly, and then he fell silent again. He continued reading his book quietly. Seeing this, Orlean also sat down quietly. She flipped through the notebook, and after just a glance or two, she became engrossed. She even forgot about the passage of time around her. After who knows how long, A voice broke her out of her trance. "It's time to go." Orlean looked up to see Victor putting away his book and standing up. The dozing crow also flapped its wings and perched on his shoulder. Orlean finally came to her senses, hurriedly put away the book, and stood up as well. She thought today's lesson was about to begin, but then she heard Victor say, "I'm taking you to a good place today." A good place? Orlean was a bit confused, but before she could react further, the teleportation array on the ground began to glow faintly. Seeing the teleportation magic appear on the ground, Celia became anxious. I must accompany the princess. As the princess's personal guard, how could she be left behind by Victor again? If the princess were to be alone with Victor all the time, what if something went wrong? The next second, she might lose her head. But Victor's cold voice had already sounded. "Sorry, only one person, Wishaw." The mysterious sound of the magic array suddenly rang out, and in an instant, the two turned into two blue beams of light that shot out of the study window towards the horizon. Celia was left alone in the empty study, staring blankly out the window, a nameless anger suddenly rising in her heart. "Damn it, Victor! He's taken the princess away again." As the light gradually faded, Orlean and Victor appeared on a towering cliff. The sky was overcast, with lightning occasionally splitting the heavens. A cold wind blew between the mountains, and the chill made Orlean feel as if all the hair on her body was standing on end. She looked down at the deep, gloomy abyss at her feet, where a cold air howled up from the bottom, like countless wailing ghosts. And before the mountain, there was a vast ocean of surging, ink-black waves. Orlean felt short of breath, as if her legs were enveloped by a strange sensation, becoming weak and soft, almost unable to support her body. Is this the good place Teacher Victor mentioned? She wouldn't have to take lessons here today, would she? But Victor's expression remained calm, letting the cold wind blow his coat. This is the Talon Abyss, the border of the Empire. Orlean opened her mouth, her voice a bit small due to the difficulty in breathing. "Teacher, why have we come here?" Victor took out the invitation, gently pinched it, and threw it towards the sky. The envelope seemed to be guided by something, gradually rising into the sky as the wind blew. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the sky, and that clear space grew larger and larger. A floating island gradually appeared from within that bright light. It was Endymion. The city of mages appeared in different locations every day but never entered the territory of any country. So Victor had to wait for Endymion's coordinates to appear at the Empire's border and then use the teleportation array to reach this place. The teleportation array he had prepared overnight was for this very moment. A white light gradually descended, enveloping Victor. "Princess, please give me your hand." Orlean blinked and reached out to hold Victor's hand. A flash of light passed, and Orlean closed her eyes. Their bodies gradually floated into the air. This sensation felt very strange to Orlean, as if her free soul had suddenly been liberated to soar in the sky, feeling incredibly light. She felt herself gliding through the air. Gradually, she became immersed in this sense of freedom. After the bright light faded, Orlean heard a familiar voice. "You can open your eyes now." She slowly lifted her eyelids, and the scene before her made the world seem so unreal. Rune-covered circular arrays floated above the island, and those floating buildings above the rocks seemed to be constantly breaking apart, only to chaotically reassemble the next second. It was as if they were in a strange state between order and chaos. They would occasionally collide, and the giant rocks beneath the buildings would fly away in the opposite direction due to the force. The entire castle was also covered with various strange plants. For example, flowers with lion heads, and leopard-headed grass staring at the flowers, drooling. They probably never bore fruit. There were also some winged pigs flying in the sky, touching those floating rainbow bubbles. Strangely, those rocks would also touch the bubbles in the sky, but it was as if they hit a sponge, slowly bouncing back. When the little pigs burst the bubbles, they disappeared in an instant. Orlean had never seen such a place before. She was immediately attracted by the rainbow bubbles in the sky, and out of curiosity, she was about to reach out and poke them. "If you pop them, you don't know where you'll be teleported to," Victor warned. Hearing Victor's warning, Orlean withdrew her restless hand. She silently prayed that the flying pig was safe and sound. Soon, mages came out to greet the two. A white cloud gradually floated over, and a long-eared elf rubbed her sleepy eyes, touched her long green hair, and looked up at the two. Many pink petals surrounded the cloud, and the elf mage stretched out two slender, fair, and delicate legs from within the cloud. Just as she was about to speak, she held back, touched the white cloud on her body, and then spoke again. "You must be Victor. We've been waiting for you for a while." Victor sized up the sleepy elf before him, her image gradually matching the character in his memory. Cocotte was a nature elf. Even among elves, there were different races. Nature elves, who were more in tune with nature, found it easier to control elemental powers and were more likely to become mages. Her identity was also quite unusual. She was an elven queen who only wanted to sleep and had no desire to inherit the throne. She had run away alone to the magical city that almost no one could find, hiding from her people's pursuit, a shut-in elf. "Quite interesting." "Counselor Yade, I didn't expect you to be the one welcoming me." The sleepy elf tiredly opened one eye, looking at Victor with heavy dark circles under her eyes. "Huh? Interesting. When Haim mentioned it, I didn't pay much attention, but now it seems you really do know everyone in the council." The fact that Victor even knew her truly surprised Cocotte. As the least needed face in the council, she usually just slept in the garden or took big naps while ruling in the garden. Yet Victor not only knew her name but could even say her surname. There was too much that could be delved into with that surname. The elf briefly looked over the human princess hiding behind Victor, squinting her sleepy eyes. "Lord Victor, you're in quite a good mood, not forgetting to bring your lover even when coming to Endymion." She was indeed a sharp-tongued shut-in elf. Victor straightened up slightly. Although he didn't explain, there was a hint of danger in his eyes. "I can burn Haim's letter, and I can certainly burn down your back garden." Cocotte quickly sat up straight, and although still drowsy, she managed to force out a smile for Orlean, even though the smile looked quite awkward. "Welcome to the City of Mages, little sister." Victor's cold voice rang out. "Think about your own age before considering how to address others. How annoying." The shut-in elf pouted. Was it really necessary to be so unforgiving just because she had made one snarky comment? He really was quite vindictive. She put on a somewhat kinder expression compared to before, no longer forcing a smile, and simply nodded. "Welcome to the City of Mages, Endymion, young lady. You can call me Cocotte. Today, I'll guide you through the chaotic magical rifts in the City of Mages." There was a reason Endymion was called the City of Mages. The concentration of magic in the air here was extremely high. The powerful magical energy was constantly compressed within a certain range, forming a degree of chaotic collapse. Those rainbow bubbles floating in the air were the products of this magical chaos. Therefore, new mages all needed a guide to walk on the correct path. Orlean could feel her body constantly enveloped by endless magical power just by breathing the air. Her body had to give up absorbing magic from the air to prevent itself from bursting. She had been thinking about absorbing some magical energy in the City of Mages to expand her magical reserves. That idea should be abandoned now. However, Orlean still bowed to Cocotte to express her gratitude. She didn't know what the City of Mages was like before. Strictly speaking, Orlean wasn't a traditional mage. The Emperor just knew about her talent and let her choose to become a mage. Cocotte led the way in front, chattering incessantly. She never actually walked herself, sitting on a floating cloud that served as her mode of transportation. Orlean looked at the floating cloud with surprise. "This thing can actually move?" Cocotte just smiled. After all, it was reasonable for Orlean to have never seen this kind of transportation on her first visit here. However, she didn't intend to let Orlean understand these various magical creatures. She just said flatly, "The City of Mages is divided into 7 levels. The magical concentration on each level is completely different. The higher the level, the higher the requirements for mages. If weak mages recklessly ascend to levels beyond their capability, they might lose an arm or a leg at best, or completely lose their connection to magic at worst." As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Orlean. Cocotte's intuition told her, this girl before her was not normal. Very not normal. This young girl only had first-tier strength. Theoretically, even average second-tier mages would find it difficult to withstand the chaotic magic on the first level of the City of Mages. But the girl in front of her could withstand this strong magical concentration and seemed completely at ease. Cocotte reactions were all seen by Victor. Her reactions were also within Victor's expectations. After all, no one would expect Aureliane to possess a magical talent that could be described as heaven-defying. At this moment, Aureliane was like a new, curious animal in a zoo exhibition being observed by Cocotte. Aureliane didn't mind it though. Endymion, called the City of Mages, didn't actually have much of a city. It was merely a collection of extremely fragmented rock structures. The three walked for a while, not encountering any other people on the way. There were only some more peculiar magical creatures. Although they had only walked for a short while, the surrounding scenery kept changing constantly, sometimes becoming a quiet, bottomless starry sky, sometimes turning into a dense forest. Their shapes couldn't be fixed. With each step, the lines and colors seemed to change constantly. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Aureliane looked at the path ahead and fell into deep thought. There was no path around anymore. She now seemed to be standing on a rock, with nowhere to step around her. There wasn't even a person beside her. When had she gotten separated from her teacher? Impossible. She had been following right beside them. Having experienced the previous battle, Aureliane had become a bit bolder. She tentatively stretched out her small foot towards the endless void. Although it seemed to be nothingness in front of her, it felt like she was stepping on solid ground. Looking down, the infinite starry sky under her feet was constantly rotating. The island behind her had disappeared, leaving only stars dotting the black curtain above. It was as if she was wrapped in countless beautiful wishes. The scene before her was incredibly serene and mysterious. Aureliane felt a shock to her spirit, as if she had fallen into layers of hazy illusions. The scene before her instantly became dreamlike. It was an indescribable, transcendent beauty. Aureliane's spirit seemed to be frozen in place just by looking at it for a moment. But her consciousness told her she couldn't linger here for too long, forcing her body to step out of those hazy, dreamy colors. The paradise-like wonder instantly vanished. Suddenly, after a moment of dizziness, "We're here." The haziness in front of Aureliane's eyes gradually dispersed, revealing the crackling snake-like lightning and the oppressive atmosphere of low-hanging clouds. A single stone bridge hung in the air, terrifyingly high. Cocotte began to introduce to the two of them. "This is the magic ravine. Of course, in some human stories, it's called the Rhea Ravine." Hearing this, Aureliane's body trembled slightly. The Rhea Ravine actually exists. She looked at the treacherous place before her in disbelief, feeling a bit dazed. She had heard such stories when she was young. The distant, legendary Rhea Ravine. Those who passed through the trial would have the qualification to ascend to the seventh heaven. But now it seemed that the trial had some answers at this moment. This place was a road that every mage must experience when coming to Endymion. This was not just a natural path, but also the first test of Endymion for those who came. Endymion, this city of mages, was not merely an island floating in the air. It was more of a sky city with consciousness, facing different visitors. Different levels of trials awaited them in this Rhea Ravine. The more powerful one was, the more dangerous the encounter would be. This also meant that all mages could enter Endymion, but different trials would allow this magical city to actively choose which level you could enter at most. Victor was very familiar with this place. In the game, he had been here before. Although the Rhea Ravine was on this floating island of Endymion, it wasn't part of the main body of the City of Mages. In the eyes of players, this was just a monster farming spot. He looked ahead again. The possible dangers ahead were all too familiar to him. Even the existence of that lord, Victor still remembered. In the ravine, chaotic magical power constantly gushed out, with lightning and hurricanes surrounding the only narrow passage in the center of the ravine. No one knew if that stone bridge would collapse the next second due to years of erosion. She followed closely behind Aureliane and Victor. If danger appeared, she could also act promptly. Although the magic ravine generally wouldn't have any danger, This place was just a series of trial grounds. The magic in the magic ravine was chaotic and violent. Ordinary mages stepping into it might have their magical source scattered by the strong turbulence, directly losing their connection to magic. Even fourth-tier mages' magic would be severely limited. But in the game, the magic ravine was a very valuable leveling spot. The large number of magical beasts here were on average above level 35. Because they had lived in this magically chaotic area for years, they could instinctively grasp some elemental powers and even use them to capture prey. Under the immersion of magic, the temperament of these magical beasts had also become more violent. This ravine, in his memory, Victor had walked through hundreds of times. Orlean was a bit puzzled. "Teacher, what is it?" "From now on, follow me closely, don't move around." Cocotte glanced at Victor and said lazily to Orlean, "You'd better listen to him, otherwise." "Have you seen fireworks before? If you move around carelessly, you might become fireworks in a moment." Hearing this, Orlean couldn't help but shudder. Cocotte lay on the cloud, staring at Victor carefully. Who knows what she was thinking? "My lord, you only need to walk to the end of this ravine, which should take about 2 hours. If your qualifications are sufficient, then, passing through here, you'll be able to reach the legendary 7th level, the Sky Realm." They slowly set foot on the path leading to the magic ravine. Victor stared at the distant solitary bridge, where various elemental magical energies were swirling together. The depths of the ravine were covered with all sorts of strange plants. Victor knew very well that the depths of this ravine were far from as peaceful as they appeared. Various violent elements could be felt even from afar. One could only imagine how terrifying the magical power must be deep within the ravine. The moment Orlean stepped in, she suddenly felt her breathing become incredibly heavy. But she still stubbornly followed behind Victor. Victor walked on the solitary bridge, his expression unchanged. No matter how terrifying the chaotic magical aura was, it couldn't move him in the slightest. Soon, a heavy roar came from deep within the ravine. Victor stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. In the blink of an eye, a grey figure lunged at Victor from the depths. The magical beast looked like a fox, but its body was covered with hard stone shells, between which burned raging black flames. Seeing this, Orlean's body trembled slightly. Her experience on the Minute Plains last time made her instinctively want to use magic to attack when she saw the magical beast. But no matter how she tried to mobilize her magical power, there was no response. The chaotic magic in the magic ravine prevented her from using magic. The power of mages was greatly restricted here. But almost the instant the magical beast appeared, a silver card whipped out from Victor's waist. It moved so fast that one could only see a flash of silver light before the silver iron card sliced across the magical beast's throat, causing a spray of fresh blood to gush out. But this was just the beginning. The silver iron card flashed with a red light of flame, as if spreading like a combustible medium, and the beast's body was instantly engulfed in flames. Soon, it turned pitch black and fell into the abyss below. Orlean stood dumbfounded at how easily a magical beast had been dealt with. In the magic ravine, she couldn't even mobilize her magical power. Yet Victor seemed completely unaffected, effortlessly disposing of that monster. And that iron card, what was it? So this was how a mage should really fight? Cocotte, on the other hand, showed no change. She sat on her cloud and yawned. It was normal for some magical beasts to appear at the entrance of the ravine. Victor's performance didn't surprise her, although his methods didn't quite seem like those of a mage. But as they went further, Cocotte became increasingly puzzled and confused. Why did she feel that this human was even more familiar with the path through the magic ravine than she was? He didn't even need her guidance or reminders. But that wasn't the main point. Theoretically, as one went deeper into the magic ravine, there should be fewer magical beasts, but correspondingly, the strength of the beasts should increase. However, the number of magical beasts actively seeking out Victor was increasing. At first, it was just 1 or 2, but now Cocotte forced open her sleepy eyes, and the scene before her was hard to believe. Magical beasts were pouring towards Victor like a flood. They trampled over each other, frantically approaching Victor, completely disregarding their fallen comrades in front. Countless magical beasts surged on the solitary bridge. Due to limited space, The frenzied beasts were constantly falling into the ravine below. Yet they still swarmed forward eagerly. Soon, flying beasts also emerged from the darkness. Fanged praying mantises, sulfur flies with green slime in their mouths, and even green bats with 4 pairs of compound eyes covering their heads darkened the already gloomy sky as they flew towards them. And the target was naturally Victor. This could almost be considered a small-scale beast-tide, Cocotte said lazily, but with a hint of shock in her tone. This level was already a sudden situation for the magic ravine. Theoretically, as a council member, she should be helping Victor at this point. But Cocotte looked at Victor. At some point, dozens of iron cards had begun spinning around him, forming what seemed like an impenetrable iron wall. The moment those fearless magical beasts touched the iron wall, they were instantly shredded as if caught in a blade of wind, turning into a mist of blood without even leaving a corpse behind. Whether beasts on the ground or insects in the air, their fragile bodies were like blank paper before Victor. Victor walked forward with his hands in his pockets. Wherever he passed, not a blade of grass remained. "Is this really a mage?" Cocotte questioned her century-long life as a mage for the first time. Victor's way of fighting was unheard of to her. Many powerful mages had passed through the magic ravine before, but without exception, every mage would choose to navigate carefully, and even when encountering magical beasts, they would avoid combat due to magical restrictions. Or they would use geographical advantages, using magic to make the beasts fall off cliffs on their own. Mages had 1,001 tricks, but she had never seen a mage like Victor. It was as if he was born for battle. He wasn't limited to just choosing magic. Cocotte could see at a glance that this attack method was monotonous. It was merely using iron cards made of special materials and releasing a bit of magical power to control them. As exquisite as a machine with a well-programmed algorithm. The group walked through the ravine, during which everyone was very quiet, extremely silent. Orlean didn't dare to approach and disturb Victor, fearing she might distract her teacher and cause him to lose focus. After all, in this situation, if a mistake were to occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. She had Victor's help to constantly revive, but Victor himself didn't. She always remembered that she was brought out by Victor to broaden her horizons, not to be a burden. As they went deeper into the ravine, the surrounding vegetation gradually disappeared, replaced by more violent thunder and lightning and unrestrained black flames. The lightning was like countless vipers becoming agitated under the urging of war drums, flicking their tongues to threaten the group. The lightning instantly engulfed the low-hanging dark clouds in the sky, and before them, there seemed to be nothing left but endless lightning. This is the Stormland. It's constantly filled with thunder and lightning, one of the more dangerous areas of the magic ravine. Cocotte stroked her floating cloud, seemingly soothing its uneasy emotions, as she explained to Victor. Further ahead, the magical beasts are no longer ordinary ones. They're more like elemental aggregates. Victor didn't respond, as he had known all this from the beginning. A magical beast flickering with lightning emerged from nearby. But before it could make any move, a flaming iron card tore through the surrounding air, turning into a blazing arrow that flew at high speed towards the elemental beast. In a second, the iron card had sliced through the magical beast hundreds of times. The elemental beast, subjected to such powerful cutting force, vanished in a single pass, dissipating into wisps of smoke without a trace. The lazy elf, watching Victor's marvelous techniques, straightened her back and marveled inwardly. Even the magical beasts here are instantly annihilated. How powerful! In fact, she still didn't understand why Victor possessed such terrifying strength. Being in the magic ravine, even she felt her magical power restricted, making it difficult to use some complex and demanding powerful spells. If she were in Victor's position right now, frankly speaking, she couldn't do it. Vega stood on Victor's shoulder, constantly pretending to be an ordinary yet not so ordinary crow. After all, normal crows couldn't enter the magic ravine. Feeling the chaotic magical power of the magic ravine, Vega inwardly sighed. What a monster! Although it had marveled many times before, Vega was still shocked by Victor's abnormal combat abilities every time. As they walked, Victor suddenly stopped. Cocotte, seeing Victor suddenly halt, asked puzzledly, Victor, why have you stopped?" Storms raged around them, with lightning pouring down from the sky in torrents. Victor looked at the blue lightning streaking across the sky, narrowed his eyes, and said calmly, "All the spoils from killing magical beasts in the magic ravine will belong to me, right?" The two didn't quite understand Victor's words, but Cocotte thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, there's no problem with that." She couldn't understand what Victor meant by this, but in the next second, her drowsy eyes widened. At some point, the red patterns on Victor's coat began to flash on and off, suddenly brightening, as if lava was gradually flowing. Feeling a suppressed and scorching aura beginning to burst forth from Victor, Cocotte hurriedly rubbed her eyes. "Did I see wrong?" But in the next second, Victor's aura made her even more certain of this feeling. It was as if a world-shaking magical beast was reawakening, a harbinger of its re-emergence into the world. The elf stood stunned, suddenly understanding something. From the moment they entered the ravine, whenever Victor released an attack, those red light stripes on his coat would constantly flash. At first, she didn't think much of it. After all, she had always felt that Victor's coat was no ordinary item. It could be a special mage's robe. Now, she suddenly realized something. Why were the magical beasts of the ravine so eager to attack Victor? Magical beasts have a sense of territory. The more powerful the magical beast, the less it allows other magical beasts to invade its territory. She didn't understand how Victor was mimicking this terrifying aura, but now in her eyes, Victor's aura was like that of a powerful fire beast capable of destroying the world. Cocotte hurriedly sat up straight. "No way, is he really human?" What human would emit the scent of a magical beast? As an elf, Cocotte could sense more things. This aura, compared to a magical beast, was actually more similar to pure, raging fire elemental energy. No wonder Haim's letter could be burned. This completely solved the mystery. She seemed to realize something. Why did Victor suddenly reveal this ferocious aura in the Stormland? And what did he mean by what he just said? Roru ai diaresis 1/4 I diaresis 1/4 I diaresis 1/4. A violent roar tore through heaven and earth. The surrounding lightning suddenly shed like thousands of vipers shedding their skin, transforming into countless small dragons, frantically swaying. The rubble in the Stormland began to fall continuously, and strong whirlwinds rose again from the bottom of the ravine. A pale giant hand gradually extended from the bottom of the ravine, clinging to the surrounding mountain body, and dust immediately filled the entire sky. Behind that vast dust, blue lightning constantly excited under the shadows, and a giant head slowly revealed its outline. As lightning split the sky, everyone saw clearly the world-devouring magical beast before them. Cocotte's eyes widened, her previous drowsy demeanor completely gone, her face now full of seriousness and concern. "The Storm Dragon King? Why on earth did you provoke it?" The crow on Victor's shoulder suddenly spoke, using the storm wind so that only Victor could hear. Victor. Hearing Vega suddenly speak up, Victor naturally understood what Vega meant. Magic link. But Victor shook his head and said, "Not necessary." Victor wanted to use his own peak strength to deal with this terrifying boss. The Lord of the Magic Ravine Stormland, the Storm Dragon King. An ultimate magical construct synthesized from magical power, it wasn't a true dragon. Facing the terrifying magical beast before him, Victor suddenly said, Orlean, whose robes were almost flying up in the storm behind him, suddenly came to her senses. The chaotic magic of the ravine made it impossible for her even to open her mouth. She could only prick up her ears, listening carefully to Victor's words under the raging storm and flashing lightning. "This is the lesson you need to learn today. Remember to write a report when we get back." Victor flung 2 cards towards the sky, and instantly, 108 iron cards began dancing in the air. They spun frantically around Victor, forming a towering storm of cards. The interplay of red and green colors looked so dazzling under the gloomy dark clouds. But this was just the beginning. Gradually, his entire body was enveloped by a scorching red energy. The body under that coat was gradually covered with a solid shell interspersed with lava. On the coat, it was as if a pair of giant beast eyes had opened. 2 rays of light as bright as the sun burst forth, like a sun piercing through the gloom in this Stormland. His whole body radiated light, like a descending demon god. The lightning and hurricanes of the stormland gradually subsided, replaced by a red burning sky and a heat that melted everything. The scorching heat suddenly enveloped Victor, and the ground beneath his feet immediately squeezed out spots of lava. Orlean's face flushed slightly as she covered her mouth, looking at Victor. "Teacher, he's so cool." Seeing this scene, Cocotte froze for a few seconds. The long-standing abnormal chaos of the magic ravine, actually changed by Victor. This kind of magic that could change the environment, was a power that humans absolutely couldn't possess. Suddenly, as if realizing something, she blurted out in a daze, "Calamity!" Scorching magma began to surge from the bottom of the ravine, the dragon's head looking particularly terrifying against the backdrop of dark clouds. But Victor's powerful aura seemed to transform into a calamity beast, even more dominating. On both sides of the ravine, searing flames constantly rose, enveloping the lightning. Bursting pillars of flame and bolts of thunder clashed, evenly matched. Fire calamity, scorching earth. Cocotte stood stunned at the surrounding anomalies. As a nature elf, Cocotte was very familiar with calamity beasts. Strictly speaking, they weren't magical beasts. As embodiments of the world's natural elements, they gradually developed their own consciousness during a long process of transformation. Wind, thunder, earth, water. Nature had corresponding incarnations for each. Only calamities possessed the ability to change the natural environment. Cocotte was completely bewildered. Why could Victor use power similar to a calamity? He couldn't be a calamity's illegitimate child, could he? Nature elves revered and feared nature, because nature elves' magic power needed a natural environment to be released. And abilities like calamities that could affect nature were, in a sense, the fathers of nature elves. Cocotte suddenly rolled her eyes, pondering. She shouldn't have offended Victor just now, right? She should have been more polite. Cocotte fidgeted with her fingers, looking very nervous. Suddenly, she saw Orlean watching the battle not far away. Cocotte kicked the cloud under her feet and floated towards Orlean. When she floated to Orlean's side, she no longer looked drowsy, and sheepishly tried to strike up a conversation with the princess. "Can I ask, your teacher, what's his background?" Orlean glanced at her without answering, instead taking a few steps away from her. Seeing Victor's student distance herself so much, Cocotte suddenly felt that even sleeping wouldn't be enjoyable anymore. She had almost forgotten, the young girl couldn't speak. Helpless, she could only turn her head back to watch this epic battle again. Every mage in Endymion knew what kind of existence the Storm Dragon King was. It had slumbered for years in the deep abyss of the Stormland, the most powerful being in this ravine. Even ordinary fourth-tier mages wouldn't dare to easily engage it in battle without absolute confidence in victory. Not all mages could change the surrounding environment like Victor. Under the original enhancement of the Stormland, it would be even more dangerous. Or rather, it was because of the Storm Dragon King's presence that this place became the Stormland. Add to that the wild and chaotic magic flow within the magic ravine, which would further restrict mages. This sudden appearance of the Storm Dragon King was also unexpected for Cocotte. There usually wouldn't be conflicts between the Storm Dragon King and mages. Mages only needed to pass through the magic ravine, and those magical beasts weren't under the Storm Dragon King's jurisdiction. It merely slumbered here as a manifestation of powerful magic, without much excess consciousness. Without active provocation, it wouldn't attack others on its own. Victor's appearance, that violent calamity aura, made the Storm Dragon King sense the presence of a powerful enemy. With the environment and terrain changed, the Storm Dragon King considered Victor an invader of its territory. But before Victor, who had transformed into a humanoid calamity, the Storm Dragon King was nothing more than a giant insect. Cocotte shook her head. The calamity could change even the chaotic aura all at once. The Dragon King was likely to be in trouble this time. The Dragon King felt the scorching lava fall on its giant claws, let out a huge roar, and actively charged towards Victor. Those giant claws, carrying 10,000 thunderbolts, rushed fiercely towards Victor, with a sky-covering momentum that broke through the clouds. The high-speed sharp claws arrived in front of Victor in just a few seconds. "Oh no!" too fast. Cocotte saw that Victor was already in danger, but it was too late to warn him now. The Storm Dragon King's speed exceeded her imagination. However, the movement of the giant claws seemed extremely slow in Victor's eyes. He could clearly see even the constant trembling of the 10,000 thunderbolts surrounding the dragon's claws. With his hands in his pockets, in these few seconds, it was as if the world had been slowed down hundreds of times. Finally, after 1 second, the giant claw above Victor's head descended 1 centimeter. Sensing the approaching danger, the iron cards on Victor's body suddenly burst forth. Cocotte and Orleans stood together, staring up at the sky as if facing a great enemy. They hadn't realized that the flash of cold light that had burst forth was already close to the giant dragon claw. In an instant, the flying cards split into hundreds, slicing across the Storm Dragon King's limbs, fiercely piercing its joints, completely severing its magical limbs. As a collection of magical power, the Storm Dragon King didn't actually have a physical body. Those bodies were just products born from the collection of magical power. The hundreds of cards suddenly burst into dazzling light, red and green complementing each other. The flames burning the sky suddenly entwined around the Storm Dragon King's body, and those giant vines also began to constantly restrain the Dragon King's movements. The numerous branches and green leaves became even more scorching hot under the effect of the flames. Hundreds of flying cards continuously cut towards the Dragon King, like a veritable meat grinder of magical power. Before that vast collection of magical power could offer more resistance, the Storm Dragon King's body gradually became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Orleans' eyes widened, filled with admiration. Her teacher was so strong that even the sky-covering Dragon King was no match for Victor. As for Cocotte, she almost fell to her knees. Those eyes with barely noticeable dark circles stared at Victor in disbelief. However, the Storm Dragon King wasn't dead yet. It's not over yet. In this magic ravine, the Dragon King's body will quickly reassemble. As soon as the words were spoken, the sky full of dark clouds once again flashed with lightning and rumbled with thunder. The magical power materialized as lightning gradually gathered in the air, veins, bones, and skin rapidly reconstructing the Storm Dragon King's body. The next second, the Dragon King wrapped in lightning reappeared, its momentum even stronger than before. The Storm Dragon King's health bar and level gradually appeared in Victor's eyes. LV40. Victor knew very well that the Storm Dragon King's strength wasn't particularly powerful. Its special feature was that it could endlessly revive using infinite magical power. Cocotte said the Storm Dragon King couldn't be killed because Endymion's mages had never seen it die. But Victor knew clearly that the Storm Dragon King could be annihilated. As a player, he had to kill the Storm Dragon King many times every time he passed through the magic ravine. In Victor's eyes, this was just a large experience-giving monster. The Storm Dragon King's revival time, behavioral patterns. He knew them all like the back of his hand. Well then, I just need to kill you until you can't regenerate with magic anymore. As the 100 iron cards returned to Victor's side, hundreds of magic arrays suddenly formed behind him. Those magic arrays, like the surface of the lake, gradually began to tremble. The runes and patterns were already uncountable, and overwhelming fire magic suddenly poured out. In an environment created by Victor, Cocotte could see that all the magic Victor was using was second-tier magic. But the power had reached the level of third-tier magic. Is this the fire calamity? That fire magic seemed about to completely engulf the ravine the next second. Seeing this, Cocotte hurriedly pulled Orleans into the cloud to prevent her from being affected by this terrifying magic. Terrifying scorching white light filled the ground, and astonishing flames illuminated the entire ravine. Perhaps even the ravine hadn't expected to have such a brilliant moment one day. The high temperature softened the rocks, burning them in midair. The Storm Dragon King, having just reconstructed its body, was once again bombarded to the point where it couldn't fight back. In the blink of an eye, its body shattered again. How long has it been? Cocotte stood dumbfounded. Was the Storm Dragon King this weak? How did it seem to be beaten without being able to fight back at all? The next second, the storm reassembled again, but Victor was already prepared. Even before the Storm Dragon King's body was fully restored, Iron cards flew across, sealing and shattering its body once more. The third time, the fourth time. Its revival speed became slower and slower. The surrounding ravine had been bombarded by Victor to the point of severe damage, on the verge of collapse. The bottom of the ravine gradually fell into silence. The intense hurricane had dissipated, leaving only heat waves constantly trembling in the air. Cocotte watched this scene, feeling Victor's unparalleled destructive power. No wonder Victor had the confidence to provoke this Storm Dragon King. After fighting for so long, she hadn't even seen the Storm Dragon King use any skills. It was one-sided, complete domination. Under Victor's relentless attacks, the Dragon King would be instantly shredded each time it revived. Countless gatherings of magical power, countless revivals. Over and over again, 1 hour, 2 hours. The result never changed. The ravine was beaten into pieces of stone, turning into constantly decaying ruins. Countless flying iron blades whirled around the Dragon King's half-formed body, cutting into it again. Soon, a flash of lightning suddenly illuminated, like an explosion, like a breakdown. As the dust gradually settled, there was no sign of the Storm Dragon King reviving again. Is it dead? The Storm Dragon King was dead. She had never seen such a simple and easy battle. It was as if Victor had calculated everything: the Storm Dragon King's revival position, how much attack it should endure, not too much, not too little, just right, able to kill it directly each time. She poked her head out of the cloud a little, feeling that the surrounding heat was already unbearable for ordinary people. This temperature, it's terrifying. This kind of fire magic was definitely not something a normal mage could release. Cocotte thought that Victor must have made some kind of deal with the fire calamity. She was half right, because this violent fire magic was something Victor had forcibly stripped from Gulton. The fire calamity had already been sealed by Victor once. The calmed violent thunder gradually converged, forming a lightning core glowing with brilliant white light. Victor reached out, and the core, as if recognizing its master, floated into Victor's hand. Storm Dragon King's gene. Description: a mysterious gene containing the power of ancient dragons. Perhaps it could be combined with ancient dragons. He looked at this core, feeling very satisfied. The lava coat also returned to calm, the red patterns gradually hiding, and the giant beast eyes on the coat also retreated back into hiding. Cocotte, very curious, came closer, getting very near, and tentatively asked, "Do you have some kind of relationship with calamities?" Victor turned his head and gave her a cold look. "I've killed a calamity before, do you believe me?" Killing a calamity? Cocotte didn't believe it. Calamities were part of the world's elemental incarnations. Although Victor's ability to defeat a Storm Dragon King was indeed shocking, for him to say he had defeated a calamity, the power gap between the Storm Dragon King and a calamity was simply too great. But she didn't want to anger Victor, so even though she didn't believe it in her heart, Cocotte still nodded. After all, even she hadn't seen the true form of a calamity. Even the fact that the Storm Dragon King was destroyed by a human mage for the first time was enough to shatter her worldview significantly. As they talked, they walked. Soon, the surrounding storm gradually calmed, and a long-absent ray of light peeked out. "We're here," Cocotte, who had woken up at some point, suddenly said from behind Victor. Oriana also stood in place, looking at the scene before her. The magical scene before her eyes made her feel slightly uncomfortable. The surrounding walls were like living organisms, constantly rising and falling. Floating staircases between the ruins swayed slowly like tentacles. The floating clouds were also slightly distorted, as if constantly reflecting the faces of creatures, and constantly transforming. As those transforming clouds gradually dispersed, she finally saw the scenery called the Skyland. That pure white building with 24 constantly flapping noble wings, so white that the light shining upon it seemed to completely tear open the sky. The building was divided into 7 circular levels, with a 3-headed statue standing high in the sky above. The upper half of the 3-headed human statue was broken, converging and suspended in midair. Under Cocotte's guidance, they arrived at the 3rd circular level. Pushing open the tilted door, a beam of pure white light extended from the sky. There was only one familiar figure on the council, Horn. Like a fantasy in one's mind, His face was unclear. 1,000 faces, all different. Only a pair of eyes left a deep impression. "Welcome to the Mage Council, Lord Victor." Haim's voice was very kind, making one feel at ease. "Please don't blame the Mage Council for the abrupt reception. The other council members are tied up with important matters. I hope you understand. They only appear at the annual Mage Council meeting." Victor nodded, naturally understanding this. He had met all the old mages of the Mage Council and knew that their identities were generally not low. In their high positions, they naturally had many things to do. Haim and Cocotte were both managers of the Mage City, but the difference was that Cocotte was completely forced to live in Endymion unwillingly. Although she was also a council member, she gave people the feeling of being more like a mascot. The Mage Council had 12 members, each a powerful figure in their own right. In terms of game levels, they were generally above level 48. They were at the peak of 4th-tier mages, but few had touched the realm of the 5th tier. Haim also noticed Orlean behind Victor, gave her a slight bow, and said, "Welcome, Your Highness." Seeing Haim, Orlean hid behind Victor a little. The mage before her eyes looked like a strange person to her. She was a bit nervous. When she came in, she could feel how powerful the mage before her was. However, this mage whose face she couldn't see clearly seemed to know her. "Don't be surprised, Princess Orlean. A mage's wisdom knows all things in the world, and one of our council members, you might know." Orlean was a bit confused, and the phantom mage didn't conceal it, saying, "Rachel Azure, the Dean of your Empire's Academy." "But he's currently repairing the destroyed academy in the Empire, so, well, you won't have the chance to see him here today." Haim's gaze looked at the princess, keeping his amazement in his heart without showing it. Mages were all cunning. The moment he saw Orlean, Haim knew that Victor had handled everything well. The Mage Council was indeed independent of any country, but that didn't mean they were stronger than any country. Not to mention the Empire's strong national power, no mage was willing to provoke that monster Aubrey Sol. Of course, even without the princess, Haim was prepared to agree to Victor's request. Haim looked at Victor again, feeling more and more pleased. Victor's powerful strength shown in the magic ravine made Haim realize that he was worth inviting at all costs by the Mage Council. Considering that Victor's position in the Empire was not low, and he was even the private tutor of the Imperial Princess, this identity was also quite intimidating. Victor had already met the Council's requirements in every aspect, except for morality. As for morality, oh, my god. Mages have very free morals. If a mage doesn't do bad things, then they're a good person. Skip the flattery. Where are the things I want? While Haim was still pondering how to open his mouth, Victor had already found the path for their transaction. "Don't be impatient, my friend. What's yours is always yours." Although Haim's expression couldn't be seen, one could hear the smile in his tone. He just waved his hand, and two spatial rifts formed in midair, from which a robe and a staff fell respectively. On the shaft of the black staff, many ancient runes were carved, with a jewel emitting a red glow embedded on top, very gorgeous and magical. The robe's collar gradually descended with purple patterns, covering the seams. The body of the robe was simply a solid crimson black, looking very plain. These two items are custom made by the most top-notch dwarven magic craftsmen, priceless. Of course, this is a gift I present to you on behalf of the Mage Council, Lord Victor. It's free. He chuckled, sliding his fingers, and the two pieces of equipment floated towards Victor. Victor examined the two extraordinary pieces of equipment, their attributes displayed before him. Staff, Aerolust. Effect, spell power plus 700, all resistance plus 50, magic chanting speed plus 40%. Skill, copy minus 30% chance to quickly copy and release the last spell without consuming mana when using magic. When equipped with Gaia at the same time, the effect probability increases by 15%. Mage's Robe, Gaia. Effect, HP plus 5000, all resistance plus 50, spell power increases by 30%. Skill, Veil, generates a magic shield that blocks one enemy attack every 360 seconds. During the shield's shattering period, receiving enemy attacks won't reset the timer. After the shield shatters, It causes a 1-second stun within a 5,000-yard range. The attributes of the equipment satisfied Victor very much. Undoubtedly, they were equipment he could use at his current stage. The conversation wasn't over. Haim continued, "Lord Victor, traversing the magic ravine has proven your strength. You deserve the status of a council member." He waved his finger, and a circular emblem flew towards Victor. On the silver-white disc were carved 3 half-broken human heads. Victor took the emblem, and a thread seemed to connect him to Endymion. Council member status, a novel experience. After all, no player had ever mixed into the position of a council member before. The council members of the Mage City would always receive help and support from the council. This status was very prestigious for council members in any country. This council member status was collectively discussed by us. In the future, Kokot will no longer be a council member of the Mage Council. There could only be 12 council members. With Victor joining, naturally, someone had to leave, and this person, of course, could only be the mascot Kokot. Kokot just pouted and said, "I have no objections, as long as I can sleep." Vega narrowed its eyes and complained to Victor in its mind. "Are your mage's morals always this flexible?" This Haim, when discussing conditions with Victor in the letter before, was still full of gunpowder smell. But now he's smiling like an old chrysanthemum, just short of writing sycophancy on his face. But Vega also understood these mages. Victor was powerful unlike a normal 4th-tier mage, and this power was beyond even its understanding. Before meeting Victor, no one could understand why a mage could possess such terrifying offensive power. Wasn't a mage supposed to be an elegant profession? A calm, strategizing, mysteriously chanting noble incantations. This was the image of a mage in Vega's mind. Victor, he only fit the strategizing and calm parts. The magic he played with, each more violent than the last. After doing all this, Haim planned to leave early. "Lord Victor, since you have joined the council and the matter is settled, I must take my leave now. If you have any questions, you can ask the former council member Kokot." "Have fun, Lord Victor." Mr. Haim. As Haim was about to leave, Victor called out to him. He was a bit puzzled, turned his head, and only a pair of eyes looked at Victor. "Lord Victor, is there anything else? Haven't you forgotten something?" Victor stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly looking at the other. Haldul, the energy source of Endymion. Council members of the Mage Council had the qualification to go to Halgul, where the natural energy was incredibly rich. Any mage who could practice in Halgul for a while would see effective growth in their magical power. Seeing Victor state his intention, Haim fell silent. In fact, he had been deliberately avoiding this topic. Due to a prophecy, the survival of Halgul has made the council members panic. So everyone was avoiding discussing this matter. But before he could think of a reason to avoid this, Victor's voice had already sounded. "Don't forget why you sought me out. Asking for help requires sincerity, Mr. Haim." After hearing this, Haim shook his head and sighed. Since it couldn't be avoided, he might as well go with the flow. "All right, Mr. Victor, please follow me." At this time, Orlean was still in a daze. Many of the things her teacher and this profound mage were talking about, she couldn't understand. What was a council member? What was Halgul? She didn't know much about Endymion, but the clever girl knew what to say at what time, so she didn't ask. Haim turned to look at Orlean and said, "Your Highness, you must wait in the council for a while. After all, only council members can enter Halgul." Orlean looked at Victor, saw her teacher nod to her, and nodded, agreeing. "I understand." Kokot yawned and pointed at herself. "Hey, what about me? Can I go too?" "Of course, as a former council member, you still have the right to enter Halgul." Haim Horn held the emblem on his chest in his hand and extended a finger to draw in the air. Twisted branches gradually extended from the void, sprouting several leaves, and a deep passage appeared before Victor. There seemed to be eyes on those tender buds of leaves, staring at Victor, blinking. "This is the passage to enter Halgul." "Mr. Victor, let's go." "Kokot, you come along too." Under Haim's lead, Victor gradually walked into the lush, dark path, with Kokot walking last. The small path wound and spiraled down towards the underground. Stepping on the transparent passage, except for the few plants at the beginning, The rest was all darkness and void. This was an alternate space. Soon, the group arrived at the end of the passage. As if passing through a transparent wall, what entered Victor's eyes was a huge, luminous green magical giant tree. The complex root system extended deep into the void. Victor looked at the bottom of the void, exactly the same as in the game, completely unable to see the source of Halgal. The giant tree before him seemed to be cut in half, with the upper and lower sections of the tree separated. In the uneven gap of the trunk, magical substances like bark debris floated around a ball of light. That green ball of light constantly surged, continuously transmitting energy to the giant tree. The upper half branched out into lush branches and leaves slowly extending into the dome, but Victor could see 7 layers of white halos surrounding the tree crown. Each white halo represented a level of Endymion's buildings. "Mr. Victor, we've arrived." "This is the bottom of Endymion, Halgal." The giant tree trembled slightly, and the 7th layer of white rings seemed quite unstable. This place was filled with magical energy, surging like an ocean of mana. From the moment he entered this alternate space, Victor sensed 2 powerful energies. Besides mana, there was another essence belonging to nature and life. It was like a calm lake. The closer Victor got to Halgal, the more clearly he could perceive it. The 2 energies gradually mixed, forming a pure natural magic. This magic was completely different from Viga's vast magical power. This energy couldn't be directly used by humans. Natural magic, compared to ordinary magic, was more attuned to the elements, and the spells released were more powerful. But creatures capable of using natural magic were extremely rare. However, right now, there was someone beside Victor who could use this type of magic. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. At some point, Cocotte had fallen into a deep sleep. The natural energy here was so dense that for a moment, she felt as if she had returned to the realm of nature spirits. Under such abundant natural energy, Cocotte felt even more drowsy. This wasn't her first time here. She was just accompanying Victor this time. She had asked Haim before if she could sleep under this big tree, but it was opposed by all the council members. Haim explained, according to the prophecy left by the Grand Mage, Halgal will face a severe calamity in the future. The Grand Mage, the founder of the Mage City, who had lived for about 1,000 years. Victor remembered clearly. In terms of character strength, the Grand Mage was on the same level as the Emperor of the Carinthia Empire. But in the backstory, the Grand Mage relied on his own cultivation, while the Empire's Emperor relied on exploiting life and divine blessings to obtain supreme power. Although their strengths were similar, one had a long life, the other a short one. But everyone believed the Grand Mage had passed away, as he had disappeared from people's sight for hundreds of years. Counting from the first Emperor of the Empire, if he were still alive today, he would be over 1,000 years old. Even long-lived elves like Cocotte had a maximum lifespan of only 500 years. Thinking of this, Victor felt like laughing. The Grand Mage was indeed alive, but he wasn't human. His true form was a turtle. Why did Victor know this? Because there wasn't an NPC he hadn't beaten up. However, we don't know exactly. Miraculous effect. She lazily drew in the air with her slender jade hand. Instantly, a vast amount of natural energy burst out from within her body, rushing towards the dome. The moment the natural energy touched the barrier, a huge green tree slowly descended from the sky, standing before Cocotte, supporting the constantly shaking barrier. Soon, they both understood why Victor had asked them to do this. Suddenly, a surge rose from the scorching land, like flames breaking through the dome, rising from the ground. At this moment, Victor was like an enraged beast, allowing the lava coat behind him to swing wildly. The black coat gradually became longer and larger, burning with layers of flames, turning into a fire cloud covering the entire sky. Like a blazing sun, covering his body. Terrifying pillars of lava completely changed the void, churning with thousands of fire pillars. Vigo watched this scene before him with great anticipation. The big one is coming. Wrath of Flame Severance. A surge of lava that seemed to completely submerge the entire space suddenly burst forth from the void, with the momentum to break through 1,000-foot rocks, rushing towards Drua. The heat waves made the void distorted and swaying, and the surrounding darkness seemed to squeeze out drops of lava, falling onto the dense forest, instantly burning a huge hole. At this moment, Drew felt a strong sense of crisis. Its 3 pairs of compound eyes suddenly widened, gathering extremely thick natural energy at its snake mouth. Those lush plants were drained of energy in the blink of an eye, withering away. The 1,000-foot lava turned into a giant dragon rushing towards Drew, while the huge natural energy transformed into a giant python, forming ripples rushing towards it. Boom! The powerful explosion produced a huge scorching air wave that swept everything away. A sudden white light completely engulfed the surroundings, and the entire space fell into a long silence. A carriage slowly stopped in front of the Clavenna mansion. Leah slowly got off the carriage, surrounded by servants. As soon as she looked up, she saw a group of guards holding long shields standing in front of her family's mansion. Leah was completely confused. Only the royal family had such a grand display. What was going on? Could it be that the princess had come in person? She quietly walked around the guards and entered the mansion. The servant opened the door, and Leah plopped down on the sofa, stretching lazily. Then she thought, at this time, Victor should be in the study, and those guards also made her very curious. She slowly went upstairs, preparing to greet Victor. Victor, those guards outside. She stopped in her tracks. An unfamiliar female guard stood there. She looked at Leah, and Leah looked back at her. After a few seconds of silence, Leah heavily closed the door and took out the magic crystal used for two-way communication from her waist. Soon, a voice came from the magic crystal. Leah, are you back? Gwen, don't speak first, and don't be impulsive. I have something to tell you. A confused voice came from the other side, and then Leah very seriously said to the other side of the crystal ball, it seems the princess has come to spend the night with Victor. The white light gradually dissipated, and the 2 different areas on both sides suddenly turned into complete ruins, with billowing black smoke. The burning flames were also reduced by half by that intense white light. The lava was completely stripped of energy, gradually solidifying, and eroded by strong winds into an unrecognizable state. The dense forest and sea of flowers opposite this scorching land also looked lifeless. The flowers and grass that had been deprived of vitality became uneven and withered under the impact of this white light. The sparks flying in the void also climbed onto those dry branches, igniting new flames. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed in the air, completely obscuring Victor's view. Feeling the strong impact, Haim and Cocotte peeked out, surveying the devastating scene around them. From behind a broken rock without lava, they tremblingly asked Victor, Is it over? The terrifying strike that produced the sun-like white light made the barrier supported by their combined efforts shake and nearly collapse. If it weren't for the magic potions Victor had given them, plus the extremely strong defense inherent in Halgal's alternate space, under this level of attack, the 2 of them wouldn't have had enough mana to sustain this barrier. As the debris and smoke in the scorching land gradually dispersed, they looked along the curved lava coast to see Victor standing on a towering giant rock, overlooking the front. The coat behind him seemed to still be swaying slowly in the void. At this moment, Victor's face seemed to have become somewhat thinner, with faint red patterns spreading across it. The eyes that had grown out of the coat still flashed with red light. His figure was still as firm as at the beginning, as if the powerful attack that had torn through space earlier had not affected him at all. Victor. At this moment, a weight lifted from Haim's heart. Victor's strength was indeed extraordinary. He had just stood up and let out a sigh of relief. The next second, he was pulled back behind the giant floating debris by Cocotte. It's not over yet. I can feel it. Cocotte's face was heavy. She could clearly feel that the powerful natural energy was like a blade, held against her neck, chillingly cold. Suddenly, a huge roar sounded from under the sparks and smoke in the distance, blowing Haim down violently. He hurriedly hid beside Cocotte, quietly feeling the powerful pressure coming from not far away. Those withered grass and defeated flowers that had been burned to ashes were replaced by vibrant fresh flowers and green grass, looking so out of place among the red and green. The sparks on them were also extinguished, submerged by the thick life energy. Those extremely large flower buds regained their color and once again began to scatter pollen into the void. Haim saw the lush green scenery, but his heart was not happy. Instead, he felt worried and anxious. That thing. It's still not dead. He didn't know that the druid before him was still far from death. Victor looked at the extremely thick health bar of the wood calamity before him and pondered for a moment. With health as thick as a mountain, even under the extremely powerful attack just now, it had only lost about 20% of its health. Drew stood motionless in that green ocean, and Victor also put away his flying cards, quietly waiting. Drew raised its giant snake head to the sky, sticking out its huge tongue, constantly trembling. 5 tentacles extended from its head, vibrating along with the tongue, as if performing some mysterious ritual. Like a drop of water falling into the ocean, the influence produced by those 5 tentacles was like ripples. The surrounding flowers and wild grass also gradually began to shake, and even those huge flower buds swayed along with them. A wisp of green aura slowly rose from the plants, extending towards the few tentacles on Drua's head. Tens of thousands of slender auras instantly gradually enveloped Drua's entire giant snake-like body, becoming denser and denser until not a single gap could be seen. Soon, after a deathly silence, Drua seemed to break through its cocoon, and that snake-like body disappeared. Instead, it transformed into a 6-eyed giant, its green body seemingly covered by a thick layer of black armor. The 3 pairs of compound eyes on its head were still familiar, and the 5 tentacles on its head gradually lowered. The sea of flowers at its feet was deprived of vitality, becoming withered again. The natural aura bursting from its body even began to erode the environment around Victor. Green flower buds were born out of thin air on the lava, showing off to Victor. Victor quietly looked at the transformed wood calamity before him. That was Drua's final true form, luxuriant complete form. What? That form just now wasn't even its full appearance? Haim and Kokot were shocked as they looked at Drua, which was bursting with green aura after its transformation. The powerful aura from before was still putting immense pressure on the two, and now it was getting even stronger. Victor. Can he still win? That monster seemed to have just begun its prime state, but Victor had already used up all his trump cards. How could he possibly defeat this monster with such a gap? Unless Victor can still use that kind of powerful natural magic from before. The astonishing lava pillars were something Haim and the others had never seen before, nor had they ever heard of such powerful magic. It seemed to use the purest natural force of this world. Haim felt somewhat unwilling. He was unwilling to hide behind this rock, letting Victor face such a terrifyingly powerful being alone. If he stepped in, it would be one more force, one more chance to defeat this monster. Although such a powerful being seemed undefeatable in his eyes, he poked half of his body out, but Kokot, seeing Haim's intention, pulled him back and shook her head. Haim, if you go now, it's suicide. Am I supposed to watch Endymion be destroyed by this monster? No, 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 Haim, you're wrong. Kokot waved her hand and said, that's not what I meant. I meant, if you rashly go to help, you might get blown up by Victor's magic. Haim? He turned to look. At some point, Victor's aura had suddenly increased, and extremely dense, exquisite magic completely surrounded him. The most central red formation hovered in the middle, with those tiny formations revolving around the giant formation like satellites. The complex patterns on it constantly merged, like buttons connecting all the magic together. The intricate runes seemed to materialize, constantly fusing and replacing each other on several formations. Haim looked at the magic runes on it, utterly shocked. These magic runes. It's like an infinite combination of magic. How did he do it? Bursts of thick mana erupted between the complex patterns, vast like an ocean. That was definitely not something a 4th-tier mage could use. Haim was a bit confused. The current Victor seemed even more powerful than before. He couldn't help but tremble, muttering, Victor. What exactly are you trying to do? Victor stood on the broken rock, allowing the luxuriant druid to release skills at will. Soon, it was once again covered by dense jungle vegetation, only this time the towering tree trunks seemed about to break through the dome. Drua raised its head, and its previously lost health began to recover continuously, wrapped in a faint green light. Victor stared intently at this moment. Right as it began to recover its life, the countless spells behind him began to bombard Drua furiously. Fire snakes, phoenixes, suns, all poured out from the formation at once, rushing forward. In an instant, the entire void under the barrier turned into a chaotic sea of fire, with countless fire particles continuously attacking the same target. At this moment, Victor seemed to have transformed into a pure spell machine gun, endlessly attacking without pause, rapidly consuming his mana. Drua's attack method was completely different from Gul'dan's. It mostly attacked players through recovery consumption and summoning magical beasts. Relying on its own strong defense and adaptability, it was more troublesome than Gul'dan, who focused on attacks. Victor could only use powerful magic to continuously output and consume as much as possible. The life that Drua had just recovered had almost no effect under Victor's world-ending offensive. Bits of scattered fire energy continuously fell beneath Drua, and the withered grass and flower buds under its feet were engulfed by flames. The surrounding energy grew more vigorous, and the sea of fire beneath Drua actually turned into surging, violent lava, melting Drua's wood magic power. Like a dagger cutting into Drua's heart over and over, it caused it immense pain. Even its 3 pairs of compound eyes couldn't distinguish the environment clearly. Focusing its gaze, all it could see was red surrounding it, with nowhere to hide. Cocotte stood dumbfounded. The Victor before her had already become a magic god. He cast spells as if there were no limits, as if even mana had become an unnecessary condition. He seems as if he doesn't need mana at all. Haim stood stunned, speaking as if confused. Why? Magic was indeed powerful, but the most fatal problem for mages was the incantation of spells and the scarcity of mana. This meant that the higher the tier of the mage, the longer the chanting time needed to use powerful magic, and the more mana consumed. So Victor was an anomaly. He seemed as if he didn't need to chant at all. After each spell was released, the next spell would connect perfectly, giving a sense of continuity without interruption. Cocotte glanced at Haim and shook the blue bottle in her hand. If you also stockpile a bunch of these, you can use magic continuously just the same. Haim suddenly came to his senses, dispelling all doubts in his mind. He had almost forgotten about these miraculous mana potions. They were made by Victor himself. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out a bottle of the remaining potion and took a sip. Feeling the recovery of mana within his body, Haim was filled with confidence. So he continued to divide into more phantoms, beginning to support Halbal's barrier, transmitting energy to it. After leaving the illusory realm, Orlean wandered in the library for a long time. She had never seen such profound and strange magic before. Walking among the bookshelves was like entering a treasure house where she could choose freely. Orlean delved deeper into the library as she learned more. When her head began to ache, she shook it, realizing it was time to stop learning magic for now. She looked up and saw a dark fork in the maze-like library. Driven by curiosity, Orlean slowly walked into that dark place. As she explored deeper, Orlean gradually lost sight of the surrounding walls, leaving only darkness. Walking along the black wall, Orlean turned a corner and stopped in her tracks. She saw a golden scale suspended in the sky. A flash of inspiration suddenly entered her consciousness. Orlean looked at the scale and murmured, "There. Scales of the goddess of justice?" The golden scales floated in the air, swaying up and down on both sides, as if sizing up the mysterious person approaching. Orlean looked at the golden scales before her, slowly pondering. In the legends, there was once a goddess with a strong sense of justice. She descended to the mortal world, using scales to weigh right and wrong among humans. But the conflicts of the world eventually affected her. Constant wars made the deity lose all hope in humanity. Only the goddess of justice still wanted to believe in humans. However, disputes continued endlessly. Humans showed no reflection and continued their meaningless self-destruction. In the end, even the goddess of justice gave up hope and disappeared with her scales. But in the myths, it was never mentioned that the scales of the goddess of justice ultimately remained in Endymion. Now it seemed that Endymion was under the protection of the legendary goddess of justice. Aurelian's mind suddenly became much clearer. It appeared that the Mage Council worshipped the goddess of justice. Aurelian carefully examined the golden scales for a while, but apart from seeing some residual magic power on it, she couldn't feel any other aura at all. Aurelian shook her head. Perhaps the object before her didn't hold much attraction for her. Such divine artifacts, unless recognized by someone, no one could take them away. She glanced at the scales one last time, then turned and slowly left the dark tunnel. As Aurelian left, the golden scales gradually balanced themselves. The light on them also gradually dimmed. Time passed quickly. Standing there for so long made Aurelian tired, and she didn't care if her clothes would get dirty. She sat down on a floating rock, following the line of her long dress, watching the fantastical clouds in the distance constantly changing shape. Aurelian found herself surprisingly captivated by the sight. Soon, the color of the sky gradually darkened, and the swirling nebula had unknowingly climbed onto the curtain of night. Only then did Aurelian realize that she had spent a full day here. So she had been away from the palace with her teacher for a whole day? Before this, she had never even thought about leaving the palace overnight. Aurelian yawned, lying on the floating rock, her gaze fixed on the dreamlike sky, her eyes seeming to sparkle with starlight. The feeling of freedom. It's really nice. Clavenna Mansion. Outside the courtyard gate, those royal guards in iron armor were still waiting for the princess's return. They had been waiting here for a day and a night. As long as the princess hadn't returned, they wouldn't leave for a moment. At this time, Leah was sitting at her desk, one hand propping up her face, pondering troubledly, her mind full of confusion and incomprehension. Where on earth had Victor gone? It was one thing for him to disappear, but how could he take the princess away too? How were they going to explain this to the royal family? She really couldn't understand what Victor was thinking. Sitting beside her, Gwen patted her shoulder, sighed, and tried to persuade her. Leah, don't worry too much. Last time Victor did something similar, the princess came back safe and sound. After all, he is the princess's teacher. I believe he knows what he's doing. Hearing Gwen's words of comfort, Leah glanced at Gwen quizzically and asked in return, didn't you used to hate Victor the most? Her eyes stared at Gwen, who was caught off guard by the question. She turned her head away and said in a very soft voice, well, at least he seems normal now. So you think he was very abnormal before, don't you? Leah sighed slightly. Last night, when Heine learned that Victor had disappeared with the princess, she seemed very worried. Even when she went to help at the prop shop this morning, she seemed a bit distracted. Seeing Heine like that, Leah understood a lot. There were quite a few girls who had feelings for that bastard Victor. Gwen. Thinking of this, Leah looked at Gwen again. Strictly speaking, she had always felt that Gwen and Victor were not at all suitable for each other. After all, the two had always looked down on each other since childhood. Gwen disliked Victor's hypocrisy, while Victor disliked Gwen's sense of justice. But now, it seemed there was some change in their relationship. However, you don't seem worried at all. Leah sighed helplessly. Worried? What should I be worried about? Gwen was a bit confused. She didn't understand what Leah meant. Leah didn't say anything more, only complaining silently in her heart. Victor had left with the princess for a day and a night, and they had been alone together for a whole night. Who knew what might have happened between them? Victor was really bold, daring to take the princess away from the capital, and not returning for a whole day. If he wasn't deeply trusted by Emperor Oberon, arrest warrants would probably have been sent to their doorstep by now. Even more terrifyingly, she might have already been arrested and thrown in jail first. Now it seemed that the old emperor almost completely acquiesced to the princess's contact with Victor. A knock on the door sounded, and Cecilia walked into the study. She held a royal message in her hand, standing in front of Gwen, and began to read. Knight Commander Gwen, Chancellor Rachel has reported the whereabouts of Victor and Her Highness the Princess. The princess has been taken to the City of Magic by Victor. As a member of the Magic Council, Rachel naturally knew about the council's invitation to Victor. She had also received news from Haim that Victor had arrived in Endymion with the princess. However, recently, for some reason, no matter how many messages he sent to Haim, He couldn't get any reply. It was as if he was too busy doing something to spare any time. Gwen said happily beside Leah, "See, now you can relax." But Leah still looked troubled, thinking, given Victor's reputation, it was strange that no one dared to use this opportunity to cause trouble for the Clavenna family. This didn't make sense. Now it seemed that Victor's actions could indeed be trusted. He had handled everything well. Even when taking the princess away, he deliberately exposed all his actions to the royal family. All this was to make the royal family completely trust him. But there would always be people who wouldn't let this matter go, and this was something Victor couldn't avoid. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of iron cavalry hooves rang out outside the Clavenna mansion, in perfect unison. Along with their horses stopping and neighing, a man in luxurious clothing slowly walked down from the carriage. In the center of the iron cavalry, Jace Razor. Hearing the maid report the visitor, Leah narrowed her eyes. Sure enough, how could there be no one coming to cause trouble at this time? She wasn't sure if Jace Razor knew about Victor taking the princess to the city of mages. But Leah was more inclined to think that Jace knew about this. As a fellow merchant, Leah knew something about Jace. His information network was very rich, and he must have come prepared. Leah stood up and walked out of the mansion. After all, that was the eldest son of the Rissa family, and she needed to greet him personally. Leah came out, smiling as she led Jace into the meeting room. Leah and Gwen sat on one side, while Jace Razor sat alone opposite them. "Long time no see, Miss Leah." "You're getting more and more beautiful." Leah interrupted Jace's flattery. She sat with her legs crossed, leaning back on the sofa, and said frankly, "Let's be straightforward." Jace Razor was a merchant, but so was Leah. She knew what Jace Razor wanted by coming at this time. "If I'm not mistaken, those families who wanted to buy the blue potion a few days ago were prepared by you, right?" "I won't be polite with you. After all, you know very well what grudge our two families have." "Tell me, what do you want to talk about this time?" Jace Razor responded with a smile. "It's still about the sales rights of that magical mana potion. I just want to achieve a win-win situation with you, dear Miss Leah." Leah laughed coldly, responding sharply, "Merchants are driven by profit. I don't believe you would owe so much just to be a sucker and send money to our family." Hearing her words, Jace laughed and said, "Ha ha." He stopped talking to Leah and turned his gaze to Gwen. "This is Mr. Victor's fiancée tilde copyrightee, right?" Gwen didn't respond, just coldly looking at the person in front of her. The aura emanating from Jace made Gwen feel very uncomfortable. However, Jace Razor didn't shut up because of Gwen's attitude. He continued with a smile. "If it was before, I would indeed have approached you with some prejudice and arrogance. I can admit that. But now it's completely different, Miss Leah." Jace smiled very brightly. "You might become royal relatives." Leah's face darkened slightly. So this was what Jace Razor was waiting for. But she was also prepared and said calmly, "You mean the princess?" Then Mr. Jace should have known earlier. "My brother, as Her Highness's teacher, merely took the princess to the City of Magic to study magic. His Majesty is aware of this. Moreover, Victor has a fiancée tilde copyrightee." She smiled slightly, her smile seeming somewhat dangerous. As if indicating something, Gwen beside her gave Jace Razor a cold glare. "Public opinion won't affect Victor, Mr. Jace. He won't be swayed by public opinion, and neither will the royal family. If you want to use the fact that the princess and Victor have been away for a day without returning as a reason, then I want to ask you." Leah's aggressive words reached Jace's ears, making him frown slightly. "Have you never had a teacher? Or did your teacher also admire your backside?" Her words were very vicious, enough to make someone flush with anger and shame. Although Leah's words were very sharp, Jace just looked at her calmly, chuckled lightly, and said slowly as if reminding her, "Miss Leah, I never mentioned the princess. I just wanted to tell you. The crown prince, to this day, remains unmarried." "The crown prince remains unmarried to this day." Hearing these words, Leah's face remained impassive. She leaned back on the sofa and asked, "So, what does that have to do with the Clavenna family?" Jace Razor shook his head and smiled at Leah's feigned ignorance. "Miss Leah, you really don't understand. do you? The Kravina family is now at its peak. Your brother has become the princess's private tutor. If you were to marry the crown prince here. As Jace spoke, Leah extended her hand, carefully examining her freshly manicured nails through the sunlight streaming in from the window. The afternoon sun was warm and gentle, casting a noble glow on Leah's delicate, fair face. Without even glancing at Jace, she said nonchalantly, "Has Victor agreed?" Leah looked up at the slightly stunned Jace Razor and said coolly, "Mr. Razor, my brother is the head of the family. You'd better remember that. If he hasn't arranged for me to marry, then even if the crown prince himself came, I wouldn't marry. Please see yourself out." Jace Razor seemed to want to say something more, but a cold glint flashed in Gwen's eyes, causing him to narrow his own and chuckle softly. "Well then, I won't trouble Miss Leah any further. The crown prince will return in a while. We can discuss this in detail then." Jace Razor stood up, brushed off his clothes, and left the meeting room with his servants. Leah remained seated on the sofa, with Gwen looking at her worriedly. "Leah, you don't worry, I'm fine." Leah waved her hand dismissively, but in reality, she hadn't expected them to set their sights on her. Was it because she was also a member of the Kravina family? It was indeed a good thing that when one person succeeds, the whole family benefits. But correspondingly, she had also become a part of the interests in others' eyes. What kind of person is the crown prince? I only know that he's always been in the south, rarely returning to the capital. Gwen pondered for a moment before saying, "He's said to be the prince who most resembles the current emperor." It was rumored that the crown prince was very upright and magnanimous, kind to the common people, and personally led troops to suppress the demon uprising in the south. There was a huge monster rift on the southern border of the empire, constantly spewing out magical beasts. The surrounding small cities were able to maintain their current stability because of the crown prince's efforts in leading the army to protect them. He was a hero in the hearts of many people in the empire. For such a man to still be unmarried at 30, he was admired by noble ladies both inside and outside the capital. Leah nodded and said, "I see. From what you're saying, a man with such leadership qualities and personal charm, who doesn't lack for women, would he really be interested in me?" After saying this, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Interests. She didn't know whether Jace Razor's approach to the Kravina family had the crown prince's permission, but regardless. Once Victor became the princess's teacher, the Kravina family inevitably became entangled in the royal whirlpool. Leah shook her head and said softly, "Victor is a person who values interests. I can't pin my life on him." Although he seemed to have changed now. But who knew if this change was just some false pretense? She also hoped that Victor would return and, as family, tell everyone. No one could restrict Leah's freedom. But she didn't want this to become a mere fantasy or wishful thinking. Leah rubbed her head and stood up. "Looks like I'll have to handle this myself," Gwen quickly said from the side. "Is there anything I can help with?" Leah looked at Gwen with a smile. "No need." Gwen was too upright. Someone as righteous as her didn't need to be involved in such chaos. After all, this wasn't the first time dealing with such matters. Leah stretched her fingers, and the magic crystal at her waist glowed faintly, seemingly transmitting some message. On the street, a plainly dressed passerby boarded a carriage. He sat down, facing the noble man before him. "Oh Isisol, the second prince of the Carinthia Empire." "Your Highness, Jace Razor just left the Kravina house." The second prince smiled, his eyes curving, as he listened to his subordinate's report, unhurried. David felt uneasy and couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, if the crown prince really gets the support of the Kravina family, what makes you think Victor would let Leah marry him?" The second prince narrowed his eyes, looking out the window. "You know, David, my favorite emotion is jealousy." David was a bit stunned, but he didn't dare to speak, only listening to his master's soliloquy. "Jealousy is interesting. It provokes people's greed. Because of jealousy, Jace Razor will be angry, so he eagerly wants to help my foolish elder brother. Thus, he will selectively forget some things, and eventually do something uncontrollable, but everything can seem reasonable and ordinary." He smiled, his laughter somewhat eerily subtle. "Jace Razor is like this, and so is his stupid brother. because he's just jealous. The next morning, the sun rose early, and the guards still stood steadfast at the main gate of the mansion. But everyone's face showed signs of fatigue. Although the Cravina family had provided them with enough food and water, their mental state was inevitably tired and exhausted. Gwen hadn't left the Cravina mansion, constantly protecting Leah's side. Leah, however, seemed to have no worries at all, still in a normal state, and even had the leisure to scold those incompetent servants. But everyone knew clearly in their hearts Victor hadn't returned, and this situation would continue. On the second day, the Cravina family had another visitor. But this time, it was Duke Levi. Unlike Jace Razor's aggressive approach, Duke Levi's first words upon seeing Leah were to ask if she needed his help. He was invited by Leah into the conference room, sitting elegantly on the leather chair like a senior gentleman. Duke Levi picked up the teacup, the fragrant tea lingering on his lips. "I've heard about the situation, Miss Leah. Your brother has helped me a lot in the past. Although I've reciprocated to the Cravina family, comparatively, your kindness is greater." Life-saving grace naturally outweighed everything else, especially since Victor had saved his most beloved daughter. And also, the Duke glanced at Gwen beside Leah. This youngest Knight Commander of the Empire, Victor's fiancée tilde copyright. She had also saved his daughter. Truly, Erica owed so much to their family. Leah was a bit confused, wondering when Victor had helped Duke Levi again. That miraculous red spirit potion, was it from Victor's hand? Leah suddenly remembered that red potion that could even save someone from suicide by poison. It seemed she wasn't the first person to know about this. So Leah nodded. "To be honest, I also have personal reasons for coming here," Duke Levi said, taking a deep breath. "My daughter, Erica. She's recently contracted a very strange illness. No matter how many doctors I found, none can cure it." Leah understood that Duke Levi was pinning his hopes on the red potion. But she was still curious. "What kind of illness is it that even all the doctors in the capital can't cure?" Duke Levi didn't conceal anything and said straightforwardly, "Her body is covered with strange flowers." Victor had been battling with Drua for 2 days. During this time, Cocotte and Haim had experienced shock, bewilderment, and now numbness. Terrifying magic spells were rampaging within the space one after another. Victor seemed to disregard mana completely, his overwhelming fire attacks never ceasing. For 2 full days, he hadn't stopped for a moment. Even though Drua had powerful regeneration and summoning abilities, it was hard to counterattack in the face of this lava sea of fire. The flower buds about to bloom around it were devoured by flames within a second. The dense forest of flowers that had been opposing Victor was now completely ignited, with magma flowing between the flames. In Victor's eyes, Drua's health had already dropped below 50%. Because the wood calamity had a very annoying revival skill, Victor could only continuously attack to counter its recovery. A gentle green light slowly surged from Drua's body, gradually merging into its huge form, instantly healing half of the burn marks on its body. But he didn't hesitate in his magic barrage, continuously weakening Drua's deep life force. Among the withered grass, some black vines rose from the magma like giant pillars. The vines swaying in the sea of fire were like writhing tentacles, becoming even more frenzied under the stimulation of the flames. The withered grass was completely broken and crushed by the huge objects, flying in the void above. The black vines gradually receded, and 3 huge monsters suddenly leapt out from within, transforming into 3 green iron balls rushing fiercely towards Victor. Cocotte and Haim, numb on the side, watched the approaching monsters and suddenly realized something. But it was too late to warn Victor. Just as the monsters were about to collide with Victor, he pulled out the evil knight from his waist and quickly made 3 precise strikes on the rapidly rotating shells. Clang! Precise and perfect. After the monsters' shells collided with the metal round shield, the 3 monsters became disoriented, their curled bodies gradually stretching out, exposing their soft underbellies to Victor. His hand carrying the round shield moved with afterimages, quickly drawing a long sword from his backpack and slashing fiercely at the monster's weak points. In an instant, 3 monsters spurted black blood from their abdomens, lost consciousness, and their shells fell into the void. Meanwhile, Victor's other hand was still suspended in the air, controlling the endless mysterious magic behind him, continuing to output damage. He didn't even turn his head, just saying calmly, "Is that all you've got?" He seemed to have calculated everything, even anticipating the attacks of the minions. The two mages who witnessed all this shuddered. Is this guy really a mage? As the first wave of black vines spawned 3 monsters, more small black buds began to bloom beneath the lava. Thick vine barriers separated the lava from the monsters, and those ball-like creatures continued to launch attacks at Victor. Although they couldn't effectively damage Victor, they caused considerable trouble for his sustained output. The breeding ground gradually produced tiny flying monsters. They were like bats, but instead of sharp teeth on their heads, they had long, straw-like mouthparts. Black liquid was squeezed out from their constantly expanding and contracting abdomens, stored in their brains. When they could no longer bear it, they would suddenly turn that black liquid into a rapid arrow, piercing towards Victor. At first, those fragmented black liquids couldn't even graze Victor, but as time passed, the bats around Drew gradually increased, and the black liquid became like a rain of arrows with each attack. Finally, the dense liquid grazed Victor once. His lava coat made a sizzling sound, emitting wisps of white smoke. What terrifying corrosive power! Cocotte, hiding behind a floating rock, felt her heart clench with worry at the sight. Although Victor could free his hands from the constant monster collisions, how could he avoid the sky full of black arrows? Victor was also considering this point. Although the mage's robe generated a shield that could resist these corrosive acids, even the strongest shield couldn't absorb all the attacks. Restricted, Victor could only constantly dodge and evade, while resisting the incoming wheel-like monsters and avoiding the black liquid. He could only spare a thin stream of magic to restrain those flying monsters. If he stopped the firepower and let Drew find an opening, it would only allow it to start regenerating life. That way, Victor's current efforts would be wasted. Sparing a magic spell to deal with the bat monsters, the erosion of Drew's life became somewhat slow, even matching Drew's recovery ability. In Victor's eyes, Drew's life value was neither increasing nor decreasing at this point. Before him, it was still a fierce battle. In the game, to deal with such a powerful boss, it usually required a team of multiple players. The frontline warriors would withstand those wheel monsters and corrosive attacks. The mages at the rear would take advantage of the gaps to constantly restore the warrior's life and continuously output damage to the boss. Although only mages could enter Endymion, as the plot developed, after Drew occupied Endymion, all professions could enter the city of mages. Through the mage's teleportation array, they could reach the 7th layer of the dungeon. But now there was only Victor alone. Although there were 2 mages beside him, they were of no help to him at all. After all, they had never even seen Drew before, and rashly joining would only drag him down. He had 2 ways to solve the current predicament in his mind. If he quickly dealt with those small monsters, it would indeed reduce a lot of unnecessary harassment. Taking advantage of the time before Drew could summon the second wave of small monsters, he could launch a full-force attack on its weak points. However, this method would only drag out the battle line longer. The Wood Calamity itself was good at prolonging the battle to wear down players' spirits. This way, it would be falling into the trap. But the second method could only be done by some high-end players. Ignore the harassment attacks of small monsters and focus on attacking Drew. Because of Drew's summoning mechanism, if the first wave of minions wasn't cleared, or wasn't cleared below a certain number, Drew wouldn't summon small monsters again. As luck would have it, Victor was that high-end player. He quickly changed his mind and gave up defense. When he reduced the number of monsters to 2 with high-temperature magic bombardment, he immediately moved his body rapidly in the space to avoid the attacks of small monsters. Finally, only 2 bat-like monsters flew in the air, sparsely and miserably but stubbornly attacking Victor. But the only 2 left seemed to have been given steroids. The speed of spewing black liquid clearly increased several times. Merely increasing attack speed wasn't enough to cover the entire space. Victor constantly flashed his body in the air, like a dancer gracefully stepping on raindrops under black rain, skillfully avoiding attacks. And his hands didn't stop at all. pouring powerful spells that burned the heavens and earth towards Drua. Soon, under Victor's final concentrated attack, Drua, no longer reviving, had its health reduced considerably, with large blank spaces taking over the endless length. Now, Victor only needed to face the last 30%. The crow on his shoulder suddenly spoke, asking Victor, "This guy, will it also come with a world-destroying attack like Gul'dan?" "Yes." "Have you already prepared for it?" "Yes." Viga's suspended heart relaxed. If Victor said he was prepared, then there was no problem. Drua entered its final weakened state, the green fluorescence on its body flickering, as if it had become quite tired, and one of its giant legs even knelt on the lava. The white on its compound eyes gradually converged, and a strong natural aura burst forth from its body. Each calamity has 3 stages, the initial stage, the second stage, and the final weakened stage. But the weakened stage is often the easiest to overturn, because Drua's natural energy began to pour into the entire space all at once, and just the momentum alone made Thesa 1/4 C Cedilla copyright superscript OE, around it shake. The entire Endymion seemed to fall into an earthquake, shaking crazily. Haim was stunned. He didn't understand what was happening. Wasn't Endymion a sky city? How could there be an earthquake? Haim Horn, Kokot. As if reminding the two of something, Victor only said their names once and didn't say more. But hearing this, the two quickly reacted and poured all the mana potions Victor had given them into their stomachs at once. Feeling the powerful mana filling their bodies, the two felt as if their bodies were swelling, unbearably painful. Ignoring their own pain, the two poured all their mana into reinforcing this huge barrier. The barrier seemed to instantly increase by a whole circle. Here it comes. The two of them had never seen a calamity before, so they had no idea how terrifying a calamity could be. When a calamity believes it has encountered an unbeatable enemy, it would exhaust all its energy to release its final move. Myriad phenomena of nature. As 6 lotus flowers grew from Drua's 3 pairs of compound eyes, a creepy crack slowly tore open on its huge head. That vast natural energy was instantly sucked into its own body, its entire body swelling up like a hot air balloon, like a small planet floating in the void. It was as if it had swallowed the surrounding sounds and smells into its stomach. The entire void became extremely silent. Viga stood on Victor's shoulder, only seeing Victor's mouth seem to say something, but it couldn't hear anything. The next second, the powerful energy like a surging flood turned into 7 giant snakes howling towards Victor, as if wanting to stuff the entire Endymion into its mouth. Every space the giant snakes passed through seemed to be deprived of vitality. Even the mere void could make people feel that the surroundings had fallen into a fated silence. Looking at the sky-high giant snakes twisting towards him, Victor took out a lust and held it in the air. At the same time, a thin thread connected between Kokot, Haim, and Victor. Foolish and hazy god of fire, forget the prayers of the mortal world, bestow upon me truth and Phrygia. When the scorching sun hangs high, the primordial fire burns away illusions! Along with Victor's mysterious chanting, Kokot and Haim behind him were instantly dumbfounded. What kind of blasphemous chanting was that? Although they thought so in their hearts, their hands poured even more mana into the barrier. As Victor shouted, the world around seemed to freeze. A tiny fireball gradually condensed in his hand, turning into a faint flame flying between the 7 giant snakes, aiming directly at Drua. Time began to flow again, the giant snakes frantically colliding with the barrier. Under the huge impact, many tiny cracks appeared on the barrier. Victor, hurry! We can't hold on much longer. Kokot closed her eyes and could only urge Victor, who was standing there in a daze, her heart filled with final despair. Haim and she instantly lost all their mana, perhaps due to the huge demand of Victor's magic. The two now felt as if they had been drained. The ocean-like giant snakes carrying silence were about to completely swallow Victor in the next second. But for some unknown reason, they suddenly stopped in midair. What a pity, Drua. In the end, it's still me Who's more skilled? The 7 sky-high giant snakes began to be engulfed by red from the head closest to Victor, and the natural energy gradually dissipated into the void. The 7 giant snakes actually turned into a sky full of demonic flames. They completely scattered, turning into a fiery dragon carrying hope and pressure, charging towards Drew again. The wood calamity, which had fallen into weakness, no longer had the strength to resist such powerful high-level magic again. The moment that tiny flame touched itself, all the energy in its body seemed to completely lose its connection with nature. For some reason, its chest became unbearably hot. Drew stood there in a daze, only able to watch itself being completely swallowed by the fire dragon. War magic, a god's arrow of Atavist. Boom! A white light shot towards the sky, breaking through the 7 layers of heaven, straight to the firmament. Aurelian, already lying on the floating rock, lazily lay back on it, staring at the sky. She had been waiting for Victor to return. The starry night sky was very tempting, like the god of beauty had picked up crystals all over the canvas. The next second, a violent white light tore through this wonderful starry sky. Aurelian sat up abruptly, looking at the white light towering into the universe before her, incredibly surprised. With little stars in her eyes, she excitedly said, "Wow, so beautiful." Endymion was ultimately destroyed. The 7 layers of sky had become a complete mess. But fortunately, Endymion did not fall. Although several layers were so devastated that their original appearance was unrecognizable, the lower 3 white rings had become fragmented. But looking up from below Endymion, the upper 4 rings were at most slightly tilted, but still relatively intact. At the very end, that huge nuclear blast flame instantly turned the first 3 layers of buildings into ruins, with chunks of debris floating ethereally under the sky. The exhausted Haim, looking at the floating debris before him, suddenly understood the impact on Rachel when the academy was destroyed. Haim was deeply pained. Damn it, Victor. Saying that Endymion wouldn't be destroyed was completely false. He's a monster, a mage freak who explodes wherever he goes. What kind of mage regularly prepares such destructive magic for frequent use? According to records, Victor had only engaged in 3 battles since becoming 4th tier. The first was the initial demon battle, where the council recognized Victor's powerful strength and chose to invite him to join the council. The second time, in the magic ravine, he almost blasted the Stormlands to pieces. And the third time was the battle just recorded. The battle recorded by the Mage Council as the Calamity War. But these 3 records, without exception, all showed what a violent mage Victor was. Everywhere he went, there wasn't a place he hadn't blown up. Soon, Haim calmed down considerably, accepting the current situation. At least, Endymion didn't crash. That's right. This was a blessing in disguise. Victor's magic seemed to have the power of self-discrimination. Despite being in such a vast range, Haim and Cocotte were completely unharmed. Even the magical creatures living in Endymion weren't affected by the magic. This resulted in only the buildings and terrain of the first 3 layers of Endymion being completely destroyed. Of course, all of this could be rebuilt over time. But if the Sky City were to fall to the ground, no matter where it fell, Endymion's chaotic magic would shatter the earth. The vast source of chaotic magic would affect half the countries, and at that time, it would surely cause widespread devastation. Cocotte sat on a cloud, exhausted, her whole body sprawled in the white cloud, not caring that her face was buried in the cloud, dragging out her words, weakly comforting Haim. "It's better than Rachel's academy. At least the magic library wasn't affected." The magic library was in an alternate space, not existing in Endymion's reality. It was a reverse space, storing the wisdom of countless mages from Endymion over hundreds of years. Although that was the case, hearing Cocotte's comforting words, Haim still felt unhappy. So he glanced at her and said coldly, "Your sleeping place is gone too, huh?" Cocotte's raised head immediately crashed back into the cloud, motionless. At this moment, she seemed extremely depressed. What Haim referred to as the Green Garden on the first layer. That is, the place where Cocotte initially welcomed Victor. She had always lived in that magical garden. In Cocotte's words, because the first layer was the closest to Hyjal, the natural energy was abundant, perfect for sleeping. As a result, The green garden was destroyed, and her last hope was shattered. Cocotte said with some resentment, "When Victor comes out, I must make him compensate me. Otherwise, I'll. Haim looked at Cocotte. "You'll what? I'll stick to him and not leave." These old mages with flexible moral standards could only vent their anger verbally. Victor's astonishing combat power made them realize that this man's strength absolutely couldn't be treated as a normal mage. He didn't seem like a mage, but more like a pure magic machine. It could be said that any of Victor's actions in battle were just right, completely born for battle. What's more terrifying was that facing that kind of monster that humans could not possibly contend with, he alone could battle it for almost 2 days. Which mage could do that? Who else? Haim sighed and slowly said, "Is it possible that the prophecy left by the Archmage was referring to Victor?" Cocotte looked at the ruins drifting between the star sea, filled with silver dust. It was like a homesick wanderer standing at the doorstep of home and then slowly leaving, lonely and helpless. Think positively. At least Endymion didn't crash. In the zero-layer space of Endymion, the surrounding void cracked with fine fissures, like a noticeable flaw on a crystal, emitting tiny flames. As the space gradually shattered, Hyjal had also shrunk considerably, and the once dazzling green fluorescence had now dimmed significantly. Victor stood on the fiery molten ground, silently watching the frantically burning Drua before him. At this moment, Drua had reverted back to a giant snake with compound eyes, lying in the sea of fire, unable to move its body. It had lost, unable to rise again. The war magic finally shattered the barrier, and Cocotte and Haim ran out in time to activate Endymion's defense measures. Even so, about half of Endymion was still destroyed. But that was no longer Victor's concern. He had only come for Drua. Hyjal was driven by Drua's essence. If Drua left Hyjal, then Endymion would completely fall after a period of time. Victor put the magic wand back in his backpack and made hand seals, personally drawing a green formation in the air. He divided the entire formation into 4 directions: front, back, left, and right. The surrounding natural energy was slowly attracted into it. A huge wheel ring connected the 4 formations together, depicting the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars above the magic array. Soon, a ripple that resonated with this space emanated from his body. The ripple gently swept over Drua, and a luminous green sphere slowly emerged from the center of its huge body, flying towards Victor. This was Drua's wood essence. Once Victor took this away, Drua would be forcibly put into slumber. Soon, Drua, whose essence had been taken away, gradually lost the last light in its 3 pairs of compound eyes. The depleted Hyjal, after being shaken by the ripple, used its last disposable energy, suddenly extending dozens of vines from the green sphere floating at its waist. Like cocoon silk, it wrapped around the wood calamity, dragging it back into the interior of Hyjal. The calamity would not dissipate. Even if Victor had taken away its essence, it would not become dormant because of this. Because it itself was a huge energy source. Although Victor had taken away Hyjal's energy source, he had given Hyjal a complete wood calamity. As long as no one appeared to awaken it again, Drua would continue to serve as Hyjal's energy source, maintaining Endymion's float in the air. Victor looked at the green essence before him, preparing to merge it with himself. This time, the condition was much better than the last time. When preparing the final war magic, because Cocotte and Haim, these 2 4th-tier mages, were beside him providing magic power, his mana value had not been completely exhausted. Moreover, he had already forcibly merged with the Calamity Essence once, so he didn't need to worry about fainting due to rejection reaction this time. The Fire Essence and Wood Essence in his body gradually merged, and his coat changed its appearance again. The coat that once flowed with lava now turned into red and green intertwining stripes. Energy slowly flowed between the patterns, constantly emitting a powerful aura. Victor casually conjured a strange wheel ring in the air, and thick stems suddenly gushed out from that virtual opening. Vines carrying natural energy gradually grew throughout the entire void space. Green leaves began to grow in the ruined zero-layer space, and buds peeked out. The almost distorted Hyjal, under the natural magic, actually grew 2 vines. The upper and lower sides of the split giant tree were gradually pulled together, forming a complete giant tree. After doing all this, Victor narrowed his eyes. In the game plot, Drua, defeated by the players, similarly did not dissipate. Like Gulden, Drua returned to Hyjal, becoming a dungeon boss that could be challenged at any time. But the background story in the game described Drua's ending like this: the sleeping Drua once again became the energy source of Endymion, maintaining those 7 layers of sky, making it eternally prosperous. Victor watched as Drua, transformed into a strand of consciousness, returned to Hyjal, and said softly, "Wouldn't a calamity that's always sealed in the same place feel bored?" Vega, tired, yawned, and hearing this, looked at Victor with a confused face. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Victor turned around, and behind him, the dense forest continued to grow wildly. The towering forest and sea of flowers completely covered the entire space. Hyjal stood in the lonely void, emitting an emerald radiance, no longer disturbed by anyone. The crisis of Endymion's prophecy was considered resolved. As he was preparing to leave, Victor said to Haim, "If anyone tries to attack Hyjal in the future, then the revived Drua will immediately awaken." Haim was a bit confused hearing Victor's words. "Wasn't the disaster the Archmage spoke of you? Could it be Endymion would suffer such an attack again in the future?" Thinking about the terrifying calamity reviving again, Haim suddenly didn't want to repair this sky city anymore. "Let it be destroyed, quickly." Victor stared at the 3 layers of broken ruins, lost in thought. In the game background, the Dark Archmage broke through the seal and came to Endymion's 0-layer space, corrupted Hyjal, trying to seize the wood essence. At that time, Drua had fallen into a long slumber and didn't wake up even when Hyjal was invaded externally. Therefore, the Dark Archmage could wantonly corrupt the Skylands as he wished. The members of the Mage Council were powerless against this, and finally could only seek help from players on the continent. Even at the end of the plot, when players joined forces to defeat the Dark Archmage, the tragedy had already occurred. Endymion was no longer that legendary holy city, but had become a place of corruption. And now, Drua was awakened in advance by Victor. This time, Drua would no longer fall into a long slumber. He was somewhat looking forward to seeing what expression the future Dark Archmage would have when facing the awakened wood calamity after invading Hyjal. Meanwhile, Aurelian sat on Cocotte's cloud and slowly floated in front of Victor. Only then did Victor remember that the princess had been in the magic library for 2 days. He looked at the somewhat sleepy princess before him and asked, "Did you have fun?" Aurelian blinked and nodded. Victor asked again, "Do you want to come again next time?" At this, Aurelian was extremely happy, nodding continuously. Victor smiled lightly and continued, "Then, show me the magic you've learned. Let me test your learning progress, see if you've wasted these 2 days of magic study." A nimble figure dodged the numerous guards at the entrance of the Cravina mansion, completely concealing herself in the night. She skillfully climbed to the 2nd floor and opened the bedroom window. In her own bedroom, Leah was quietly reading a book on the bed. The figure entered through the window, closed it, and came before Leah. The pointed ears exposed on both sides of the newcomer revealed her identity. Leah didn't even look up, asking indifferently, "Did you bring the person?" Leon nodded. "There were too many guards outside, so I put her in the basement of the prop shop." She tilted her head, looking at Leah, feeling a bit strange. "How come Miss Leah started reading books?" "I somewhat understand why Victor loves reading so much now." Leah slowly closed the book in her hand, put it on the bedside table, and explained calmly, "Books can help me calm down and relax temporarily, which is very helpful for thinking about things." Leon stared at Leah admiringly, praising in her heart, as expected of Miss Leah, able to remain calm even at a time like this. As if casually bringing it up, Leah asked the elf in front of her, "Leon, if the Crown Prince really comes to propose to me, what do you think are the benefits for us?" "Feel free to speak your mind." Leon was slightly stunned, cupping her chin in thought. She naturally knew about Jezreel wanting the Crown Prince to propose to Miss Leah. Soon, Leon gave her answer. She frankly told Leah, "I don't like it." Hearing Leon's answer, Leah was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Leon answered Leah's confusion straightforwardly, "I don't know what benefits a political marriage can bring, but I just don't want Miss Leah to marry into the royal family." Hearing Leon's answer, Leah smiled lightly. "The royal family is so noble. There are quite a few girls who would love to marry a prince." Of course, she was definitely not among those people. If Leah wanted to get married so badly, she would have left the Cravina family long ago. Leah smiled helplessly. "Jezretha is really laying the trap right in front of my face." This was an open conspiracy. Jezretha vainly wanted her to marry the crown prince, binding the Clavina family to the crown prince's chariot. Everyone knew that this would not be allowed by the second prince. Moreover, Victor had already become the princess's teacher. Under Emperor Aubrey's manipulation, Cravina should not support either of the two princes. Jezretha used this matter to attract the second prince's hatred towards Victor, and incidentally make the emperor disappointed in Victor. Although Leah understood all these things, what made her feel somewhat suffocated was that, on the surface, Leah could not defy the crown prince's proposal. She was just a family member without even a title, forced to depend on the Cravina family. It would be her good fortune if the crown prince took a liking to her, so if the crown prince really came to propose, and Victor didn't react, Leah would have no choice but to agree. At first, Leah believed that if Victor was smart, he would definitely refuse. But she later realized, if so, it would mean Victor actively declaring that he would never support the crown prince. Then the wind of support would quickly shift to the second prince. The Cravina family would be forced to oppose the crown prince, and because Victor was the princess's private tutor, he couldn't possibly support the second prince either. Although they hadn't supported either side, Cravina would directly become the target of everyone's arrows. If it weren't for the Duke's visit today reminding her, she wouldn't have even noticed this point. So, whether agreeing or not, it would ultimately lead to one result, which was that Victor would inevitably have conflicts and opposition with these two princes. Then which side would the previous Victor choose? Leah circled and drew on a book, finally circling the pen on Crown Prince. Benefits. If he had to oppose one side, he would definitely oppose the second prince, because now it seems that the Crown Prince is the most beneficial, as he is the one actively seeking marriage. But that was before. Leah tore up the book page. The red gem on the mage's hand glowed slightly with magic, burning the paper in her hand to ashes. She would not hand over her life to anyone. In the morning, the dawn finally broke through the night, shining upon the capital. At this time in the capital, all the citizens were beginning to prepare to open shops and work, and inside the palace, everyone was also waiting for the court session to begin. Emperor Aubrey slowly sat on the throne, looking at the officials below. Jezretha led a group of ministers, standing on one side. On the other side stood the second prince. He also led a group of officials supporting him. Standing beside the emperor was Duke Rivi. Emperor Aubrey nodded to the officials below, indicating that the court session could begin. After receiving permission, Jezretha spoke first. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has returned this time with great achievements. His Highness slew a dragon that had been troubling the Empire for a long time at the border, making a great contribution, and is bringing back the dragon's head to proclaim the pacification." The second prince just stood quietly on the side watching Jezretha's praise, smiling without speaking. Emperor Aubrey didn't speak either, only listening as Jezretha continued. "The Crown Prince has not yet been married, but now, His Highness has already entered his 30s, it's time to consider the matter of starting a family. Regarding a spouse, I have a recommended candidate. That is, Victor Count's sister." Before he could finish speaking, Gwen walked in from outside the court, wearing armor, with a long sword at her waist, striding in briskly. "Lady Gwen." "We haven't reported to His Majesty yet." Closely following behind Gwen were two eunuchs, stumbling and rolling as they followed behind Gwen, anxiously admonishing. But now Gwen had already come before the emperor. She was leading a disheveled man in her hand, and threw him towards the center of the hall. Everyone looked at the man thrown onto the hall floor, looking at each other in bewilderment. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Who is this man?" "This man's name is Chur. He's a soldier from the kingdom of Kant, who changed his identity to infiltrate the empire, became a grain merchant, and mixed into the Cravina family. His target was to assassinate Victor and his sister Leah. But he failed. and was instead captured by Victor's sister. The ministers in the court gasped when they heard this. Previously, Victor was a viscount, and moreover, a viscount with actual power over territory. However, such a nobleman had a soldier from the kingdom of Kant mixed into his inner circle. The severity of this matter made it hard not to suspect whether there were people within the empire communicating with the kingdom of Kant, and the assassination attempt happened right when Victor became a count and his strength reached the ranks of 4th tier mages. Many people couldn't help but look towards Jezra there. Why? Before this, no matter how dissatisfied the nobles present were with Victor, they wouldn't say to hire someone to assassinate Victor. Because Victor was a person of the empire, the grudges of empire people should be resolved by empire people themselves. What did it mean for a person from another kingdom to sneak in? Then recently, who held a grudge against Victor, and who had this motive? These nobles who looked towards Jezra didn't say a word, but they had already made clear their current attitude towards Jezra. Jezra felt many malicious gazes directed at him, like dozens of sharp needles piercing him. The emperor raised his eyes, looked towards Gwen, and spoke his first words. "Where is the child now?" "Your Majesty, Leah is waiting outside the palace." Emperor Aubrey nodded, saying, "Let her come in." Under the emperor's summons, several guards brought Leah into the hall. She stood before the emperor, and under everyone's gaze, she slightly bowed to the emperor on the throne. "Greetings to your Majesty." Emperor Aubrey waved his hand. No need for formalities. After saying this, he stared at Leah, smiling slightly. "Good, it's good that you're all right. Otherwise, this old man couldn't handle Victor coming to make trouble for me." Everyone present heard the emperor's intimate tone, his appreciation for Victor even affecting his sister. "Love extends to the whole house." Leah slowly stood up, glancing at Jezra. There seemed to be intense mockery in her eyes. But this mockery disappeared in an instant. And in this sudden situation, no one noticed Leah's expression. Following the emperor's eye signal, a magus slowly walked forward, using the crystal ball in his hand to guide the unconscious Cha. A mark slowly appeared on the crystal ball, then turned red and dissipated. The magus turned around and said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, he is indeed not a person of the empire, and moreover, he has obvious thick blood energy." Thick blood energy indicated that the person was a warrior, and not weak in strength. This basically confirmed the truthfulness of Leah's words. Let alone whether this warrior intended to assassinate Victor's family, just such a powerful warrior from outside the empire mixing into the empire was worth investigating. Duke Rivi appropriately spoke beside the emperor at this time. "Your Majesty, this matter should be thoroughly investigated." The emperor nodded, made a sound, and smiled at Leah. "Child, come to my side." Leah bowed to the emperor again, slowly walking to the emperor's vicinity. Looking at Leah coming forward, the emperor smiled and said, "Your brother is Aurelian's teacher, by my side, you don't need to be so formal. I will investigate this matter." Capturing such a kingdom warrior, you also have made a great contribution. Everyone present noticed the emperor's words. He emphasized the relationship between the princess and Victor, which was a warning to everyone present. "Don't bring your little tricks here to me." Kravina will not support either side. No one noticed that Jezra slightly clenched his fist. Why could the emperor be so good to these two? "We are the royal relatives. Devon and I are your nephews." A seed named jealousy was inadvertently buried in the bottom of his heart, slowly taking root and sprouting in Jezra's heart. Suddenly, the emperor looked towards Jezra and asked, "Speaking of which, you had something you wanted to say earlier. Continue." Jezra was stunned. At this moment, he became the one being roasted on the fire. Victor's sister had just experienced an assassination attempt, and he was going to bring up the matter of the crown prince marrying her. Wouldn't that be asking for a scolding? "Your Majesty, Jezra opened and closed his mouth. The words were like a huge stone blocking his throat. He couldn't say anything. The old emperor sighed, saying indifferently, "Come out, Victor. If you have anything to say, tell him yourself." Victor? Everyone present fell into utter confusion. Where was Victor's figure here? Along with their rising doubts, a green vitality suddenly rose in the palace, full of life. Wildflowers and grass gradually covered the entire floor, Winding vines gradually climbed to the top of the palace. The surrounding golden pillars were covered with tendrils. A cluster of flowers that appeared behind everyone gradually made unusual movements. As those flowers gradually retreated, Victor gradually revealed his figure. He just appeared out of thin air in front of everyone, flicking his coat behind him. Victor at this moment was completely different from last time. If Victor last time was spreading terror and majesty, then Victor at this moment was filled with coldness and elegance, but still giving people a sense of mysterious distance. His figure instantly disappeared, appearing ghostly behind Jezreel. Victor leaned close to Jezreel's ear, his eyes cold, slowly saying, "Some things I didn't explain in advance, perhaps making you think there was some opportunity to take advantage. But now, I want you to remember forever." As Victor spoke, several vines suddenly wrapped around Jezreel's neck, getting tighter and tighter. Jezreel immediately struggled, desperately tearing at the thick vines on his neck. His face gradually turned red, his hand movements becoming more frantic. But he could only hear Victor's cold voice indifferently, "Stay away from the people around me." Everyone was shocked to see this scene before them. Victor's sudden appearance, and his warning-like words. Even Gwen and Leah had looks of confusion and bewilderment. Why did Victor suddenly appear? As if realizing something, several nobles standing behind Jezreel hurriedly shouted, "Victor, are you crazy? Are you going to kill someone in the palace?" Victor's eyes coldly glanced at that person, and the other person, like a little chick suddenly drowning in water, was choked and dared not say a second word. But he indeed didn't commit murder. The vines gradually retreated from Jezreel's body. He touched his own neck, gasping for breath. The long time unable to breathe caused his eyes to be full of bloodshot, extremely red and particularly frightening. "Victor." Jezreel's voice was somewhat hoarse, but he wasn't afraid. At this moment, the jealousy in his heart turned into intense anger. He wished he could tear apart the person in front of him with his own hands. But he couldn't do it. He could only suppress his anger, pretending to be calm as he looked at Victor. "What grudge do you have against me?" But Victor seemed to have vented all his resentment, elegantly tugging at his collar. "Mr. Jezreel, before discussing your grudges with me, I hope you first face the status difference between you and me." Jezreel felt a sense of confusion and bewilderment. Correspondingly, this confusion spread to everyone in the palace except the emperor. As if unintentionally, a round silver insignia was revealed on Victor's collar. The three broken human heads on it seemed to be displaying some kind of mysterious identity. Under Jezreel's angry gaze, Victor, as if mocking, or as if despising him, said indifferently, "Please call me Counselor Cravina." "You." "This is." Jace Razor stared at the peculiar insignia on Victor's chest, his eyes widening. Victor was flaunting his identity, status, and power to him. Jace felt helpless in Victor's eyes. He was nothing more than a failed dreamer. Others in the palace, upon seeing the badge on Victor's chest, couldn't help but rub their eyes in disbelief. The nobles present all recognized this insignia. It would have been strange not to have seen it before. "This is the emblem of the Mage Council." Victor actually has such a thing. Could it be that he has become a counselor of the Mage City? The Mage Council was an organization with immense international influence. Any counselor of the Mage Council would be treated as an honored guest of the state. They represented not only unparalleled power but also an extremely righteous moral code, which always commanded respect and admiration. Moreover, the Mage City monopolized a vast amount of powerful magical knowledge and even had dedicated magical research members. The magical luminous lamps commonly used throughout the empire today were the result of magical research and development by those mages in the Mage City. Although Victor's moral principles were indeed questionable, but his becoming a counselor of the Mage Council was now an indisputable fact. Before Victor, the empire had another counselor of the Mage Council, the principal of the Royal Magic Academy, Rachel. However, everyone present frowned. It was understandable for Principal Rachel to become a counselor of the Mage Council. He had long since become a fourth-tier mage and was highly respected. Everyone knew of his lifelong dedication to the Royal Magic Academy. The Empire had many fourth-tier mages, but only Rachel could become a counselor of the Mage Council. This was because the Mage Council's strict selection criteria had filtered out many mages who wanted to become counselors. But what about Victor? He indeed possessed formidable power, but his morals. The nobles present had almost the same thought on this point. Practically non-existent. Was it just because he was the youngest fourth-tier mage in history? Damn it. Why does Victor get to be a counselor? Can someone with his moral standards really be accepted by the Mage Council? Many mages present resented Victor becoming a counselor, but his joining the council was already a fact, and this couldn't be changed. Most importantly, many people realized one thing. Now that Victor had become a counselor of the Mage City, his status was no longer limited to his current noble title. In other words, Victor and Jace Razor's status and positions were no longer equal. Jace Razor stood frozen, under Victor's cold gaze. He opened his mouth and managed to ask, "Victor." "Counselor Cravina, what exactly do you want?" "I was just making a suggestion." "Are you trying to make things difficult for the Crown Prince?" Victor looked at him contemptuously. "Difficult? Well, then don't do it." "I don't care what you're trying to do, nor do I want to know what orders the people behind you have given. Remember this. Don't provoke me." He stared into Jace's eyes, constructing a small green formation within Jace's pupils. In an instant, several wild thickets sprouted from the golden floor of the palace, their twisted branches lifting Jace and hurling him out of the palace. The people in the hall, witnessing this sudden scene, were stunned. This was certainly Victor's magic, but they hadn't seen Victor construct any formation in the air. But that was no longer important. At this moment, almost everyone present had only one thought. Victor had flipped the table. He even dared to throw Jace out of the palace in front of everyone, even the Emperor. How could he be so arrogant, just because he had become a counselor of the Mage Council? But despite thinking this, not a single person dared to step forward and say a word against Victor. Faced with their shock and questioning looks, Victor dusted off his clothes as if he had just done some trivial task. Afterwards, he turned to face Emperor Aubrey, bowing respectfully. "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty." Duke Levi looked at Victor with an appreciative gaze. Emperor Aubrey chuckled and nodded in response. "No harm done." The court session ended abruptly due to Victor's sudden intrusion. Leah stood outside the palace gates, with Victor's pet crow perched on a nearby pole. Even now, Leah was still in a daze. She had prepared everything, even throwing out the chair card in advance. But Victor suddenly returned and warned Jace Razor with thunderous methods. "Stay away from the people around me." Recalling these words Victor said upon his return, Leah's mind was somewhat confused. Why? Victor shouldn't have been this kind of person. His behavior was tantamount to publicly flipping the table, turning everyone except the Emperor against him. Whether it was the second prince or the yet-to-appear crown prince, after Victor's big scene in the hall, they would definitely not send anyone to recruit him again, once and for all. But this approach might have been a bit too abrupt. In Leah's mind, she didn't want the Cravina family to fall out with both princes. After all, it wasn't clear who would be the final victor. Just as Victor said, if the Emperor only had 2 years left, then 2 years later, no matter who ascended to the throne, Victor would face retribution for today's actions. But on the other hand, Leah placed a hand on her chest. Somehow, there was a warm feeling in her chest. Perhaps it was the long-awaited hope that had finally been answered at this moment. When she thought she no longer expected anything from anyone, Victor had once again solved everything for her. Leah turned her head to see Victor finally walking out of the palace. Gwen was accompanying him. Finally, when everyone else had left, Victor stayed behind in the palace, seemingly saying something to His Majesty. So he became the last person to leave the palace. Leah looked at Victor, her mood somewhat complexly subtle. She opened her mouth, originally wanting to say some words of thanks, but what came out was, "Why did it take you so long to come back?" Her tone seemed to carry a hint of complaint. Victor had his hands in the pockets of his coat. He looked down at Leah. "I was helping someone solve some problems. Also, teaching magic lessons to the princess." Hearing Victor's casual reply, Leah was about to say something to tell him how angry she actually was, but before she could speak, she heard Victor suddenly say, "Remember, You have your own freedom. No one can force you to do anything." This abrupt statement interrupted Leah's complaining mood. She stared blankly at the tall figure before her. Somehow, there was a strange feeling in her heart. She wanted to say something to vent her anger, to act spoiled towards him, as if she believed Victor could tolerate all her unreasonableness. These words were too distant for Leah. After her father's death, no one could protect and care for her as she wished anymore. But now, Leah felt a sudden impulse. "Bro." She tried to let the end of this word slip out, but it got stuck in her throat and she couldn't say it. In the end, she still couldn't say it, because a fantastically luxurious carriage slowly drove towards them from the dark street corner, emitting a warm light. This carriage was quite peculiar. As a carriage, it had no horses pulling it in front, naturally no coachman to whip the horses. It was simply driven by pure magic moving the axles on the road. Leah looked at Victor's exclusive carriage that he often used for travel, slightly stunned. The door opened automatically, and Victor calmly said, "Let's go. It's time to go home." The carriage stopped in front of the Dillon mansion. Leah watched as Gwen got off the carriage, with Kevlar already coming out to greet her at the door. Before leaving, Gwen didn't forget to look at Victor one last time, asking, "This time, you won't disappear for a few days again, right?" Victor nodded. "Then don't forget to come over tomorrow morning." After saying this, as if realizing some misunderstanding, she quickly added, "I'm talking about tomorrow's sword practice, don't forget." After finishing, Gwen hurriedly turned and entered the mansion, not daring to look at Victor again. Seeing Gwen completely gone, Leah sat in the carriage looking at Victor, her tone quite teasing. "Oh, so our mage lord knows how to communicate with his fiancée tilde copyright he?" Victor didn't respond to Leah's comment, casually feeding Vega some bird food, then turned to look at Leah. "What did you want to say before getting in the carriage earlier?" Leah was taken aback, coughed lightly, and said nonchalantly, "Nothing, I just wanted to ask you some things, but we hadn't left the palace yet, so it wasn't appropriate to say." She wasn't that sentimental. At her age, how could she possibly call him brother? And she did indeed have things to ask Victor. Now that they were in their own carriage, she could ask whatever she wanted. "Do you really intend to support the princess?" Victor nodded. Leah was very confused. "Why? The princess has no power base, and besides, the empire has never had an empress." "Then, she will be the first." Victor's voice sounded faintly, his tone leaving no room for doubt, leaving Leah somewhat stunned. Although she couldn't understand the reason for Victor's confidence, she didn't impulsively question further. The two remained silent in the carriage. Soon, the carriage slowly came to a stop, and Victor opened the door, letting Leah get off first. The large group of guards at the courtyard entrance had already left, and it was now empty. The princess had long been sent back to the palace by Victor, so naturally, the guards had no reason to stay here. A servant, seeing the master and young lady return, opened the main door. Entering the mansion, Leah seemed to suddenly remember something and began to say, "Oh right, the Duke came yesterday. It seems his daughter has some kind of illness. Did you have any?" As she spoke, her voice gradually became softer. "Passing by the garden, was that a soft, fluffy cloud floating by?" Leah blinked, her gaze following the cloud. On that cloud lay a sleeping slacker elf, dressed somewhat scantily. A big question mark appeared above Leah's head. What on earth was this thing? Staring at the scantily clad woman before her, various guesses flashed through Leah's mind. Who was this woman? Why had she appeared in the garden? And what was the deal with the cloud beneath her? It looked quite impressive. "Her name is Cocotte Yade. She's a former council member of the Mage City," Victor explained, appearing behind Leah. Hearing Victor's explanation, Leah became even more confused. A former member of the Mage Council? Did that mean Victor's council position had replaced this woman? What was the relationship between these two? Cocotte was sleeping soundly, turning her head slightly, her pointed ears on both sides now visible to Leah. Looking at the slender ears, Leah felt a sense of familiarity. She blurted out, "An elf?" After all, Leah had her fair share of dealings with elves. This lazy elf flying asleep on a cloud seemed to give the illusion that she was isolated from the world. But that wasn't the point. The real question was why Victor had brought back an elf woman. Leah looked up, her eyes showing a hint of disapproval as she gazed at Victor. "So, what's her story? You went to the Mage City once and brought back a new flame?" "Huh, I really feel sorry for Gwen." Hearing Leah's sarcasm, Victor calmly said, "She's a 4th-tier mage. Now, she's working for me." Leah's disapproving gaze instantly softened, her eyes seemingly filled with calculation. "I see, you should have said so earlier. I'll make sure to take care of this too. I mean, take care of her meticulously." As if sensing something, Cocotte ears twitched, and she sat up groggily, rubbing her eyes. "Matilda?" Cocotte let out a prolonged sound of confusion, gave Victor a silly smile, and then, like a puppet whose strings had been cut, fell back onto the cloud. Thump. Zzz. She closed her eyes and fell back asleep. Leah, could such a lazy elf really be used as a tool? Victor didn't explain much more to Leah. In reality, Cocotte had become homeless. After losing her council member status, Cocotte could have stayed in Endymion for a long time. But Victor had blown up the top 3 levels of Endymion, causing the most stable area of natural energy to disappear into the river of history. Without such a place, Cocotte couldn't sleep well. Even when she managed to fall asleep, she would feel as if ants were crawling all over her body, making her extremely uncomfortable. So she simply followed Victor to the Empire, becoming a mascot at the Cravina house. After all, she was no longer a council member, and the restoration of Endymion had nothing to do with her. Cocotte now felt utterly free. She even slept more soundly in the garden. And now that Victor had attained the status of a count, he was qualified to recruit his own private army in the royal capital. It was fine both officially and privately. Victor calmly said to Leah, "When she wakes up, remember to have her sign an indenture contract in my name." After all, the Cravina family didn't keep idle people, and Cocotte would need to work when she woke up. Leah nodded, watching Victor walk into the mansion as he left. In the study, Victor walked to the bookshelf, examining it closely. He opened the cabinet and pulled out a thick book. It was a book recording parts of historical mythology, with stories related to the former deities. Victor quickly turned to the page he needed. The Scales of the Goddess of Justice. Orlean had told Victor everything about her experience in the magic library, including her sighting of the scales. Victor already knew there was a set of scales in Endymion's magic library. It wasn't a true divine artifact, just an ancient forgery. History described the Goddess of Justice like this: the justice of the Goddess of Justice was absolute. Those she deemed evil and impure would be completely annihilated by her, without any hope of escape. She used the scales in her hand to weigh the hearts of mortals, placing her dagger of punishment on one side of the scales. Legend had it that the weight of that dagger was as light as a cloud, while human hearts tainted by malice would have additional weight from resentment. Once the scales tipped towards the heart, the Goddess of Justice would mercilessly eradicate the evil person. Since the birth of human civilization, she had protected the humans on the continent, always believing that humans could achieve the absolute justice and fairness she held in her heart. But the actions of humans over the long span of time gradually disappointed the Goddess of Justice. Then came the more familiar story: the Goddess of Justice left the mortal realm. But in reality, Victor pondered about the scales stored in the magic library. According to legend, the great mage had become dissatisfied with the actions of the Goddess of Justice and stole a sliver of her divine power to create these scales of the hypocrite. This was to weaken the divine will of the Goddess of Justice, and through the forged scales, reduce her numerous extreme followers. Those filled with absolute justice were eventually replaced by hypocrites. Finally, utterly disappointed with humanity, the goddess left the mortal world. But her departure made the people of the world breathe a sigh of relief, because absolute justice should never exist in a society composed of humans. Hypocrites were also kind and just. They just wouldn't fall into the vortex named extreme justice. Thus, through these forged scales, the great mage established the Mage Council based on morality. Hypocrisy is also a form of justice. Vega, standing nearby, spoke up. "Are you interested in the goddess of justice?" "I'm just preparing for potential future crises," Victor said as he closed the book. In the magic library, some players would be attracted to the scales of the hypocrite. If a player's sense of justice reached 80 points or above, they would learn a brand new passive skill, Heart of the Hypocrite. As long as one holds justice and morality in their heart, they will receive the blessing of the ancient human will. For players, this skill's powerful effect could increase all their character attributes by 10%, lasting for an entire battle. Of course, how could the real scales be inferior to a forgery? If players could join the Church of the Goddess of Justice, joining that group of remaining extreme justice advocates, they would also receive the blessing of the Goddess of Justice from the void. The condition was to reach 100 points in justice. But this justice was extremely radical. To propagate absolute justice, they wouldn't hesitate to use cruel violence and torture to achieve the merciless expansion of their ideology and will. The believers of the goddess were so severe that they only had a singular and absolute distinction between good and evil, with no room for any emotion. Victor narrowed his eyes, as he was very familiar with this power. Heart of Justice. That's right. Before Gwen had grown up, the goddess of justice had already set her sights on this born believer. Golden and bright, silk draping to the floor, silver curtains hanging behind the doors on both sides. The second prince sat on a soft sofa, with no one around him. He was very pleased, not just because Victor's actions in the palace today had slapped Jace Razor in the face. Jace belonged to his foolish elder brother's faction, and Victor doing this was directly telling the crown prince, "No matter what relationship you have with me, because of your subordinate this grudge, we've settled it." Of course, although Victor would definitely not support him either, at least he didn't publicly slap him in the face. He and his elder brother were still in fair competition. Nothing had changed. Even becoming enemies with Victor, he still had to divert some energy to consider Victor's existence. However, who would have thought that Victor would become a member of the Magic Council? The second prince spoke as if chatting with servants beside him, but there wasn't a single person around. On the surface, the council member status was definitely superior to Jace Razor, and this council member status would also mean that even if the crown prince really wanted to marry Leah, he would have to consider Victor's council member status. Marrying the sister of a count and marrying the sister of a mage council member were two completely different concepts. Victor always gives me surprises. Jace Razor must be feeling incredibly angry with jealousy right now. The second prince laughed out loud, his body shaking constantly, laughing somewhat maniacally. This was the second reason for his happiness. Soon, the second prince changed like a different person, putting away his laughter and returning to his usual indifference, smiling as he said, "Jealousy can trigger many different emotions, that's why I love this wonderful jealousy. Get ready, greed. We should go welcome our new companion." Jace Razor walked on the street, followed by a group of guards. His eyes were red with anger, originally intending to go straight home by carriage, but the unrelenting fury in his heart made him realize he couldn't go back. As the heir to the family, Jace needed to remain calm at all times. So Jace Razor took a carriage to the East District, his instinctive anger guiding him to vent. He was looking for Victor's prop shop. That shop that only sold blue potions. He had been here a few days ago, setting a trap to make Victor sign that seemingly beneficial contract, to cause them to incur losses. But Victor hadn't even considered agreeing to those families. Jace was a merchant, but he also knew how to play the role of a difficult customer. He walked towards the prop shop, intending to pretend to be a customer and deliberately cause some trouble in the store. But before he could enter, he saw Heaney appear at the doorway. Heaney was neatly arranging bottles of blue potions on the counter at the shop entrance, replenishing the spaces left by recently sold goods. Instinct made Jace want to approach this seemingly rustic girl and vent some of his anger. But after a few seconds, cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead, dripping onto the dusty ground. No, something's not right. What's wrong with me? The anger quickly dissipated from his mind, and Jace suddenly calmed down. He was no longer jealous. His brain felt as if it had been suddenly washed with clear water, his intelligence and rationality returning to their peak. What have I been doing? Jace Razor held his head, carefully recalling what he had done these past few days. Constantly targeting the Cravena family, even taking the initiative to visit, running to arrange a marriage for the Crown Prince without his permission. Jace's body trembled slightly as he suddenly realized the serious consequences of his actions. He hurriedly said to the guards behind him, "Quickly, let's go home. Bring the carriage over. I need to see my father immediately." With that, Jace quickly left the scene with his guards. However, Heaney hadn't noticed any of this at all. At this moment, she was still a bit troubled. After all, she had heard many things about Miss Leah recently, and there were always a few families coming to ask this and that, often mentioning to her about corporations she didn't understand at all. Heaney was a little angry. Suddenly, she blinked, somewhat confused. A touch of red had appeared on the blue potion bottle she had just placed on the counter. But this red looked unnatural to her, like an impurity attached to the bottle's mouth. What is? She hadn't had time to look closer when a voice sounded beside her ear. "Little girl, you're much prettier than that man just now. I admire your little bit of anger. Why don't we work together? Trust me, we could definitely pull off something big." Heaney blinked, somewhat confused. Hadn't she encountered a similar situation before? As she was pondering, a white-bearded old mage with snow-white hair walked up to her. The old mage looked very kind and nodded slightly to Heaney. Heaney immediately recognized this mage as a regular customer of the shop. The same as last time. The mage pointed to the blue potions on the counter, indicating for Heaney to get him 2 bottles. A heavy bag of geo was placed on the counter, and he slowly left with the potions. Heaney weighed the money bag, then turned to put it in the cash box inside the store. The rule of a maximum of 2 bottles per mage per day was actually quite good, at least for some mages. They didn't have to worry about not being able to buy any because some rich person went on a buying spree. After the initial frenzy, the daily limit of 50 bottles had resulted in a more reasonable customer flow. After all, the price of 1,000 per bottle wasn't something an ordinary mage could casually afford. The customer flow hadn't increased explosively, but there were also never times when it was completely empty. Strictly speaking, this kind of magic potion was, after all, a consumable item. Even if its effect was extremely powerful, it wouldn't be used frequently. Most mages bought a few days' worth of potions to keep on hand, just in case they encountered a crisis, so they wouldn't have to worry about magical exhaustion. After their regular training and dealing with trivial matters, they naturally wouldn't waste the precious potion. Relying on natural mana recovery was enough. After the customer left, Heaney came to her senses. The red impurity on the blue potion bottle had disappeared, but now, a red, wriggling thing was constantly approaching her. It looked like a red jelly. It seemed to have no physical form, and looked very strange. To Heaney, it felt like it didn't seem very smart. Hey, that's strange, can't you hear me talking? The red jelly was trying hard to stretch its body, attempting to attract Heaney's attention. A small jelly hand extended from its body, waving at Heaney. But strangely, Heaney just kept looking at it, giving it no response at all. The red jelly retracted its small hand, quieted down for a moment, and deflated a bit. "Damn it! Say something, will you?" "Wow!" Mr. Jelly got angry. Heaney, seeing the jelly shaking with anger, felt a slight shock in her heart and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry." Hearing Heaney's apology, the red jelly seemed very satisfied. It squeezed out 2 things like snail antennae from its round body, slowly waving them in front of Heaney. It seemed to be sizing up Heaney, waving its antennae while asking, "There are few humans who can satisfy me. Tell me, who are we going to beat up?" Heaney tilted her head, staring at this red jelly, thinking for a good while. Then, "Can you tell me your name, huh?" The afternoon in the shop was quiet, leisurely time flew by, and night fell. Heaney returned to the mansion, walking to the front door. Before she could reach out, the door was already opened by a servant. "Miss Heaney." Heaney was startled. She had always been living here as a guest, and hearing someone suddenly greet her, Heaney felt a bit guilty and shivered. Looking up, she saw it was a familiar servant who had opened the mansion's main door for her. Heaney immediately felt relieved. But soon, a cold wind blew past Heaney's back, and she felt someone standing behind her. That person's voice was utterly cold. Heaney? The hair on Heaney's body stood on end, and she slowly turned around to look at the newcomer. It was Professor Victor. As usual, a jet-black crow was perched on his shoulder. Somehow, the crow's eyes seemed to have become much more frightening. Heaney felt a bit excited at first. "Professor, you're back. What did you bring back?" Heaney was startled by Victor's question, trembling and shrinking her head, not daring to make a sound. Victor glanced at the shaking Heaney and dropped a sentence, "Come to my study." Heaney could only obediently follow behind Victor, looking quite pitiful. They quickly arrived at the study, and Victor waved his hand, turning on the desk lamp. A warm yellow light shone on the desk. Victor stood in front of the desk, while Heaney stood at the door, head lowered like someone who had done something wrong and was being scolded. Their shadows wavered on the wall behind them. "Don't you have anything to tell me, Professor? I wanted to tell you when you came back." Heaney stretched out her hand, and a red, gel-like liquid appeared on Heaney's arm, plopping onto the desk. The light from the desk lamp shone on its small body, but its shadow wasn't reflected on the wall. It began to shape itself like jelly, constantly changing, and finally settled into a very small crocodile shape. The crocodile hadn't yet realized what was happening, looked around, and then stared at Victor, whose face was frighteningly cold. Sensing Victor's malicious gaze, the little crocodile suddenly stretched out a small paw, slapping the desktop with a paw sound. "What are you looking at?" It seems to be a not very intelligent demon. It apparently hadn't yet grasped the current situation. Victor narrowed his eyes. In the game, the spawning of primal demons had always been a mysterious thing. In the first chapter's plot, the 7 primal demons gathered in the Ka'anshia Empire, with greed leading the occupation of the imperial capital, and the remaining 6 demons in different cities. Until greed was killed by the players, the remaining 6 demons seemed to receive an order and quickly disappeared within the Empire's borders. But in future plot chapters, players could find these primal demons in many places. And the little crocodile in front of him was obviously the Wrath demon. Layton. That's right, Victor knew all 7 demons' true names, so these demons posed no threat to him at all. After all, his current identity was different from the game. In the game, players couldn't interact with NPCs, and in the eyes of NPCs, players were more like mute, emotionless machines. This meant that even if players could see the demon's name in combat status, they couldn't use the true name to restrict the demon. Heaney, seeing the demon turn into a crocodile, was slightly startled. How did Mr. Jelly turn into a little crocodile in just one day? Primal demons absorb the emotions of their hosts to grow stronger. If the corresponding emotions and the magic power are sufficient, they can grow to a state that even armies can't handle in just one day. Vega explained to Victor on the side. In fact, the reason Victor could directly notice the demon on Heaney was because Vega had sensed it in advance. As an evil god, Vega was very sensitive to things like demons that transcended biological beings. The atmosphere in the study became a bit peculiar due to the silence. Victor waved to Heaney, indicating for her to leave first. Heaney covered her eyes, nodded with a woo-woo sound, and left the study feeling wronged. She thought she had done something wrong. It wasn't until she left the study that Victor looked back at the crocodile and slowly said, "Tell me, what deal did you make with her?" The crocodile obviously knew Victor was asking it a question, but it wasn't afraid of the mysterious man in front of it. It grinded its teeth a bit angrily while saying, "Deal? What deal?" "She just asked me what my name was. How could I make a deal?" At least now he could be assured that Heaney hadn't been bewitched by the demon. The crocodile in front of him was still very weak, as if it had just been born. Victor narrowed his eyes. Vega giggled on his shoulder, and only Victor's voice sounded in its ear. "Interesting. First it was greed. Now it's wrath." The demons clearly had better hosts to choose from, but they all chose this little succubus without exception. Each demon's abilities manifested differently. The greed demon could stimulate people's desires, expanding their desires several times through constant gifts until they finally couldn't repay. The wrath demon would magnify the anger of the possessed person 100-fold, causing them to overexert their strength and die of exhaustion in endless fury. Similarly, for demons like lust. Victor didn't want to think about it further. But if Heaney could attract different demons, then the remaining ones might also show themselves in the future. Whether this was good or bad remained to be seen, but Victor could plan ahead. Now then, Victor narrowed his eyes at the little crocodile in front of him. The red crocodile shuddered, a sense of unease creeping over its body. Getting angry randomly isn't a good thing. I'll teach you how to control your anger well, Layton. Hearing Victor's words, the little crocodile felt as if its limbs were locked by a shackle in its heart, unable to move. As if unwillingly, a line connected between it and Victor. Contract established. Early the next morning, Heaney was feeling a bit gloomy. She felt like she had done something wrong, making Professor Victor unhappy, which had made her too afraid to approach Victor until now. Just as she was thinking of going to the garden to clear her mind, a maid hurriedly ran over and said to Heaney, "Miss Heaney, the master is calling you to his study." Heaney was a bit confused, but her steps still headed towards the study. She was anxious, constantly reassuring herself on the way that nothing was wrong. Pushing open the door to Victor's study, Heaney saw Victor sitting at his desk as usual, hands crossed. 2 papers were placed on the desk, which Heaney didn't pay attention to. Professor, you called for me." Victor nodded, his eyes indicating for her to come to the desk. Heaney obediently walked forward, staring at the 2 papers in front of her, her hands finding no place to rest, seeming particularly uneasy. Victor spoke first. "In front of you are 2 contracts. The first is an invitation from the Royal Academy. Sign this contract, and you will become an honorary associate professor at the Royal Magic Academy, with treatment equivalent to that of a professor, including a house of your own." Heaney listened, slightly dazed. Associate professor? It felt as dreamy as if a long-cherished dream had become reality. A warmth suddenly surged in her heart, spreading throughout Heaney's body. Her breathing involuntarily became a bit rapid. Victor, however, continued unhurriedly, "The contract on the right is what I had Leah draft yesterday. Sign this contract, and you'll be a retainer of the Cravina family. You can choose a job within the family, or continue living here. Of course, the treatment will be equally good." Heaney was stunned again. One was a nomination for associate professor, the other was to be a retainer of the Cravina family. If she chose the second one, she would be part of the Cravina family. But the position of associate professor. Life is full of choices, Heaney's teacher had once taught her. Before Heaney, 2 choices were laid out. One was her long-cherished dream. It was the reward for her years of hard work and study. The other was the aspiration she wanted to follow for life. Finally, Heaney looked at Victor. She knew that everything she had now didn't come easily. Therefore, Heaney never thought her dream could compare to the aspiration before her eyes. So, she made her choice. "Professor, I want to choose." "Wait." Victor's sudden words interrupted her. Under Heaney's somewhat dazed gaze, Victor tapped the desk. A gentle breeze blew, sending both contracts to Heaney at the same time. Heaney was a bit confused and puzzled, but Victor's voice seemed to soothe her unease, sounding in her ears. "I never said this was a single-choice question." Heaney stared blankly at Victor. Somehow, a faint moisture seemed to well up in the corners of her eyes, as if a layer of mist obscured her vision. But it wasn't because of sadness. Heaney knew very well. When happiness surged through her entire body, it was as if a faint light had redeemed her entire world. "Professor." At this moment, she was infinitely grateful for her life. The contempt, mockery, and abuse she had once endured. It seemed to be resolved as if bitterness had turned to sweetness. Heaney's hand was on her chest, her voice slightly choked. "Meeting you. Really. It's so wonderful." Heaney, LV9A LV10. First-tier mage. Heartilda. Accompanied by a yawn, Cocotte stretched lazily. She blinked her eyes, looking at the contract handed to her. Still drowsy, Cocotte lifted her head in confusion to look at the person in front of her. A tall figure with flowing hair. It was a woman. If Cocotte remembered correctly, Victor had mentioned having a sister. Their scents were similar, so this must be her. "You're Lee." Cocotte yelled. "Am I correct?" Leah spoke first with a smile, causing Cocotte to pause. Pointing at the contract, Leah said, "You just need to sign your name here." As she spoke, Leah handed Cocotte a pen. Cocotte took the contract in a daze. Reading the text, she suddenly became much more alert and sat up. Work for the Cravina family. 8 hours a day. Weekends off. Room and board included. After reading it, Cocotte's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. This isn't right. What's not right? Leah looked at the contract with confusion. These were already the conditions for the lowest level workers in the Cravina family. She looked at Cocotte and said, as if suddenly realizing something, "Oh, I see what you mean." Cocotte sighed in relief upon hearing this, but then saw Leah take out another contract and hand it to her. In black and white, it clearly stated, full-time rest, but the signatory must resolve any difficulties that arise for the Cravina family when needed. This one is relatively more flexible. Victor mentioned that you're a 4th-tier mage and a former council member, so this job should suit you better. Cocotte felt somewhat frantic. No. Why do I need to work? I should just be able to sleep, right? Leah maintained her smile. Well, Victor said, we don't keep idle people in the Cravina family. Of course, you can choose not to sign. Cocotte suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. But then she noticed Leah's smile turned slightly menacing, and a sense of unease rose in her heart. Victor said that if you don't sign, he'll tell your clan about your whereabouts. I don't really understand these things. I'm just passing on the message. At this moment, Leah's smile appeared to Cocotte like that of a demon, penetrating her heart. So, 3 choices. Which one will you pick? Cocotte raised her head, slowly closing her eyes, allowing tears to flow down her cheeks. These were tears of sorrow, tears of frustration. If she could choose again, even if it meant sleeping in the magical chaos of Endymion, she would never have chosen to run to Victor's mansion. He's just a jerk. Cocotte opened her eyes, a few crystal tears still lingering in the corners. Since she couldn't resist, she might as well comply. The first one looks too tiring. I'll choose the second one. Really? Leah's smile grew even brighter. Really? Cocotte nodded with certainty. Only then did Leah let Cocotte sign her name on the second contract. This contract had magical restrictions, probably some magic Victor had attached to it. After all, only the magic of a 4th-tier mage could restrict another 4th-tier mage. As soon as Cocotte finished signing the contract and placed the pen in Leah's hand, she fell back into her cloud. I've signed it, so there shouldn't be anything else for me to do, right? She clearly remembered that the contract stated she could rest all day, unless there was some trouble that required her to work. Only if there was something? Cocotte suddenly realized something. If there was something every day, wouldn't that mean she'd have to work every day? Cocotte couldn't regret it now. She had already signed her name on the contract. She recalled with extreme frustration the verbal trap she had fallen into. Leah smiled at her and said, well then, let's prepare for your first day of work. The carriage slowly pulled up in front of Duke Levi's mansion. Cocotte sat on a cloud, dozing off. Seeing visitors arrive, a servant hurriedly ran inside the mansion to report. Soon, Duke Levi appeared at the main door of the mansion. He was slightly surprised when he saw Cocotte. Counselor Yead? Cocotte covered her mouth, yawning while glancing at Duke Levi. Oh, it's you. During her time as a council member, Cocotte hadn't met many other mages, but Duke Levi was one of the few she remembered. He had once visited the Magic City to learn some powerful magic and brought it back to the Empire. However, Cocotte didn't have much recollection of those details anymore. She said somewhat resentfully, don't call me by that title, I'm not a council member anymore. Oh, I see. Duke Levi nodded, understanding dawning in his mind. Victor had become the new council member, but the Mage Council certainly wouldn't break their rules just for Victor. There must have been a sacrifice who had to give up their council member status. Now, Cocotte was that sacrificed person. Even though she was no longer a council member, as a former member, she was still a powerful 4th-tier mage. The necessary respect should still be shown. But this combination, to be honest, felt a bit strange to Duke Levi. Victor's sister, bringing a former council member to his house. It seemed odd no matter how he thought about it. Duke Levi, I'm here to help you, Leah said. Previously, Duke Levi had been prepared to use his influence to help her out of trouble. Of course, after Victor intervened, the matter was essentially resolved. So Duke Levi hadn't actually helped Leah much. But before Victor returned, Duke Levi had indeed stepped forward. Even if he hadn't really helped much, Leah felt she should acknowledge this gesture. The Duke, looking at Leah who had come from afar, was touched. He was well aware that he had hardly done anything, but he wouldn't be overly sentimental about it. It was a good thing that she was willing to come and help him. "Miss Leah, I appreciate your kindness." Cocotte watched the two of them from the side, completely puzzled. She didn't understand what the two were talking about, and could only quietly lie on her cloud listening to them exchange greetings and converse. Soon, under the Duke's guidance, Cocotte and Leah entered the room. As soon as the door opened, a rush of natural energy hit Cocotte's nose. "This is my daughter Erica's room," Duke Levi answered Cocotte's unspoken question. As Cocotte entered the room, she saw a beautiful, delicate blonde girl lying peacefully on the bed. However, strangely enough, vines and flowers were growing on her body, and these plants had even spread out, twining around the floor and walls. The entire room was surrounded by flower clusters and wild grass. The flower on her body was constantly undulating its petals, as if breathing. Warm sunlight poured into the room, covering Erica's body. Cocotte's eyes lit up. With such rich natural energy, sleeping in this room would surely be wonderful. But she was still a somewhat responsible elf, knowing that it was her working hours now and she couldn't slack off casually. Even though she was dying of sleepiness, she couldn't actually lie down here. "My daughter has been like this for the past few days." Strange plants grew on her body, and she fell into a coma at the same time. Levi's brows were furrowed, his worry evident. He had sought out every doctor in the capital these past few days, but each doctor who came said there was nothing wrong with Erica. Even when examined with magic, she appeared to be in a very saturated state. Leah looked at Erica, who had flowers growing on her, and nodded. In this situation, no explanation was needed. How could a normal person have flowers growing on their body? So she took out a bottle of red potion from her bag. Earlier, when interrogating Cher, she had asked Victor for 5 bottles, but ended up not using any of them. These 5 bottles of restoration potion were left over. "Duke, try giving this to Erica." Duke Levi took the potion. He naturally knew about the miraculous effects of these small red bottles. In fact, this was what he had been hoping for. The Duke could only pin his hopes on this potion now. He stepped over the flower bed, propped Erica up, and slowly poured the red potion into Erica's mouth. After doing this, everyone watched Erica. But the expected recovery did not occur. "Huh?" Leah stared at Erica, hardly believing what she was seeing. The potion seemed to have made Erica's life energy even more vigorous, and there were even more flowers on her body. It didn't work. If even this all-purpose potion made by Victor had no effect, what could cure Erica? Duke Levi felt somewhat desperate, but he couldn't show it. Leah was pondering, feeling a bit strange. Is it possible that this isn't a disease? She had seen the miraculous effects of the potion with her own eyes. It could even bring back people on the brink of death from poisoning. If the potion had no effect, perhaps these flowers growing on Erica's body might be harmless. However, Leah wasn't an expert. This was just her guess. At this moment, Cocotte looked with surprise at the wildly growing flower bed around Erica. Such intense life force. What did you just feed her? Leah suddenly realized. Right, she didn't understand these things, but wasn't there a ready-made 4th-tier mage right beside her? Cocotte, your work begins now. Eh? The shut-in elf was a bit confused. After all, even she didn't understand what kind of condition this was. Duke Levi also looked at Cocotte with some expectation. "Miss Yade, please help Erica." Don't say any more. I'll help, okay?" After all, as a former council member, Cocotte's sense of morality wasn't low. She couldn't bring herself to ignore someone in need like this. Most of the magic Cocotte had learned was nature magic, which could provide powerful and lasting beneficial effects to allies and herself. So she sat on her cloud, floating to Erica's side. Under the expectant gazes of the two, she mobilized the natural energy within her body, constructing a magic array in the air. This was a relatively simple magic detection, mainly used to examine the energy structure of these strange flowers. Soon, Cocotte expression gradually became grave. Finally, she dispelled the magic, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and slowly uttered 3 words. Drua, Drua. Cocotte's hand hung in midair as she stared at Erica, lost in thought, feeling the rich natural energy on her body, unsure of how to respond. This level of natural energy, she had only felt it on the wood calamity before. For a moment, Cocotte felt as if she had returned to that alternate space covered in dense forests, with flowers bursting and wild grass dancing. Cocotte, Cocotte. With a call, Cocotte suddenly snapped back to reality. She turned her head towards Leah, who was calling her name, still in a daze. What Drua? Drua was the name of the wood calamity, actually told to her by Victor. The calamities had their own names, which was something Cocotte had only just learned. She didn't answer Leah's question, instead turning to the Duke and saying, Duke Levi, don't worry, Erica isn't in any danger for now. Maybe you'll sleep tonight, and she'll wake up tomorrow. Hearing this, Duke Levi's brow relaxed a little. If even a former council member said so, perhaps Erica really was fine. He had done everything he could. The Duke sighed, bowed to the 2 of them, and said, Thank you both. Cocotte hated these formalities the most, even forgetting that she was still Leah's hired employee, and waved directly at the Duke, saying, Since there's nothing else, we'll be going now. Leah also nodded to the Duke. All right, let me see you out. Levi closed the door, and the 3 slowly left. But no one noticed the unusual black color that appeared on the windowsill buried in green grass. A crow stood on the windowsill. Its single eye stared at the delicate girl lying on the bed, a strange light flickering in its eye. Natural protector under the dark night sky, remove the last curse of life from the worlder. Geastia, strip away the life that has escaped the control of chaos and order. As if speaking from its abdomen with a heavy tone, the crow's voice slowly echoed in the room. In an instant, a black formation was constructed out of thin air behind the crow, white patterns constantly swirling on it, converging on the dagger-shaped rune in the center. Black mist sprayed out from the center of the magic array, spreading throughout the room. The lush plants withered and shriveled the moment they touched the black mist, gradually dissipating into dust. The flower clusters on Erica's body quickly withered and disappeared, and a faint green color appeared in Viga's eye. Viga slowly spoke, Power that you can't control yet shouldn't be released carelessly, little girl. Let me keep some of it for you for now. With that, it flapped its wings and flew out the window. Only a black feather was left on the windowsill. Erica seemed to have a dream. She dreamed that she was in the midst of chaos. 6 huge lands floated around her, each filled with immense magical energy. Wind, fire, earth, wood, thunder, water. The 6 elements on these 6 continents were as chaotic as newly born planets. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning raged incessantly, and the 6 continents suddenly fell into silent darkness. One continent began to flicker, and Erica was drawn to the brightening land. The moment she approached, she felt as if she had sunk into a lush primeval forest, surrounded by countless vines and waist-high wild grass. Tall, thick cedar trees completely covered the sky, not a ray of sunlight visible. Erica instinctively began to explore this forest, moving forward in the deep mist. Strange woo-woo sounds echoed around her. The deeper she went into the mist, the more pronounced these sounds became. After walking for a long time, the sound gradually subsided. As the mist slowly cleared, a huge black object appeared before Erica. Instinctive fear didn't make her retreat, but instead sparked her curiosity, drawing her towards the black shadow. 1 step, 2 steps. Soon, Erica walked up to the huge object and saw its true form. It was a giant green snake-like monster, with 3 pairs of compound eyes growing on its head. Sensing Erica's arrival, the monster slowly turned to look at her. Before Erica could feel afraid, she saw that there seemed to be someone sitting on top of the giant beast's head. She appeared to be about Erica's age, but Erica couldn't make out her features clearly. Under the heavy mist, everything seemed hazy. A beam of light came from behind the girl, and Erica raised a hand to block the dazzling light. falling into a blur. She wanted to try to peek through a gap in the light to see the other person clearly, but a familiar yet strange voice slowly came to her ears. "You're still too weak, Erica. How can you, like this, accept the future inheritance?" Erica fell into a strong sense of copyright AVU. She suddenly knelt down in the jungle, two streams of tears slowly falling. That seemingly familiar voice plunged Erica into memories. But she didn't wake up from this, instead falling into another void. Everything around was pitch black. Countless sinister black crows flew overhead, and among the millions of crows, only one-eyed crow landed in front of her. It was a full circle larger than the other crows and glanced at Erica with its single eye. Erica recognized this strange crow. It was the one that followed Victor. God! The sinister crow seemed somewhat satisfied, flapped its wings, and flew away again. The surroundings shattered like a mirror, countless pieces falling into the void. The next second, Erica appeared in a sea of flowers. She slowly sat up, and in front of her floated a seed full of green vitality, trying to attract Erica to hold it in her hand. Erica reached out and grasped it, and the seed began to grow and sprout in her palm, gradually enveloping her, turning into a cocoon of green vines. Inheritance. As if waking from a deep dream, Erica suddenly opened her eyes to find herself sitting in her familiar room, on her familiar bed. Sunlight poured into the room through fragments of clouds outside the window, the breeze moving the curtains. Erica leaned against the headboard and opened her palm. What she held wasn't a seed, but a black feather. Like a deceptive illusion, the seed in her dream had turned into such a tail feather. But the power in her body couldn't be fake. Erica closed her eyes and imagined the scene of the flower sea in her mind. When she opened her eyes, a warm sea of flowers had already appeared before her, like a beautiful painting. And she was the artist of this painting. Clang! Two silver swords clashed violently, making a crisp sound. Victor effortlessly parried Gwen's attack, withdrew his sword, and gave it a twirl. The two retreated, and Victor nodded at Gwen. "That's about it." Victor walked backward, his fingers moving slightly, a cleaning spell removing the dust and sweat from his body. Kevro had been watching the two practice from one side of the arena from the beginning. Looking at Victor, she frowned deeply. She felt that her brother-in-law today had a strange kind of annoyance about him. It gave her an irresistible urge to go up and give Victor a couple of stabs in the kidney. But she thought this was just an illusion because only demons would give her this feeling. Unless Victor himself was a demon. Gwen hung the silver sword on the weapon rack, wiped her sweat, walked to Victor's side and said, "You've improved quickly, and your stamina has increased quite a bit compared to before." This was natural, as the Wood Calamity's core was life force. Victor had absorbed the essence of the Wood Calamity, so his stamina naturally increased considerably compared to before. It could be said that the Wood Calamity had compensated for some of Victor's weaknesses as a fragile character. "Well then, I'll come again tomorrow." Victor nodded to Gwen and turned to leave. Gwen understood, standing in place to see Victor off, but suddenly noticed his shoulder and felt a bit confused. Where had that crow gone today? Victor walked out of the Dillon mansion alone, standing on the street waiting for a while. A black crow flapped its wings and flew onto his shoulder. Only then did Victor continue forward. "Do you know about a place called the Inheritance Temple?" After a while, Vega on his shoulder asked. Victor didn't look at it, but walked directly towards the carriage not far away. He climbed into the carriage, pulled the curtains, and with a wave of his finger, the carriage started moving automatically. Victor didn't answer Vega directly, but instead asked, "Why are you asking about this?" "I saw this place in a little girl's dream, and I'm a bit interested." Victor cupped his chin, thinking. Inheritance Temple. In the game's setting, Mage's magic included the 6 major natural systems. But strictly speaking, the 6 major natural systems didn't refer to the 6 attributes of magic. Instead, they referred to the 6 forms of existence of natural energy. And the inheritance place belonged to the end of this mysterious energy. It existed at the 6 borders of the continent, within the void rifts. Any player could enter it, go through trials, and obtain the inheritance of the corresponding power. But few players could grind through all 6 temples consecutively, and Victor was one of the few top players who had ground through all 6 temples back in the day. I know the place. What about it? Good. I'm now interested in Duke Levi. Vega narrowed its eyes, its cunning eyes rolling in their sockets. Victor immediately understood a lot and said calmly, "So you left just now to find Erica?" "Let me guess. The resurrection of the Wood Calamity caused some anomaly in her?" "It's more interesting than you think." A green light flashed in Vega's eyes, and faint green vines climbed up inside the carriage. Victor didn't seem particularly surprised. This power, which even this useless evil god could use, had already roughly explained something. The inheritance of the Wood Temple. This is a stolen power. Duke Levi must have stolen something for this power to manifest in Erica. How about it? Isn't this power very similar to the Calamity? Vega giggled. Victor looked at it expressionlessly. When a player completed the inheritance quests of all 6 temples simultaneously, a deity of the Inheritance Temple would appear as the final boss for the player to challenge. Victor fell into deep thought. In his mind, it was a deity emanating divine light like the sun, but its appearance was like a combination of a butterfly and a moth. 6 transparent, glowing wings constantly vibrated, its body and head fused into one, with 2 eye sockets also bursting with golden light. Below were a pair of floating tentacle-like tails. Could Erica's mother, who had never appeared in the plot, be that thing? Duke Levi was no ordinary man in his youth. Victor sighed. This was the first time he felt some admiration for someone, and it was an NPC from the game. By the way, the academy has been rebuilt, and in a few days it will be the start of the new semester. But my teaching assistant has become an associate professor, and there's no one to write lesson plans for me anymore. Do you have any ideas? Vega, who had been laughing just now, suddenly blinked. Why are you telling me this? What do you mean? The first day of school was set for Monday. Students arrived at the academy with anticipation, their expressions a mix of excitement and uncertainty. The Royal Magic Academy had been completely renovated, with new marble buildings covering the grounds. Fresh flags fluttered on the brand new castle. The cobblestone paths underfoot were still familiar, just with fewer signs of smoothness and age. The fountain in the square inches front of the academy was dazzling, everything seeming to start anew from a fresh beginning. Rachel looked at the rebuilt academy, stroking his beard with a chuckle, and entered the principal's office leaning on his cane. The academy as a whole had been rebuilt almost completely, but one place had been preserved. That was the deep crater blasted out by Victor. A fence had been built around it to prevent students from accidentally falling in. Originally, such a deep pit wouldn't need this kind of protection. After all, who would approach a big hole for no reason? But to everyone's surprise, the area around the deep pit was now crowded with students, shoulder to shoulder, all observing the huge crater. This giant pit had a radius of at least half a kilometer, covering an enormous area. The bottom of the pit was also terrifyingly deep, about several dozen meters down. Falling in would be no different from falling off a building. Now the deep pit was no longer just a remnant of a great battle. It had become a memorial site for the Magic Academy. A memorial to that demon battle. A memorial to that mysterious, world-shaking experience. A group of students crowded at the front, looking at the huge pit with some pride. They recounted the terrifying scene from that day to the surrounding students, especially the juniors. Oh my, you should have seen it. Professor Victor's magic was truly awe-inspiring. Yeah, I saw it that day too, such a huge meteor, TSK. And, we even helped Professor Victor. We worked together to break through the black barrier that covered the sky. The more they recalled the past, the more proud they felt. It was as if witnessing the battle that day had pinned a medal of courage on their chests. It seems that this semester, Professor Victor will become the chief professor of the Royal Magic Academy. A bespectacled student suddenly shared this rumor he had heard in the crowd. Those around him immediately focused their attention on him. But I just heard it somewhere. That's fine, keep talking. Seeing the expectant looks of his classmates around him, the boy pushed up his glasses and continued mysteriously. It seems that the principal is going to personally confer the position of chief professor to Victor. It's for the great contribution Professor Victor made in that demon battle. He kept talking, getting more and more excited, not noticing that the classmates around him were gradually leaving. He suddenly felt confused, and then felt as if a shadow had fallen over him. A cool voice sounded from behind him. "What are you talking about? Let me hear too." This voice, so familiar. The student turned his head and was startled. Professor Victor," he shouted, and then quickly left, chasing after the fleeing students. Victor's strength had gained recognition from many people, and naturally, he had also become more intimidating. Students both admired and feared Victor. After the students left, Victor looked at the deep pit in front of him, expressionless. Vega, however, was a bit emotional. "Our chief professor is really impressive. Every student who sees him is scared." Victor ignored him. The nomination for chief professor had arrived yesterday. This honor would be personally bestowed by the principal during Victor's public lecture in a few days. That's right. Rachel hadn't forgotten about Victor's public class. Victor's public class was just before the end of the semester. After the class, with Victor's influence, it would definitely attract more new students to enroll. The youngest third-tier mage had become the youngest fourth-tier mage, and had also defeated demons. Moreover, he was a member of the Mage Council, as well as the current private tutor of the Imperial Princess. These titles were too weighty, so much so that they felt unreal. How could so many titles appear on one person? And each one was extraordinary, and soon there would be another title, Chief Professor of the Royal Magic Academy. Professor Heaney came running to Victor's side. Victor looked down at the panting Heaney. Today was her first day officially taking office, becoming an honorary associate professor at the academy. Although she was called an associate professor, it was only because her strength wasn't enough. After all, she was still only a first-tier mage. In reality, she had replaced the former professor position of Devin Razor. "What's the matter?" For Heaney to come find him in such a hurry, there must be something important. She caught her breath and said, "At the Arcane Hall, the students are fighting." The magic arena in the Arcane Hall was the Academy's open sparring area. If students of the Royal Magic Academy had any disputes, they could privately settle them on this magic arena. Because both parties would agree on the winning conditions, and the magic arena would record it to prevent students from cheating. However, from the player's perspective, this was the PvP battle area. At this moment, the arena was filled with swinging vines, with a golden-haired beauty standing motionless in the center, while in front of her were more than a dozen students looking at her seriously. More and more students were attracted to the scene, each with admiration written all over their faces, staring dazedly at the beautiful blonde noble lady. Facing more than a dozen seniors of the same rank alone and not falling behind, is this the strength of last year's freshman champion? As expected of the Duke's daughter, go Miss Erica. The surrounding students were whistling and cheering. The entire Arcane Hall was in chaos, with the audience below acting like cheerleaders. In the midst of the frenzy, suddenly, "Explain the current situation to me." A cool voice sounded from behind several students. All of these students ducked their heads, feeling an inexplicable pressure coming towards them. They slowly turned their heads to look, and suddenly froze. "Holy crap! Professor Victor?" The bespectacled boy was still standing in front of Victor, stuttering an explanation. "Well, Professor Victor, I just got here." "We didn't start anything." Victor looked at him coldly. The whole story. Several students gathered around Victor, talking over each other as they explained everything to Victor. Soon, he understood the cause of this dispute. Those senior students with more seniority had become very arrogant since arriving at the academy, even maliciously bullying the junior students from last year. They kept boasting that only students who had participated in that demon battle were brave and strong. They, who dared to truly face demons, were naturally a level above those lower grade students who couldn't help at all. So these people came to the Arcane Hall, openly mocking everyone inside. And coincidentally, Erica was also here. She couldn't stand this behavior of bullying students with seniority. After all, she was also a freshman who entered last year. "Hey, they're fighting." Several students turned their heads at the sound, watching the battle between the two sides, constantly exclaiming. Those dozen or so arrogant students slowly chanted a long string of incantations, constructing many simple magic arrays in the air. Countless ice cones and small fireballs kept coming towards Erica. But Erica just moved her fingers slightly, not even constructing a magic array. Those so-called senior magics were all blocked by the vines commanded by Erica. Erica waved her hand again, and more than a dozen vines quickly extended, entangling their ankles and lifting them into the air. With another wave of her hand, they were neatly thrown off the magic arena. These people were forced to lose face, lying on the ground unable to get up. Fortunately, no one was hurt. The students below were suddenly dumbfounded. Is it that simple? Easily defeating more than a dozen students single-handedly, is this last year's top genius? After the academy was destroyed, they had a long vacation. Many students even forgot to study, clearly falling behind in magic. But Erica kept getting stronger. Some students looked at the invincible Erica on the stage and couldn't help but lower their heads, feeling extremely ashamed. Victor nodded at the solution of the person on the stage. Erica's actions suddenly gave him some inspiration. After Erica had finished everything, the students below finally reacted, bursting into cheers. But she had no reaction, just reaching a hand behind her head, smoothing her hair, and walking down from the arena gracefully. But as soon as Erica got off the arena, she looked up and saw someone blocking her way, and was stunned. Professor? Erica suddenly became flustered. That means, all of her performance just now was seen by the professor? I hope I didn't embarrass myself. At this moment, Erica felt a bit guilty, not knowing if what she had just done was the right thing. Victor didn't give Erica a second glance. He snapped his fingers. A magic array instantly formed in the air, and several gentle breezes blew, helping those disheveled students back to their feet. After doing all this, he looked at these students who didn't even dare to raise their heads. It seems that after experiencing some things, you've developed some kind of inflated ideas. His tone was very calm, with no discernible emotion, but it left them speechless. The students present heard Victor's voice and all fell silent in unison. The pressure Victor brought to all students was completely different from other professors. With Victor, they could clearly feel a strong sense of authority. Teacher. This thought arose in their hearts. Victor narrowed his eyes and slowly climbed onto the arena under everyone's gaze. It's just before the end of the semester, I think, as the chief professor, I have an obligation to give you students a little test. Hearing Victor's proposal, the students curiously raised their heads. A test from the chief professor? Before they could react further, suddenly, the magic concentration in the arcane hall surged dramatically. In an instant, chaotic magical auras filled everyone's surroundings. Such dense magical power. Victor stood on the arena, with the black crow perched on his shoulder, his coat fluttering in the chaotic sea, flashing with intertwining red and green patterns. A dual-colored aura suddenly burst from his body, swirling in the air. His cold gaze, contemptuous of everything, seemed to imprint two words: invincible. You can go notify all the students in school, everyone can participate. Victor said coolly with his hands in his pockets, I'll give each of you 3 minutes. I won't attack actively. All of you can challenge me, whether it's team cooperation or one-on-one, as long as someone can make me move one step from this spot. The arrogant aura seemed to turn into sparks filling the sky, burning into a brilliant canvas in the heavens. Under the curtain of that sea of fire, his voice rang out coldly. Just one step. For the final exam, I'll let you all pass unanimously. The entire arcane hall suddenly became chaotic, with students looking at the arena, full of anticipation. A student on the arena slowly began to chant, gradually constructing a formation in the air. First-tier magic, flame bullet. Soon, that ball of flames rushed towards Victor. Victor just lifted his finger slightly, and the high-speed fireball instantly changed direction, heading back towards the student. Boom! With a loud noise, the students watched as Victor, seemingly without any pressure, clapped his hands. A vine suddenly darted into the smoke in front of him, entangling the student and throwing him off the arena. The student felt a burst of pain, slowly stood up, and realized he had fallen off the arena. He saw a D grade appear on the flame canvas above Victor's head. Fail. On another canvas, The numbers of students at each level were being tallied. The students only saw that the D row had one more person, while the number of people with A, B, and C grades were all 0. He could only shake his head, sigh, and quietly leave. Countless students felt the incomparable pressure from Victor. He didn't even actively attack, just passively defended, yet it was enough to make people feel his mountain-like strength. Next, the cold voice sounded faintly. The students were not deterred by Victor's strength, but rather seemed to have their fighting spirit ignited even more, rushing towards the arena one after another. Because Professor Victor said he wouldn't take the initiative, everyone wanted to be the one who could make Victor move a step. Just one step, just make Victor move one step. Final exam, everyone passes. Long queues had already formed inside and outside the arcane hall, winding from inside the hall all the way to the center of the Academy Square. Since this news was released in the morning, many students didn't even attend classes anymore, throwing their books aside and hurriedly joining the queue to wait for their chance to challenge Victor. This event also attracted other professors and lecturers. After all, with all the students gone, they couldn't help but notice. A group of professors flooded into the arcane hall, watching the continuous battles on the arena, which left them puzzled. After learning the whole story, they were even more amazed. After all, Victor's test would be quite explosive in any academy. Although other professors also had the strength to overwhelm students, they wouldn't go as far as not moving a single step. After all, this was a battle of attrition. Under the students' continuous challenges, a mage's magical power would eventually be exhausted. The longer it dragged on, the less energy there would be to deal with subsequent challenges, let alone setting such rules like Victor did. If he was forced to move one step, he would lose. How to put it? Professor Victor. He's really strong. Yes, and he has a bit of a wicked sense of humor. Other professors crowded below the stage, watching this scene with great interest. They nodded and praised. Victor's teaching method was really novel to them. Normally, they would only be responsible for imparting the corresponding magical knowledge in class, and how students learned was entirely up to their own initiative. After all, the professors didn't care about these things. Mages learn knowledge for their own sake, and if students are unwilling to learn those boring magic courses, they pay for it themselves. So with each final exam, batch after batch of poor students would be weeded out. The Royal Magic Academy ensured through this survival of the fittest that only excellent students could graduate successfully. So, educators like Victor who directly educated these students both mentally and physically were few and far between. The number of challengers was increasing at a visible speed, but Victor still stood on the arena without moving a step. The defeated students, feeling the huge gap between themselves and Victor, were amazed and at the same time, extremely disappointed and frustrated. Each of them went on stage with great confidence, but this confidence would be quickly shattered by Victor after the challenge. After countless attempts, Victor still didn't move an inch. It was as if Professor Victor on the arena would never feel tired. His mountain-like aura completely crushed the confidence of countless students. Finally, the students realized that one-on-one challenges in a war of attrition couldn't do anything to Victor. So, several students jumped onto the arena at the same time and asked Victor, "Professor, it's okay if we cooperate, right?" Victor nodded coldly. Whether it was one-on-one or group combat, to him there was no difference. In an instant, the leading students waved to those below, and a mass of dark figures suddenly appeared on the arena. Victor glanced over lightly. There were about 20. Fortunately, the venue was large enough to accommodate the challengers before him. The 20 challengers on the stage were already prepared. They were evenly distributed, constructing various magical arrays in the air. Different chanting voices gradually echoed in the air, and elemental magic of different colors appeared in the air. At this moment, the students seemed to see hope. If going up alone had no chance, then surely going up as a group would work. With so many mages attacking the professor at once, surely he would have to move at least one step. But Victor really didn't move at all. No one saw him do anything. But the hem of his coat faintly lit up with a green glow. Vines snaked from Victor's body to the ground, intertwining, and wooden figures emerged from within the vines. They seemed to have life, each head lighting up with a green glow. As if they had developed intelligence, they began to move on their own. Just as the students' magic was about to be fully constructed, countless tendrils suddenly appeared on the feet of those wooden figures, binding their forms, and even the magic in their hands was forcibly stopped. A female student was trapped in a wooden figure's arm, struggling desperately. But her magical power was as fragile as a bean sprout in the eyes of the wooden figure, unable to even break its defense. The students were startled, only able to scatter to avoid the colliding wooden figures. The scene became chaotic for a moment. Victor stood in place, his voice cold, ugly. "If this were a real battle, do you think you could still stand safely in place?" Hearing Victor's mockery, the students could only purse their lips, feeling somewhat ashamed. Victor clapped his hands, and the wooden figures entwined with vines put the girl down. Then, they all retreated to Victor's side, motionless, like faithful guards. "Prepare again, and come at me together." His gaze swept over the students, his tone cold, making it impossible to tell if there was any contempt in it. The students looked at each other, and finally walked to the front. This time, Victor didn't interfere, just calmly watching them chant their magic again. Whoosh 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 or a. Instantly, various elemental magic, as if turning into the rainbow, rushed towards Victor all at once. Victor didn't even look, his coat slowly swaying. As if a heavenly chasm suddenly fell, blocking and isolating that converged seven-colored light. They could only watch as this magical impact hit around Victor, emitting colorful light. Finally, it disappeared without a trace. Everything happened so suddenly. The students felt their feet slip, dozens of vines entangled their ankles, throwing them off the arena. As the crowd fell to the ground, a big D was drawn on the flame curtain above Victor's head. Next, this time, countless observing students all fell silent. In the morning, Victor had continuously responded to challenges from who knows how many students. As a result, not one person could make him move half a step. This time they thought there was great hope, but unexpectedly, even grouping up was useless, and they lost even more embarrassingly. Some students couldn't help but turn their expectant gaze to Erica, who was also observing. Last year's freshman champion, currently the youngest second-tier mage, possibly the strongest student this year. Perhaps, she had a chance to force Professor Victor to move a step. "Miss Erica, please go up and try," someone hurriedly suggested beside Erica. Soon, more students around began to echo. "Yes, yes, Miss Erica, we've all witnessed your strength." The expectant voices of one student after another did not make Erica move. She sat quietly below, ignoring the students around her. She just coldly asked one question: "Why?" One of the students spoke up. "If you go up, you'll definitely be able to make Professor Victor move a step. And then all of you will be able to pass this final exam, isn't that right?" Erica finished their words for them. They looked at each other, only to hear Erica let out a faint snort. "Attempting to gain achievements that don't belong to you with this illusory hope? Well, I understand the professor's intention for this test now." Many students were confused by Erica's words. They just wanted to pass the final exam. What did they do wrong? Those who truly have ability never pin their hopes on others. "What does it have to do with me if you can't pass the test? It's not like I can't pass." After saying this, Erica didn't even look at these students, stood up, held her head high, like a proud and elegant white swan with golden feathers, passed through the crowd, and left the arcane hall. They watched Erica leave, suddenly realizing something. Erica wasn't the only genius in the Magic Academy. But why, until now, had no top student appeared to challenge Victor? Their gaze gradually fell on the surrounding crowd. Then, they saw several students with different temperaments, arms folded, quietly watching the arena. Many of them looked very familiar. They were also geniuses of the academy. In fact, these students had more seniority than Erica. They held positions in the student council of the Magic Academy, each one an excellent genius. But none of these people appeared. Compared to other students, their focus didn't seem to be on how to make Professor Victor move. Instead, they paid attention to the ridiculous actions of the students on the stage, as if watching some great joke. The look was as if to say, "How interesting." A chill ran down their spines, and under Erica's words, These people finally realized something. This test, from beginning to end, was not a shortcut. On the contrary, this is an education. Why didn't any professor come to stop Victor? And even the principal ignored Victor's behavior. It's simple. Students who truly have the ability to pass the exam wouldn't try to get any recognition from Victor here, because they all know very well, no one can make Victor move a step, so they wouldn't come up to compare with Victor for nothing. There's no need to come up and embarrass themselves. Only those who clearly know their level is poor would try to confront Victor, to get a glimmer of hope from him. From the beginning, Victor had made it clear, if someone could make him move a step, then everyone could pass the final exam. But he never said that if no one could make him move a step, it would lead to everyone failing. This is a performance, a brilliant performance by those trying to gain without effort. One student after another who couldn't even last 3 minutes came down from the stage, and the number above Victor's head kept increasing. But still, not one person could break through from D to C grade. Victor still stood in place, not moving half a step. His coat swayed on the arena filled with flying petals and green leaves. The whooshing sound seemed to be mocking those failed students. He stood on the stage, looking indifferently at one student after another continuing to come forward, his cold voice sounding again and again. Next, as twilight faded into darkness, the arcane hall grew dim. This mock battle, which had begun as a joke, continued well into the night. The number of defeated students grew, while the number of those remaining in the arcane hall dwindled. The professors and lecturers had long since departed, having their own duties to attend to. As for the students, well, they had lost all interest in studying. Why bother with them anymore? The gifted students who had quickly grasped the reality of the situation gradually left, much like Erica, after watching the farce for a while. However, these students who hadn't stepped up to challenge Victor left a bitter taste in the mouths of those who had failed. If only these talented individuals had taken the stage. Surely, there would have been hope. Surely, they could have made Professor Victor take a step. Their inaction had turned the fantasy of everyone passing into nothing but a bubble of illusion. When the last dozen or so students who had banded together were repelled from the stage by Victor's magic, there was no one left qualified to challenge him. Victor dispelled his magic. The vines and flowers on the stage gradually withered, dissolving into a shower of green magical energy that returned to his coat. A faint green light flickered, and the magical arena fell silent as usual. The hall below was utterly quiet. In the vast arcane hall, only Victor's footsteps could be heard. Tap, tap, tap. Victor walked to the entrance of the arcane hall, with the defeated students silently watching his back. Without moving his hands, the great doors slowly opened. The last rays of the setting sun slanted into the hall, illuminating Victor and casting long shadows across the faces of the failed students, their expressions dim and lifeless. "It seems your abilities don't match your confidence," Victor said. Class dismissed. The crow on his shoulder suddenly turned its head, its single eye seeming to mock the defeated students. As Victor stepped out of the arcane hall, countless black feathers fell from the sky, enveloping him. It was as if a murder of crows had descended, and a crow-like black light shot towards the horizon. When the students came to their senses, Victor had vanished. Only a single tail feather remained on the ground, like the final trick of a deceptive magician. The students remained silent, as if still trapped in a fantasy. The shadow of the entire arcane hall had been etched into their hearts. Chief Professor faces thousands alone, doesn't budge an inch against countless students. He declares, if anyone can make him move, all will pass the final exam. Shocking are 3 things you must know about Victor, Chief Professor of the Royal Magic Academy. The second prince flipped through the newspapers, a beautiful maid feeding him grapes by his side. He ate and read, occasionally laughing at interesting parts of the reports. Impressive, impressive. As expected of Counselor Cravina, he's certainly in the spotlight. Suddenly, the second prince put down the newspaper and smiled at the maid beside him. You may go now. Oh, and don't forget to leave the fruit. The maid bowed, saying, Yes, Your Highness, placed a plate of grapes on the table in front of the second prince, curtsied, and slowly withdrew. A blob of ink emerged from the second prince's sleeve. The little toad quickly crawled onto the table, stretching out its long tongue to grab a large grape and swallow it. After eating, it slowly spoke. "When is this partner you mentioned finally going to arrive?" The second prince, not at all rushed, replied with a smile. "What's the hurry? My dear elder brother is returning tomorrow. This grand gift prepared for him is not meant to appear just yet." The toad burped, looking at the second prince and sensing his intense emotions. It, a mighty demon, reduced to eating grapes. How ironic. From now on, remember to take this with you when you go out. In the study, Victor called Heaney to him and, with a flip of his hand, a small red crocodile appeared in his palm. Heaney was surprised. Isn't this Mr. Crocodile?" "Mr. Crocodile, what an interesting name." The small crocodile was placed on the desk by Victor, dozing off. As if sensing something, it raised its head, and upon seeing Victor, its crocodile body trembled. "Big bro." The crocodile seemed to try to stand up, saluting Victor. Vega looked at Victor, exasperated. "How did you manage to train this once ferocious demon into such a state?" Victor ignored Vega's obvious look, merely tapping the desk lightly with his finger, saying calmly, "Didn't you say you liked her scent? From today on, you'll stay by her side to protect her, and your power will be at her disposal. But don't forget what I told you. Control your anger." The tiny crocodile shuddered, hearing these words, and quickly nodded. "I understand, bro. From now on, I'll treat her like royalty." Regardless of whether it was living under someone else's roof, Layton was relieved in advance. Not having to continue following Victor was definitely a relief for it. It had never imagined that it, a primal demon, would one day fear a human. Heaney hadn't quite processed it yet. Looking a bit confused, she looked down to see the crocodile gazing at her pitifully. But she didn't pay attention to the pitiful crocodile, instead pondering Victor's words. "The professor is having it protect me. Is he worried about me?" Heaney was still thinking when she heard Victor say, "All right, you may go now." "Why yes, Professor." Heaney carefully placed the crocodile in her palm and turned to leave. After Heaney left, Vega flapped its wings and said in a grating voice, "Victor, I never thought you'd be able to keep such a filthy thing around." Its tone was full of disgust. After all, it had said before that as a noble god, even an evil god, it found such disgusting things repulsive. Victor merely responded calmly, "You once made a contract with a disgusting toad, and even deceived it." "We're not so different." As he spoke, Victor tapped the desk, and a book appeared in his hand of its own accord. In the now quiet study, only the occasional sound of turning pages could be heard. The sun showed its ruddy face, greeted by the morning glow. Today, the streets of the capital were extraordinarily lively. People gathered along the roads, gazing ahead, curiously observing the returning iron cavalry. The army marched in neat, orderly formations towards the inner city. Their full armor clanked rhythmically, and their horses' hooves struck the pavement in unison. At the front of the procession was a man in golden armor. A plume of silver horsehair protruded from his golden helmet, and his face beamed with smiles as he walked down the street, occasionally nodding and waving to the surrounding citizens. Even the dogs by the roadside quieted down at this sight, tongues lolling and tails wagging, welcoming the returning heroes. Behind him, a massive open carriage rolled down the road. The enormous head of a magic dragon lay silently within, as if in a steel cage. Aubrey Sol. Today was the triumphant return of the crown prince, and the severed head of the magic dragon would be paraded through the streets for a day. People gazed at the giant dragon head, chattering excitedly. "That must be the head of the magic dragon. The crown prince is truly amazing." They say the emperor also slew a magic dragon in his youth. Thank the emperor and the crown prince for keeping us commoners safe and worry-free. Accompanied by colorful flags and cheers from the streets, the residents smiled and offered blessings and praise to the returning troops. After all, this was the head of a magic dragon. Dragons were powerful creatures that existed in mythology. Not only did they have lifespans of thousands of years, but they also possessed extremely powerful elemental control abilities. Legend had it that dragons were the guardians of nature. They were beings capable of destroying entire cities. Those who could slay a magic dragon were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. achieving a level of greatness beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, the festive mood had not spread throughout the entire capital. In the Kravina mansion, Leah sashayed into the training ground, finding Victor. At that moment, Victor was instructing Orlean. "Yes, that's the posture. Maintain that position." Orlean held a knight's long sword in her hands, both arms suspended in the air, holding the sword in front of her. The long sword was very heavy, and Orlean's face had turned red with effort. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks. Nearby, her guard Celia watched this scene with a pained heart. Thinking of how grueling her own training had been, she felt increasingly sorry for the princess. But this was the requirement of the princess's teacher, and she had no right to interfere. She could only question Victor. "Victor, what are you doing?" "The princess is a mage. Do you understand?" "A mage? You're actually making the princess practice swordsmanship? Are you telling me that a mage needs to practice close combat, or are you saying that you yourself are skilled with a sword?" Leah approached with furrowed brows, seeing this scene. She forgot what she had originally intended to say and just calmly remarked beside Celia, "He actually is skilled with a sword. No need for you to worry about it." "Ah, a mage skilled in swordsmanship?" Celia was completely baffled. Orlean managed to hold on for a while longer before she had to lower the long sword, supporting herself with it as she panted heavily. Her stamina was still lacking. After resting for just a moment, Orlean continued, "Teacher, I can keep going." Victor took the long sword from her hands and said calmly, "I know you can, but we'll put the practice aside for now." "Early this morning, I sensed the commotion outside." "Tell me, what's happening out there?" Leah spread her hands helplessly. "I thought our esteemed mage already knew." She straightened her posture and said rather seriously, "You should prepare. The crown prince has returned." "The prince is returning with his spoils of war, and all the nobles are expected to welcome and congratulate him." "You're no exception, my dear Count." "The Crown Prince?" Victor pondered upon hearing this title. In his memory, neither of the princes had detailed stories in the game's background. Between the two, Victor knew more clearly that the Crown Prince guarded the border cities in the southern part of the empire. The southern border of the empire was a gathering place for adventurers, because within the massive city, there existed an encircled monster rift. It was a high-difficulty dungeon area. The rift contained an endless stream of monsters, with extraordinary strength. The enormous spatial rift resembled a city gate, and behind the gate was a massive castle that served as the abyss of monsters. The abyss was divided into 100 levels, each populated by monsters of different strengths and types. Adventurer teams formed by players could enter to kill various monsters for training and obtain considerable amounts of materials. Most importantly, every 10 levels within the abyss contained extremely powerful items, collectively known as Imperial Artifacts. In the game, at every 10th level, an astonishing number of monster waves would appear. Players who could clear the level unscathed within the time limit, or under special restrictions, would qualify to obtain these Imperial Artifacts. And those players were few and far between. Imperial Artifacts could provide players with very powerful attributes and effects, but under such stringent requirements, very few players could achieve this. Fortunately, Victor was still one of those rare players who had managed it. If given the chance, he was considering challenging it again. The Crown Prince, In his player's impression, the Crown Prince was basically untouchable. After all, as a prince, players couldn't easily meet royalty like other NPCs. Moreover, Victor glanced at Orlean, who was resting. Upon hearing the news of her brother's return, Orlean didn't seem to have much of a reaction. Although she probably knew about it already, this princess hadn't stayed in the palace, but had come early in the morning to train for today's lesson. Royal family affection. Both princes were cannon fodder-level characters. After Emperor Aubrey's death, they were quickly disposed of by Orlean, so Victor didn't care at all about this prince who brought back a dragon to show off. "I'm not going. I don't want to waste my breath with those hypocritical nobles." Killing a dragon requires all nobles to welcome him. His father Aubrey killed one when he was 17. Tch, fine then. Leah shook her head helplessly, as if Victor's answer was expected. So she changed what she was about to say, her tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. "Our esteemed counselor indeed has the right not to go. Alas, poor me, I still have to go and deal with a bunch of fools." As she spoke, Leah secretly glanced at Orlean. The little princess had no extra reaction, and even nodded in agreement. Because she wasn't going either. Seeing this, Leah was very satisfied and waved her hand with a smile. "Then I won't disturb you two, teacher and student. Have fun, Your Highness." She was about to leave when she heard Victor's voice, "Take Cocotte with you." Leah was slightly stunned, several question marks popping up in her mind. "Take Cocotte? What for?" Blinking, she seemed to understand something. "She is a former counselor after all." After saying this, Victor said no more and turned back to Orlean. "Get ready, we're about to start today's lesson." Orlean quickly perked up. "Yes, teacher." Victor waved his hand, and several strands of green energy slowly fell to the ground, intertwining. Tiny monsters crawled on the ground, their green shells reflecting the sunlight, curled up in a ball. Several green shadows appeared out of thin air, flying in the sky, flapping their wings, waiting for an opportunity in the distance. Since Victor had acquired Duggar's ability and mastered the skill of summoning monsters, he no longer had to worry about finding suitable battle locations for the princess. Leah watched this magical scene and clicked her tongue twice, saying, "My, how caring. I wonder when he's ever been this caring towards me," she added in her heart as she turned to leave. At this moment, the palace was bustling with noise as many nobles gathered to welcome the crown prince's return. In front of the golden castle gates, the nobles lined up in 2 rows, with the second prince standing at the forefront. The iron cavalry gradually approached the palace, and the man in golden armor at the front led his warhorse to the front of the line. The huge dragon head behind him was exposed to everyone's view. Jace Razor was also among the noble ranks, but unlike before, he now lacked some of his previous gloom, seeming to have regained his vigor. It was as if he had completely forgotten everything that had happened before. The second prince narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jace Razor, feeling something was amiss. Strange. Although he was somewhat surprised, he didn't show it deliberately. But no one would pay attention to him anyway, because the huge dragon head attracted the attention of many nobles. They gathered around the dragon head, exclaiming in amazement, "So this is the magic dragon that was causing havoc on the southern border." Slaying a magic dragon, His Highness Albany has achieved such a feat. It's truly astonishing. Indeed, he truly has the style of His Majesty in his younger days. Albany, clad in golden armor, paid no attention to the nobles' praises. He allowed these people to examine and admire the dragon head he had brought back. He himself walked up to the second prince with a friendly smile, saying slowly, "My dear brother, did father send you to welcome me? I'm honored that father thinks of me so." The second prince also wore a smile as he looked at the crown prince, saying, "Indeed, elder brother, returning to the capital after slaying a magic dragon is a great achievement. Naturally, father doesn't want to neglect such a meritorious official." He emphasized the words meritorious official slightly, but the crown prince seemed not to notice at all, merely smiling at Oiza. "It seems that the years I've been away haven't created a rift in our brotherly affection. I'm relieved to see that." Albany waved to the many nobles surrounding him, saying hospitably, "What are you all waiting for? Let's go in, don't keep father waiting." Surrounded by the nobles, he slowly walked into the palace. Only Oiza was left standing in place, a wave of gloom rising in his heart. "It seems you don't like him very much." A voice not his own sounded in his ear. The second prince, watching the backs of the departing crowd, responded faintly, "A person who tries to be perfect only makes me feel sick. But he's lucky. Everything he does seems to succeed." The nobles were busy flattering that noble man in golden armor, and his voice wasn't heard by anyone. Gazing at his elder brother who was the center of attention, Oiza's tone was cold. "Yes, that's why I hate him." In the great hall, Albany knelt on one knee, with the huge iron cage containing the magic dragon's enormous head placed beside him. Orby's face was expressionless, but he still faintly praised the crown prince. "Well done. Slaying a magic dragon is no small feat." "Tell me, what do you want?" "Father, eliminating threats to the empire is my duty. The reward is not important." Hearing the crown prince's words, The Emperor nodded. He was about to say something when Duke Rivy beside him leaned down to whisper in his ear. "Your Majesty, Count Victor hasn't arrived yet." "Oh? Ha ha ha, right, right." Aubrey seemed to remember something interesting, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Albany. "Child, I have nothing much to reward you with, but there is one thing I must mention." Aubrey narrowed his eyes and chuckled lightly. "You and Oiza are not young anymore. It's time for you to consider marriage. Otherwise, if this news spreads, people might think that in my vast empire, with just 2 princes and 1 princess, all unmarried, that my children are incompetent." He looked at Aubrey, who had stiffened slightly in the hall, and said with a smile, "Jace." "Your Majesty." Jace Razor stepped forward and gave a slight bow to the Emperor. The Emperor slowly asked, "I remember, you said earlier that you had found a suitable candidate for Albany. Why don't you tell us today, who is this candidate?" Everyone else was somewhat stunned, not daring to make a sound. They all felt that the Emperor was using the Crown Prince to warn the Rissa family. After all, the Emperor had been quite displeased with the Rissa family recently, and Jace Razor had also offended Victor again. But this time, Jace Razor wasn't as impulsive as before. He spoke calmly and composedly. "Your Majesty, the matter of His Highness's marriage should be decided by you personally. As an outsider, I dare not interfere in this matter." "Oh?" Emperor Aubrey was surprised. He looked at Jace Razor and nodded with satisfaction. "It seems you've rid yourself of those unnecessary emotions. You may go back." Jace Razor bowed deeply again and turned to return to the ranks of the nobles. The second prince was nearby, his eyes looking somewhat frightening, because he too had realized the anger in Jace Razor had disappeared. That was the exquisite gift he had prepared for Albany. What was going on? For the first time, he felt he was losing his composure. The second prince could barely control his emotions, his body trembling slightly. But just then, a eunuch came to the Emperor's side and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, the Cravina family has arrived." The Emperor was somewhat surprised. The person coming this time wasn't Victor. Soon, Leo appeared in the Emperor's line of sight. But more people focused their gaze on Leo's side. A cloud? As the white cloud slowly approached, people finally saw that there seemed to be something lying on top of the cloud. It looked like a person. The elf raised her head, yawning, showing no respect at all for the royal family. She straightened up, and the moment she saw the Emperor, she waved at him without any hesitation, greeting, "Yo, Aubrey. Long time no see." Silence. Absolute silence. Everyone present stared blankly at the sleepy elf sitting on a cloud, their minds simultaneously exploding with a single question: who on earth is this person? Sensing the gazes around her, Cocotte also came to her senses. She stuck out half her tongue, scratched the back of her head, and said with a grin, "Oops, my bad. I forgot. You're already the Emperor now. Adapt to local customs. I should call you Your Majesty." The others were utterly confused. This familiar tone, and the feeling in these words. It seemed that the person who arrived was some kind of big shot. Aubrey was all smiles, not looking at all like an emperor with any authority. "Counselor Cocotte, I still remember the last time we met. My father had not yet passed away." Counselor? Another one? The group of people immediately looked at Cocotte, feeling a wave of surprise in their hearts. Most importantly, she was brought here by Leah Cravina. Just how many counselors did the Cravina family have? Some people paid even more attention to His Majesty's words. His Majesty said, during their last meeting, the previous emperor had not yet passed away. That meant His Majesty and she were old acquaintances. That was at least 30 years ago. After all, Emperor Aubrey only ascended to the throne in his 20s. So how old was this counselor? Aubrey slowly said, "Given your status, you deserve a seat. But now it seems you don't really need one." Aubrey was referring to her being by Leah's side, beside the vassal of his subject. However, this shut-in elf obviously didn't realize the Emperor's deeper meaning. She just yawned, stretched lazily, looked at the cloud beneath her, and said absent-mindedly, "Ah, indeed, I don't need one." "But you don't need to call me counselor anymore. I'm currently working for Victor. After a moment of silence, The entire palace instantly erupted into commotion. What? A counselor of the Mage Council is working for Victor? What kind of ability does Victor have to make a former counselor willingly do this? This counselor is also an old acquaintance of His Majesty. People in the hall began to chatter, and for a moment, the entire palace became somewhat chaotic. But even more shocking things were yet to come. The Emperor, as if intentionally hinting at something, said, "This Victor lad, even the next Elven Queen is working for him." The next Elven Queen? The heavyweight news came too densely, stunning all the nobles present for a moment. The entire palace seemed to have become a chatting place for these two. Each word they threw out was like a bomb dropped into a calm lake bottom, stirring up waves tens of meters high. Although Victor wasn't in the palace, every sentence, every word, all pointed towards Victor. At this moment, everyone understood. The elf before them was actually a queen who was originally about to ascend to the throne. No wonder she looked so young, yet her words carried a maturity that seemed to have lived even longer than the emperor. Because the longevity of elves was no lie, even a 300-year-old elf would possess the vigor of a human teenager. Elves are very mysterious beings. They can sense powerful natural energies and are even more likely to receive blessings from deities compared to humans. Moreover, some people favored by elves would be extremely lucky. These special beings lived very secretively, rarely detected by humans, let alone anyone daring to capture elves. Such behavior would easily bring great calamity. At this moment, the Crown Prince's return was completely overshadowed by the appearance of this elf. She made everyone feel a sense of unreality. "Can't help it, I'm not in control of my own fate," Cocotte complained a bit annoyedly, then seemed to realize something. Oh, were you guys talking about something? I must have interrupted you then. I'll shut up now. You geese continue. I'm just here to protect this girl. Cocotte pointed at Leah beside her, then flopped down on the cloud and went back to sleep. However, at this moment, no one knew what to say anymore. The Crown Prince was still kneeling on one knee in place, almost forgotten by everyone. This should have been a moment of glory belonging to the Crown Prince. Noticing that everyone's gaze was on her side, Leah finally made a move. She smiled and curtsied to His Majesty, slowly saying, "I apologize, Your Majesty. My brother is preparing for the princess's lessons, so I came on his behalf." There was nothing wrong with these words. It was the Emperor who made Victor the princess's teacher, and now he couldn't come because of the princess. There really wasn't anything to pick on. Moreover, Victor Cravina was a current counselor. A mere prince was not enough to summon a counselor. Leah turned her head to look at the Crown Prince kneeling on one knee, her eyebrows slightly raised, but her tone carried the most sincere congratulations. "As for your highness, your fame precedes you. The news of you slaying the dragon has spread throughout the empire, north and south. Everyone knows about it. My brother also said that you already have half the prestige of His Majesty in his prime." But many people heard the sarcasm in her words. Half the prestige? Isn't it just half? Aubrey could single-handedly slay a dragon at 17, while you, in your 30s, still needed to bring an army. Perhaps it's not even half. These words were somewhat piercing to the heart. Leah, however, seemed unconcerned, covering her mouth with a light laugh, and continued, "Your Highness, you truly are a great hero." Aubrey was still kneeling on one knee in place, but others could only see his still straight back. No one knew what this Crown Prince was thinking, but everyone knew this moment of glory belonging to the Crown Prince, after the arrival of the Cravina family, was ultimately destroyed without a trace left. Aubrey waved his hand, looking at Aubrey who was still lowering his head and kneeling on one knee, and said flatly, "You may rise, Albany. After such a long journey, you should go back and rest." "Yes, Father." Albany slowly stood up, dragging his clanking armor, and slowly walked out of the palace. As Oizo watched his royal brother leave, he didn't feel much joy either. At this moment, along with the Emperor's attitude, many nobles vaguely understood something. At some point, the Cravina family was no longer limited to their status as counts. With various titles to their name, they seemed to no longer need to play house with these princes like ordinary nobles. Feels good. Leah held a cup of wine, gulping it down in large mouthfuls. In the dim tavern, Leah sat at a wooden table, holding an oversized wine cup, shouting out. After one cup, her face was already flushed. Leah had never drunk before. As a merchant, she needed to keep a clear head at all times. However, today, she truly felt what it meant to be refreshed. Those ugly nobles' shocked expressions, one after another. The pleasure of no longer having to engage in hypocritical exchanges with these fellows. She didn't even need to care about the prince's attitude, even mocking the crown prince in front of his majesty. Of course, Leah was very clear that she could do all this because of one reason. She had a brother who could hold up the sky. But the meritorious official beside her couldn't be forgotten either. Leah raised her wine cup and said loudly, "Thanks to you, Cocotte." "Have a drink too." Cocotte hugged a large wine cup, sitting across from Leah, looking somewhat troubled at the large cup of wine in front of her. She had never drunk this kind of wheat wine before. As an elf, even in her clan, she only drank nectar and wine made from fresh fruits. Leah looked at Cocotte with a smile, then raised her wine cup and poured another mouthful of wine for herself. That's right, this was a borrowed power play. When Victor told her to bring Cocotte along, Leah understood Victor's intention. A former counselor, Cocotte's value was not just her former counselor status and current fourth-tier strength. Having stayed in the Mage Council for decades, even if Cocotte were a pig, her followers would be countless. Not to mention she was an elf. With Cocotte by her side, Leah could completely ignore those nobles' ugly faces, and even recklessly mock the crown prince she hated the most. As for why she hated him, "I've never even met you, and you want to marry me?" Leah didn't want to become that kind of marriage tool, and when she got the background sufficient to ignore the prince, she would use this momentum to the extreme. These things, Victor didn't even need to teach her. Soon, Leah drank a bit too much, feeling her head becoming unclear and her vision blurry. Her words started to become a bit jumbled. Finally, she forgot where she was, fell face first onto the table, and started snoring loudly. She didn't even realize that a hand was placed on her shoulder. "How much did she drink?" Victor's voice sounded faintly, while Cocotte hugged her large wine cup and yawned. "Just 2 cups. Really? Her alcohol tolerance isn't even as good as mine." Victor looked at the 8 empty cups in front of Cocotte and raised an eyebrow. "You're being modest." Cocotte kept yawning frequently. Her amount of activity today had clearly exceeded her limit. She continued to say, "Since you're here, I'll head back first." The clouds outside floated in and out, drifting into the private room. Cocotte fell headfirst onto the cloud, and it carried her out of the room through the window. Victor looked at the completely drunk Leah, considering how to take her back. Looking at Leah, who had completely collapsed on the table, he finally gave up on the idea of teleporting away with her. Teleporting with someone requires the other person to be clear-headed and fully aware that they are in the process of teleportation. Otherwise, they might fall into a random void in the spatial turbulence. He tried to prop Leah up, but obviously, her condition didn't allow for normal walking. So, he could only bend down, put Leah's hands on his shoulders, and carry her on his back. With no place on his shoulders, Vega had nowhere to stand. It could only stand on top of Victor's head, turning his hair into a bird's nest. "Victor?" Leah's confused voice sounded, but quickly received a reassuring response. Leah, being carried on his back, squinted her eyes slightly and smiled stupidly against his broad back. "I know. Hick, you wanted me to vent properly, that's why. You let Cocotte follow me." "Thank you." Victor didn't answer. He casually placed a bag of geo on the table, then conjured a wind magic in his hand to make his body incredibly light. He then carried Leah out through the window. Under the night sky, Victor carried Leah, steadily flying towards home. He controlled his speed just right. Under the stability of the magic, not even a whisper of wind could be heard around them. So, Victor clearly heard the girl's soft murmur from behind, "Brother. When I was little." "Why? Didn't you like me?" Sigh. The magic seemed to lose some of its stability. Gradually, the long absent wind brushed past Victor's ears. Like an answer, like silence,